Lin Fan unexpectedly gained 7 stepsisters, and from then on, his life took a turn for the extraordinary.
Eldest Sister Ye Yuxin, a domineering beauty and CEO. Second Sister Zhao Qing'er, an international beauty assassin with the codename Asura.
Third Sister Ling Xiangyue, a beautiful divine doctor. Fourth Sister Wen Liufang, the queen of the underground world. Fifth Sister Luo Shengxiao, a pillar of the nation and a divine warlord, commanding 4 great generals and 72 divine soldiers.
Sixth Sister Huang Zihai, possesses a mysterious identity. Seventh Sister Shang Yanying, a peerless film queen. Chapter 1, The CEO's Sister. Is so handsome.
A girl screamed in the coffee shop. Lin Fan was used to such screams. Wherever a handsome guy like him went, he was always the focus of attention.
Even if he was wearing the most ordinary clothes, he still couldn't hide his unique temperament.
Today was the day of his blind date with Huang Yingying.
I'm very satisfied with your appearance.
However, you know that in this world, being handsome doesn't pay the bills.
Huang Yingying looked at Lin Fan's handsome face and paused slightly before continuing. Since we're on a blind date, let's get to the point. Do you have a luxury car? Do you have a villa? Do you have 10 million in savings? Do you earn 1 million a year?
Lin Fan shrugged. Huang Yingying's smile froze instantly when she heard Lin Fan's response.
Although Lin Fan is handsome and charming, what's the use if he has no money? Ha ha. We're not a good match. But you're the man, so you'll pay for this time.
After saying this, Huang Yingying gulped down the coffee in front of her and then stood up, ready to leave. In Huang Yingying's mind, going on a blind date with a poor man was definitely a waste of time.
Wait, since we're not a good match, then it'll be an AA.
Lin Fan directly stopped Huang Yingying in her tracks and said. In his mind, since they weren't a good match, it was naturally AA.
This is not about money anymore. This is about principle. Since you are not my woman, why should I spoil you? I am not a dog licker. Licking a dog's bottom will get you nothing in the end. Huang Yingying froze for a moment.
She had never expected Lin Fan to let her split the costs.
You. Huang Yingying pointed at Lin Fan.
She had originally wanted to rebuke him, but when she looked at that handsome face, she felt a sense of compassion. At this moment, a voice of mockery came over.
Ha ha.
This guy is really shameless. Although he is good-looking, you can tell that he is poor just by looking at him.
A poor guy is still coming on a blind date, isn't that just asking for trouble?
And he's thinking about making a living by his looks, that's just eating. The one who spoke mockingly to Lin Fan was a young man with a big gold chain around his neck and a Seiko watch on his wrist. The young man considered himself to be a tall, rich, and handsome guy. But when compared to Lin Fan, he discovered that the word handsome had nothing to do with him. Seeing Lin Fan suffer at the moment, he naturally wanted to give him a hard time. The young man saw Lin Fan's gaze fall on him and he laughed and said, "This beautiful young lady, why don't you come over and sit with me? I am Su Shurao, the young master of the China Resources Group." As Su Shurao said this, he deliberately shook the big gold chain in his hand, and his face was full of smugness.
In Su Shurao's mind, a gold-digging woman like Huang Yingying would definitely throw herself at him.
Stealing someone else's woman, especially the woman of someone more handsome than oneself,
gives a stronger sense of conquest. Huang Yingying's eyes lit up.
Huarun Group is one of the top 10 companies in Qingmu City, and Su Shurao is the young master of Huarun Group.
Can this kind of identity be simple?
If she can climb up to him, she will definitely be a crow flying to the branch and a sparrow turning into a phoenix.
How can she refuse Su Shao's invitation?
Huang Yingying sat directly in front of Su Shurao, and her eyes kept sending out electric signals at Su Shurao. In Huang Yingying's mind, she was already imagining that if she became Su Shurao's woman, she would enjoy endless wealth and glory. As for how many women Su Shurao had, she didn't care. After all, she loves him, but it's just his money, not his person.
Su Shurao was very satisfied with Huang Yingying's performance.
If it were normal, Su Shurao naturally wouldn't look down on someone like Huang Yingying.
However, stealing someone else's love is a very happy thing to do.
After Huang Yingying sat down, her eyes fell on the door of the coffee shop. A whole row of Rolls-Royce Phantoms suddenly appeared.
Huang Yingying's eyes could not leave them.
Her eyes were shining. Could this be the grand entrance Su Shurao had arranged to welcome her? At this moment, the doors of the cars in the back and front rows opened. A total of more than 20 black-clad bodyguards walked out. They formed a straight line, waiting for the person in the car in the center to get out.
The door in the center opened. A pair of slender and proud legs stepped out first. Then, a stunningly beautiful woman with a cold expression walked out of the car. A face that could melt the world. It was simply the most exquisite beauty that even the most skilled painter could not depict. And the black OL uniform showed off her domineering CEO style to the fullest. Upon seeing the woman appear, Su Shurao said in a shocked voice. It was her, it was actually her. Feeling the emergence of a crisis, Huang Yanying reached out her hand and intimately asked Su Shurao. Who is it? Get lost. Su Shurao did not directly answer Huang Yanying's words, but directly lifted his foot and directly kicked her away. The peerless beauty in front of him was Ye Yuxin, the richest man in Shenlong country. Who is Ye Yuxin? President of Yuxin Group. A woman who only lives in legend. Seeing Ye Yuxin appear in the coffee shop, Su Shurao naturally could not miss the opportunity to show off. And Huang Yanying was so close to him, wasn't she telling Ye Yuxin that she was taken? Ye Yuxin walked into the cafe with a cold and frosty expression, and the direction she was walking in was right where Su Shurao and Huang Yanying were sitting. Su Shurao could only feel his heart pounding wildly. Su Shurao prided himself on having seen countless beautiful women, but in front of Ye Yuxin, they were all left in the dust. Now, seeing Ye Yuxin walking towards him, Su Shurao felt that spring was coming for him. If he could be attached to this towering tree that is Ye Yuxin, then would he have to worry about the next life? Su Shurao tidied his hair in front of his forehead, made a self-righteous and handsome gesture, and then quickly walked up to meet her. Hello, President Yi. I am Su Shurao, the young master of the China Resources Group, and I am very pleased to meet you. Ye Yuxin snorted coldly, then waved to her assistant. Within one day, acquire China Resources Group at the lowest price and make the Su family leave Aoki City. As soon as Ye Yuxin's words came out, Su Shurao was instantly scared out of his wits. He couldn't help but furiously complain in his heart, I was just flirting, do you need to treat me like this? Su Shurao dared not doubt what Ye Yuxin had said. The China Resources Group was indeed one of the top 10 companies in Aoki City, but compared to the Yuxin Group, it was nothing. Once Ye Yuxin said this, the Su family was completely finished. Su Shurao couldn't understand it no matter how hard he thought about it. He had clearly just made a small talk, so why did he need to treat him like this? President Yi, I was wrong. You are a magnanimous person, forgive me this time. Su Shurao directly fell to his knees and begged. At this moment, Su Shurao no longer had the arrogance of a rich boy. In Su Shurao's heart, he understood that once the Su family lost the China Resources Group, then he would definitely be beaten to death by his father. What did you do wrong? Ye Yuxin glanced at Su Shurao and asked. Su Shurao lowered his head and said like a child who had done something wrong. I was wrong to be overconfident, and I was wrong to initiate a conversation with you. Ye Yuxin said without even looking at Su Shurao. You are indeed wrong about this, but your biggest mistake is that you shouldn't have said that my younger brother is a pauper. While speaking, Ye Yuxin's gaze fell on Lin Fan. Chapter 2, 7 Sisters Falling from the Sky. Upon hearing Ye Yuxin mention the word brother, Su Shurao and Huang Yanying were struck like by lightning. They stood there in shock, mouths agape whiter than eggs. How could they have imagined that Lin Fan, who was dressed in ordinary clothes, would be the younger brother of the richest man in Shenlong? Huang Yanying in particular had been told by the matchmaker that Lin Fan was an ordinary person. The younger brother of the richest man in Shenlong country is an ordinary person? Huang Yanying wanted to find the matchmaker and ask her. Is this an ordinary person? If he is an ordinary person, are there any ordinary people in the world? Ye Yuxin took Lin Fan's hand and said as they walked towards the door. Lin Fan, come with me. Feeling the fragrance from the tip of his nose and the softness of her hand, Lin Fan almost had the urge to get a nosebleed. Following Ye Yuxin's pace, Lin Fan quickly walked out of the coffee shop. Lin Fan relaxed Ye Yuxin's small hand and nodded, saying, Thank you. Lin Fan asked himself, he and the Ye Yuxin in front of him had never met before. As for Ye Yuxin calling him brother, it should be to help him. Beautiful, kind, and rich. This is the legendary beautiful rich girl. Ye Yuxin said with a slight smile. Brother, you are too polite. From today onwards, we are family. Saying thank you would make it seem formal. Remember, you must call me big sister in the future. If those top rich people saw Ye Yuxin smile like that, they would definitely be shocked. Because in their understanding, Ye Yuxin was arrogant, domineering, and a serious person who never smiled. Family? Big sister? What is going on? Lin Fan looked at Yi Yuxin with a puzzled expression on his face. He really couldn't figure out what was going on in the scene in front of him. President Yi, we met for the first time, how are we family? I was an orphan since I was young. Lin Fan looked at Yi Yuxin with confusion.
Lin Fan asked himself, apart from his body, there really wasn't anything that Yi Yuxin could plot.
Yi Yuxin slowly spoke. A month ago, didn't you save an elderly scavenger? He is my adoptive father.
Lin Fan heard Yi Yuxin's words and quickly remembered something. A month ago, he was delivering a package on his beloved tricycle as usual. On the way, he saw an elderly scavenger collapse on the ground. In order to avoid his conscience being condemned, Lin Fan, after a struggle, decided to take a video first, to protect himself, and then take the elderly man to the hospital. After a while of rescue, the elderly scavenger quickly came to his senses. At that time, the scavenger gave Lin Fan a jade pendant in the shape of a dragon and told Lin Fan that he would definitely repay him. He also told Lin Fan that he had 7 beautiful adopted daughters. He would let his 7 adopted daughters repay Lin Fan together. However, Lin Fan didn't care about this matter. You can't marry someone's 7 daughters at once. This is too happy. Yi Yuxin saw Lin Fan's expression and spoke again. Before he died, my adoptive father specifically told us to take care of you as if you were our younger brother. Starting today, you, Lin Fan, will be my Yi Yuxin's younger brother. Oh, I almost forgot to tell you, I'm the eldest sister, and you have 6 more sisters. Upon hearing Yi Yuxin's words, Lin Fan couldn't help but let out a deep breath. He didn't expect that the old man still kept his promise. Although he didn't give him 7 wives, he did give him 7 sisters. As for the 7 sisters of different surnames, they slowly developed into wives, which was a good choice. Just the eldest sister Yi Yuxin alone is a being of immense wealth. It seems that the old scavenger, when he was scavenging, must have been enjoying another kind of pleasure in life. Is this the game of the rich? Lin Fan, I was wrong. Just as Lin Fan was about to get into the car with Yi Yuxin, Huang Yingying rushed out of the coffee shop and shouted. When Huang Yingying learned that Lin Fan was Yi Yuxin's younger brother, she felt immense remorse. If she could, she would have long since devoted herself to Lin Fan. At that time, if Yi Yuxin had let a little money slip through her fingers, it would have been enough to spend for the rest of her life.
Lin Fan, I was wrong. I'm very satisfied with you, let's go out. From the first time I saw you, I fell deeply in love with you. I was just joking with you a moment ago, so don't take it personally.
Huang Yingying ran up to Lin Fan and said loudly. She asked herself if she was still somewhat attractive, and as long as she was willing to lower her price, then there was still a chance. Just as Yi Yuxin was about to have her bodyguard drive Huang Yingying away, Lin Fan just shrugged his shoulders and said, I have no house, no car, and no savings.
Do you still love me?
Love, Huang Yingying answered decisively. In Huang Yingying's heart, she shouted, you don't have any of these things, but Yi Yuxin does.
She's your sister, doesn't everything about her belong to you? Do you deserve to have the keys? Get lost.
Lin Fan said, giving Huang Yingying a cold stare.
How could Lin Fan be interested in such a vain woman? At the
moment he said the word get lost, Lin Fan felt an indescribable sense of comfort in his heart. In the past, he didn't have the confidence to say such things, but now it was completely different. At the same time, Su Shurao had already run out of the coffee shop. However, before he could get close, he was stopped by the bodyguard next to Yi Yuxin. A burly bodyguard waved his fist directly and said, If you come any closer, I'll break both your legs. Su Shurao was shocked by the bodyguard's words and he had to shout loudly.
President Yi, please. Please let me go. Yi Yuxin did not pay any attention to Su Shurao's pleas for mercy.
She just affectionately took Lin Fan's hand and walked towards the most luxurious Rolls-Royce Phantom.
In Yi Yuxin's heart, what if someone who offended her younger brother let him try the taste of family destruction?
After Lin Fan got into the Rolls-Royce Phantom, he felt like he had entered a whole new world.
This is what it feels like to be in a luxury car.
Not only was there a variety of luxurious decorations inside, but there was also a faint, sweet fragrance. The smell of this fragrance made Lin Fan feel carefree and happy.
Do you like it?
Yi Yuxin asked, her gaze falling on Lin Fan. Lin Fan nodded heavily.
Who wouldn't like such a luxury car?
And the lingering fragrance in the air really is very invigorating.
If you like it, you can have it. Yi Yuxin casually handed the keys to Lin Fan. Give it to me?
Looking at the key in his hands, Lin Fan felt a dreamlike sensation. He even pinched himself hard with his hand, and the pain made him understand that everything in front of him was real.
Chapter 3, 100 million yuan pocket money.
Sitting in the back seat of the Rolls-Royce Phantom, Lin Fan looked out the window at the beautiful scenery and felt that he had never been so timid in his life. 7 stunning sisters had fallen from the sky, something that many people only dreamed of. Lin Fan, I have already informed the sisters of your news as our younger brother.
Second Sister Zhao Qing'er will be getting off the plane at 8 o'clock tonight.
You can drive and pick up Sister Qing'er tonight.
Here is a photo. Ye Yuxin handed Lin Fan a photo.
Hearing that only Zhao Qing'er was rushing back, Lin Fan understood that the other 5 sisters might not be able to accept him at once. This was only the most normal thing. However, with his charisma, they would all accept him sooner or later.
Okay.
Lin Fan took the photo and replied very decisively. In the photo, there was a woman wearing a cheongsam. The woman was about 20 years old and exuded an intimidating arrogance. Eldest Sister Ye Yuxin is the overbearing CEO, but I wonder what identity the second Sister Zhao Qing'er is? After enjoying a sumptuous dinner, Lin Fan drove to Baiyun Airport in a Rolls-Royce Phantom. The difference in feeling between driving a luxury car worth tens of millions and a small tricycle worth a few thousand is simply night and day.
10 minutes later, at Baiyun Airport, a handsome figure appeared, instantly attracting the attention of countless people. Oh my god! So handsome!
He is so handsome that I never thought there would be such a handsome man in this world. Handsome, tall and strong, rich, this is really the first choice for a boyfriend. Lin Fan's appearance instantly attracted the attention of countless people. This time, he changed into the designer clothes that Ye Yuxin had prepared for him, and his whole temperament underwent a sea change. However, there were still quite a few young ladies who came up to him and took the initiative to ask to add him as a friend. Lin Fan did not hesitate to refuse in this situation.
Is he that casual? If he is that casual, would he be human?
Lin Fan was holding a plaque with Zhao Qing'er's name written on it. At this time, a young man with a body like a balloon walked over and said, "Hey, old classmate, I didn't expect to run into you. You said we all graduated so long ago, and we actually ran into each other here, what a coincidence." Lin Fan looked at the fat man carefully and couldn't help but say,
"It's you, Xia Yingxi."
Lin Fan remembered Xia Yingxi very clearly. It wasn't because of their close relationship, but there was still a lot of resentment between them. When they were in college, they had been like best friends. However, one day, Lin Fan found out that his first love, Wang Xiaoyan, was sleeping in the same bed with Xia Yingxi. It was because of this incident that Lin Fan and Xia Yingxi completely fell out. "I treated you like a brother, but you slept with my woman.
Are you even human?"
Xia Yingxi glanced at Lin Fan and a smile appeared on his face as he said,
"Ha ha. Lin Fan, you can't hide it. After so many years, you're dressed like a human."
"I forgot to tell you, I just went to Hawaii with Xiaoyan. There was nothing I could do."
"Money makes you do crazy things."
As Xia Yingxi said this, he tugged on a woman next to him who was heavily made up.
This woman was Lin Fan's first love, Wang Xiaoyan.
If it were in the past, Lin Fan would still have a trace of thoughts for Wang Xiaoyan.
However, since Ye Yuxin's appearance, Lin Fan realized that the Wang Xiaoyan in front of him was really ugly.
It's all his own fault for being young and ignorant. If not, how could he possibly fall for such an ugly woman? After a brief moment of absent-mindedness, Wang Xiaoyan quickly looked up with a proud, arrogant expression. She had once been captivated by Lin Fan's handsome appearance, but cruel life had taught her.
Handsome is not something you can eat. Only money is eternal.
Although Xia Yingxi has countless girlfriends, she only needs to get money from him. This time, Wang Xiaoyan and Xia Yingxi went on a trip to Hawaii together, and Xia Yingxi gave her a special gift. Although she had to use her body to pay for the hard work, and she still had a lot of scars on her body. However, it was all worth it. Wang Xiaoyan slowly raised her index finger and deliberately waved it in front of Lin Fan's face and said,
"Have you ever seen a diamond ring the size of a pigeon's egg?
This is a gift from Xia Xiao." Where Wang Xiaoyan said this, she felt a burst of pain in a certain place. This is all a sign of the tiredness from working with Xia Yingxi.
Ha ha.
Lin Fan directly gave Wang Xiaoyan a cold smile. In Lin Fan's heart, what does a diamond ring the size of a pigeon's egg matter?
Not long ago, Ye Yuxin directly gave him 100 million yuan as pocket money. With 100 million yuan pocket money, buying such glass is not a very simple matter.
When Xia Yingxi saw Lin Fan's reaction, he couldn't help but freeze slightly. Because if it were in the past, Lin Fan would definitely be furious, but why is he acting so indifferent now?
This must be an act.
Xia Yingxi blinked his eyes, a smile appeared on his face as he said. Lin Fan, I heard that after you graduated, you went to work as a deliveryman. As an old classmate, how can I not take care of you?
My company is short of a watchman. As long as you perform well, the position of security team leader will definitely be yours.
To be honest, I am now the personnel manager of a branch of Yuxin Group, and I will definitely not treat you badly. At the end of what Xia Yingxi said, he looked up with a proud and upright posture. In Xia Yingxi's heart, spending a few thousand yuan a month to raise a lackey was a great value. Especially since this dog is a former classmate of his, and a dog that he had cheated on his wife with. Watching such a dog wagging its tail and begging for mercy in front of him is definitely a very pleasurable thing.
If you're not interested, please leave. I'm waiting for someone.
Lin Fan looked at Xia Yingxi coldly and said. In the past, he had yearned for Xia Yingxi's life, but now his mentality had undergone a sea change.
Lin Fan's words made Xia Yingxi frown. Wang Xiaoyan leaned intimately against Xia Yingxi's obese body and said.
Lin Fan, in fact, I think Xia Xiao is right. You are still young, and there is naturally no issue with you delivering packages.
However, you are getting older, can you still run? Is delivering packages a promising career?
It is not the same as following Xia Xiao, the company will sooner or later be his.
As long as you are obedient, your future will be bright. Chapter 4, Crushing a Diamond with Your Bare Hands.
Lin Fan, I know you hate us, but Xia Xiao and I sincerely hope that you will be well.
In fact, there is nothing bad about being a dog. You should know that you are now worse off than a dog.
Wang Xiaoyan said at the end, and once again she shook the diamond ring in her hand. When Xia Yingxi heard Wang Xiaoyan belittle Lin Fan like this, he felt a sense of comfort that he couldn't put into words. When they were studying, the handsome Lin Fan was a source of inferiority for him. It was precisely because of this kind of thinking that he was able to get Wang Xiaoyan. After so many years, Xia Yingxi is still enjoying the thrill of using wealth to suppress Lin Fan.
You guys are pretty boring, don't get in my way.
Lin Fan shook his head and said. In Lin Fan's mind, the behavior of Xia Yingxi and Wang Xiaoyan was similar to that of two flies.
Xiao Fan, you come and pick me up.
Just then, a voice of surprise came. With this voice came a woman wearing a tight-fitting dress, with a devilish figure and an angelic face, dragging a suitcase in front of Lin Fan. If Wang Xiaoyan's appearance can barely reach 60 points, then the woman in front of him is definitely a perfect goddess. This woman is no one else but Lin Fan's second sister, Zhao Qing'er. Upon seeing Zhao Qing'er's appearance, Xia Yingxi's eyes immediately froze, and even his breathing became rapid, while a transparent liquid was flowing from the corner of his mouth. Inside Xia Yingxi's heart, he shouted out loudly. Beautiful! How can there be such a beautiful woman in this world? I can't be dreaming. If I get her. Xia Yingxi couldn't bear to think about it anymore. He only felt his mind go blank, and somewhere in his body, he felt directly emptied out. Sister Qing'er, you're back. Lin Fan greeted Zhao Qing'er, and as he spoke, he took the initiative to go forward and help Zhao Qing'er pull her suitcase. Zhao Qing'er saw this and casually pulled the suitcase behind her, a smile appearing on her face as she said. Fan, we're family now, so let me do the suitcase pulling. Lin Fan nodded when he heard Zhao Qing'er's words. Because before coming to pick up Zhao Qing'er, his eldest sister Ye Yuxin had specifically told him. Zhao Qing'er is very concerned about her suitcase. If she doesn't let him help pull it, then don't force her. Family? When Xia Yingxi and Wang Xiaoyan heard the word family, their faces were full of shock. Especially Xia Yingxi. He couldn't help but roar out loud in his heart, why? Why could he find a woman who was 100 times more beautiful than my girlfriend? Oh, heaven and earth. Why are you so unfair? And this woman spoils Lin Fan too much, and she doesn't even let him carry the suitcase. What is going on? If Zhao Qing'er hadn't appeared, Xia Yingxi would have thought that Wang Xiaoyan by his side was barely passable. But after seeing Zhao Qing'er, Xia Yingxi realized that Wang Xiaoyan by his side was really ugly. And she is also the kind of ugly that is off the charts. Xia Yingxi thought quickly in his mind, and in the end he walked up to her and said. This beautiful young lady, I am Xia Yingxi, the Human Resources Manager of the Yuxin Group branch. I am very happy to meet you. Get lost. Zhao Qing'er hurriedly said without even glancing at Xia Yingxi, and she scolded directly. Xia Yingxi was scolded by Zhao Qing'er with the word get lost, and he was instantly dumbfounded.
What is going on? No matter what he said, he was a second-generation rich man with assets of over 10 million, and yet he was being ignored like this. However, Xia Yingxi quickly coughed lightly and said, Miss Qing'er, you don't know, Lin Fan and I were college classmates. He is an orphan and a penniless man, and he cannot give you the happiness you want. If you are willing to follow me, then this diamond ring the size of a pigeon's egg is yours. While saying this, Xia Yingxi directly ripped the diamond ring off Wang Xiaoyan's hand and placed it in his hand to play with it. Although the diamond ring was ripped off, Wang Xiaoyan felt an immense rage in her heart. However, she dared not speak her anger. Xia Yingxi treated her like she was eating fast food, so how could there be any affection? Diamond ring? It's broken glass. Zhao Qing'er glanced at Xia Yingxi and said disdainfully. Xia Yingxi froze for a moment, and then he quickly said loudly. How could it be glass? This is a South African-produced King Kong star, a global collector's edition. I spent $1 million to buy it. Don't talk nonsense, I'll sue you for slander. Give it to me. Zhao Qing'er took a step forward and instantly took the diamond ring in her hands. Don't worry, you'll soon find out how fake your diamond ring really is. As Zhao Qing'er spoke, she closed her right index and middle fingers around the diamond. Crack! A crisp sound rang out, and the diamond instantly shattered into pieces. After this happened, Xia Yingxi and Wang Xiaoyan's mouths instantly opened wide. Diamonds, known as the hardest substance in the world, but the diamond ring in front of them was crushed by someone's bare hands. Is this diamond ring real? That's obviously a fake. Wang Xiaoyan thought back to before, when she had even flaunted the fake diamond ring in Lin Fan's face. She had worked so hard, and had even worn all kinds of outfits to match Xia Yingxi. She never expected that in the end, Xia Yingxi would give her a fake ring. This was truly the height of irony. Zhao Qing'er did not pay any attention to Xia Yingxi and Wang Xiaoyan's surprise. She just took Lin Fan's hand with one hand, holding the suitcase with the other, and said, Lin Fan, let's go. Looking at Lin Fan's back as he was being dragged away by Zhao Qing'er, Xia Yingxi's eyes burned with flames. He was unwilling in his heart. Why in this world could a poor guy find such a pretty girlfriend? And he, a rich second generation, was being ignored like this. Xia Yingxi, you have to explain to me why you gave me a fake diamond ring? You son of a bitch. I have served you so well, but this is how you treat me. Wang Xiaoyan directly yelled at Xia Yingxi. In Wang Xiaoyan's heart, she absolutely could not give anything for nothing. When Xia Yingxi heard Wang Xiaoyan's words, he directly cursed. Get lost, ugly bitch. He was thinking about how to get Zhao Qing'er to fall for him, so why did Wang Xiaoyan have to stir up trouble? Wang Xiaoyan was instantly sobered up by Xia Yingxi's curse. If she loses Xia Yingxi now, then won't she have no chance to make money? This kind of situation absolutely cannot happen, at least not now. Wang Xiaoyan bit her lip and spoke. Dear, don't you just want to see him suffer? I have a way, I'm sure I can make him suffer. Chapter 5, My second sister gave me a diamond ring. My second sister, you're amazing, you can even hold the diamond ring between your fingers. Bai Yun said to Lin Fan outside the airport, looking at Zhao Qing'er with admiration. My eldest sister Ye Yuxin is a domineering CEO, I wonder what my second sister Zhao Qing'er is. It's nothing, look. Zhao Qing'er twirled her finger, and a diamond ring appeared in her hand. This is a diamond ring as a gift for our first meeting. Zhao Qing'er said as she handed the diamond ring to Lin Fan. What on earth is going on? Lin Fan looked at the diamond ring in his hand, his face full of confusion. Seeing Lin Fan's expression, Zhao Qing'er explained. This diamond ring is real. I happen to have a toy ring in my hand, so I switched them. How could something like crushing a diamond with your bare hands have happened? Upon hearing Zhao Qing'er's explanation, Lin Fan nodded lightly. He couldn't help but think in his heart, this second sister of mine can't be the flying thief. If not, how could she have such skills? But what if she is the flying thief? As long as she treats me well, that's fine. This diamond ring was given to me by my second sister, and I need to keep it. I don't lack money anyway. It turns out that receiving a ring from a beautiful woman is really a comfortable feeling. Is this a gift of love? Half an hour later, at the Yi family mansion, Lin Fan was comfortably lying on the luxurious sofa. He used to like to lie down and relax, but now he was lying on a luxurious sofa, and the feeling was so comfortable that it felt like every pore in his body was open. While Lin Fan was enjoying himself, his eldest sister Ye Yuxin and second eldest sister Zhao Qing'er appeared in front of him. Eldest Sister Ye Yuxin had already taken off her office OL uniform and put on casual clothes. Her body is devilishly fit, but it is barely visible, making Lin Fan feel a surge of restlessness in his body. Zhao Qing'er walked over to Lin Fan and said with a smile, "Xiao Fan, I heard your eldest sister say that you haven't found a girlfriend yet, so why don't I introduce one to you?" Just as her second sister Zhao Qing'er finished speaking, her eldest sister Ye Yuxin spoke up. "No, I don't want my only younger brother to be afraid every day. You see, I'm so worried about you that I've even got gray hair. I can't stand it if I get another sister-in-law. This matter is still in the hands of the third sister, she'll be back tomorrow, so leave it to her." As Ye Yuxin said this, she very naturally placed her hand on Lin Fan's shoulder. Lin Fan looked up, and he could clearly see the two giant pandas on Ye Yuxin's chest. This caused Lin Fan's inner strength to almost explode. He roared deep within his heart, "We are not related in the slightest. I am a man, and you are doing this to me. Aren't you worried that I will do what every man would do? My third sister will be back tomorrow, that's great. I'm going to tell her to bring a girlfriend back. As long as no one knows, I can add some spice to her drink. Then won't we be able to cook the rice before it's cooked?" Zhao Qing'er said this while her big, watery eyes blinked desperately. "This is not good, forcing someone to do this is not quite right." Lin Fan shook his head and said. In his heart, he was very curious about who Zhao Qing'er was referring to. Is it to add drugs to the drink of his third sister Ling Xiangyue? Or to add drugs to his third sister's best friend, which is something that is well worth studying? Just as Lin Fan was thinking this, Ye Yuxin spoke. "Lin Fan, what are your plans next? If you like, you can come work for Yuxin Group as general manager." Lin Fan thought for a moment and said, "Big sister, I'd rather keep delivering packages. I want to change my life through my own efforts." Although he now had hundreds of millions of funds at his disposal, he still decided to make a profit through his own labor. Money can make people lose themselves, especially in the face of sudden and huge wealth. Ye Yuxin nodded, and she didn't say another word. She had already secretly decided to give Lin Fan a gift. At 10 o'clock the next morning, Lin Fan drove his Rolls-Royce Phantom towards the Zhongtong Express delivery station. It wasn't that he was deliberately late, but with two beautiful women sleeping next to him, how could he sleep peacefully? Liang Tianpeng, the head of the Zhongtong Express delivery station, was pacing anxiously. This is because he has received notification from above that the new boss will be making an inspection today. The new boss's inspection is an issue that concerns his promotion and job security. It is no exaggeration to say that if the new boss is unhappy, he can be fired at any minute. However, what makes Liang Tianpeng helpless is that Lin Fan has not shown up today. This makes Liang Tianpeng very angry. Click. With a series of screeching brakes, a Rolls-Royce Phantom pulled up to the curb. Seeing the Rolls-Royce Phantom appear, Liang Tianpeng shouted, "Hurry and follow me to greet the boss. You must be on your toes and make no mistakes." In Liang Tianpeng's mind, if someone can drive over in a luxury car worth tens of millions, it can't be the new boss, so who could it be? Liang Tianpeng led a large number of staff members and quickly gathered around the Rolls-Royce Phantom. "Welcome. A warm welcome," Liang Tianpeng shouted. As a veteran of the workplace with more than 10 years of experience, he knew very well that this was what bosses generally liked. As soon as Liang Tianpeng's voice came out, the many staff members around him also shouted loudly, "Welcome, welcome, a warm welcome." Lin Fan, who was sitting in the Rolls-Royce Phantom, couldn't help but freeze slightly when he heard the chorus of welcomes. Is this the treatment for driving a luxury car? This is not normal. Amidst the cheers of Liang Tianpeng and the many staff members, Lin Fan's handsome figure slowly walked down from the Rolls-Royce Phantom. When Liang Tianpeng and the staff saw Lin Fan, their mouths suddenly froze. A thought inevitably popped up in their minds. Could it be that Lin Fan is the new boss? "Manager Liang, what are you doing here? Why isn't anyone delivering packages?" Lin Fan asked. "You know, as a courier, you are paid by the piece. If everyone stays here, isn't that a waste of time, money, and life?" Liang Tianpeng looked up and down at Lin Fan, and after a short while, he spoke. You are the new boss?" Lin Fan heard Liang Tianpeng say this and he already understood what was going on. Apparently, because he had arrived in a Rolls-Royce Phantom, Liang Tianpeng mistakenly thought that he was the new boss. Chapter 6 Come at me. No. Lin Fan replied with a very indifferent shake of his head. Hearing that Lin Fan was not the new boss, Liang Tianpeng could not help but let out a long sigh of relief.
because he had been very mean to Lin Fan before. If Lin Fan was the new boss, then his good days would be over. Cough cough. From this moment on, you don't need to go to work. Liang Tianpeng coughed a few times and cleared his throat. Lin Fan froze for a moment and then inquired. No need to go to work? Why? Although he was indeed late today, the courier company implemented a system of more work, more pay. He didn't have an excessive obsession with work hours. Some couriers often sleep until afternoon before coming to deliver packages. And now, Liang Tianpeng is firing him. What is going on? Liang Tianpeng glanced at Lin Fan and said with a sneer. I am the person in charge of this delivery station, and I can fire whoever I want. You want to bite me? If you've got the balls, come and hit me. Go ahead. Hit me. As Liang Tianpeng said this, he tilted his head back, with an expression of extreme unworthiness. Liang Tianpeng was very envious of Lin Fan's appearance. Right now, Liang Tianpeng saw that Lin Fan had even rented a Rolls-Royce Phantom to show off. This made Liang Tianpeng feel even more uncomfortable. Liang Tianpeng had investigated Lin Fan's identity thoroughly. In Liang Tianpeng's perception, Lin Fan is a penniless bum. Naturally, he wants to trample on such a bum. Screw you. Lin Fan directly lifted his foot and kicked Liang Tianpeng in the stomach. If it were the old Lin Fan, he would definitely swallow his anger. But how could he possibly hold back now? And does he even need to hold back? Liang Tianpeng was kicked to the ground by Lin Fan, and he said, covering his stomach. Lin Fan, you dare to hit me. You? What are you still doing? Hit him. As soon as Liang Tianpeng spoke, the several couriers behind him did not move. In the hearts of these couriers, they were just ordinary workers. Right now, Lin Fan is here in a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Maybe Lin Fan has a special status. As for what conflict Liang Tianpeng has with him, why do they care? At least for now, it seems that what is happening has no effect on them at all. Liang Tianpeng fell to the ground. He saw that the people behind him were slow to act, and he couldn't help but roar. Damn it, why haven't you done anything yet? Do you want to die? Anyone who attacks him will get a 30% pay rise. After Liang Tianpeng said this, two couriers stood up. These two couriers usually fawned over Liang Tianpeng, and now there was an opportunity to make money. How could they miss it? Just as they were about to rush forward and do something to Lin Fan, two other couriers stood in front of Lin Fan. These two couriers, one fat and one thin, usually had a good relationship with Lin Fan. Seeing Lin Fan being treated unfairly, they naturally did not hesitate to step forward. Seeing the fat and thin couriers step forward, Liang Tianpeng could not help but scolded loudly. Fat cow, skinny monkey, what are you doing? If you get out of the way, I can let you keep your jobs. The fat man glanced at Liang Tianpeng and said disdainfully. Pfft, fire me if you want. I, Zhang Dainio, hate it when people call me fat. You heartless beast, you always know how to cut our wages. Put. As Zhang Dainio spoke, he spat at Liang Tianpeng. In Zhang Dainio's mind, it was inevitable that he would be fired anyway, so he might as well do something that would make him happy. But of course, I may be skinny, but I hate it when people call me a monkey. Remember, I'm Monkey Xiaoliang. After saying this, Monkey Xiaoliang imitated Zhang Dainio and spat at Liang Tianpeng. Perhaps due to a technical issue, Monkey Xiaoliang's phlegm did not land on Liang Tianpeng's face. Seeing this, Monkey Xiaoliang did not hesitate to walk up to Liang Tianpeng and spit again. This time, it was accurately spit into Liang Tianpeng's open mouth. Gulu. Liang Tianpeng opened his mouth wide, and the phlegm with a fishy smell naturally entered his mouth. Monkey Xiaoliang usually likes to eat stinky tofu the best, and 10 minutes ago, Monkey Xiaoliang also enjoyed a meal of stinky tofu. The strong stench made Liang Tianpeng feel like throwing up. Xiaoliang, did you eat stinky tofu this morning? Lin Fan patted Monkey Xiaoliang on the shoulder and asked. In Lin Fan's heart, Zhang Dainio and Monkey Xiaoliang still stood up to help him in this situation. No matter what, he had to remember this kindness. Hearing Lin Fan's question, Monkey Xiaoliang nodded heavily and replied. Well, I also ate the kind with an enhanced fragrance. The taste, the fragrance, it was simply the best in the world. Brother Fan, if I have the chance, I'll treat you. I guarantee that you will be full of praise after eating it. As Monkey Xiaoliang said this, he closed his eyes, as if he was reminiscing about the rare delicacy. Lin Fan saw this and smiled and replied, I'll pass, but after this matter is resolved, I'll treat you to the supreme stinky tofu at the Dynasty restaurant once.
Really? Monkey Xiaolian couldn't help but light up. You have to know that Dynasty stinky tofu is one of the top 10 delicacies in the Divine Dragon Kingdom. And the Dynasty restaurant is the most luxurious restaurant in Aoki City.
Just a bowl of Dynasty stinky tofu can cost thousands of dollars, and it's not sold separately. Lin Fan patted his chest and said, of course, Dashio likes Dynasty restaurant's Tianhong braised squab the most, so let's go together and
enjoy it. His bank card has hundreds of millions of funds in it, so what's the difficulty in going to Dynasty restaurant and enjoying it?
When Zhang Dashio and Ho Xiaoliang heard Lin Fan's words, ecstasy appeared on their faces. Because they knew that Lin Fan was a person who kept his promises. Since he had said such a thing, he could definitely do it. Oh, puke. Over there, Liang Tianping heard Lin Fan's conversation with Ho Xiaoliang, and the strong stench made him vomit uncontrollably. After vomiting, Liang Tianping couldn't help but roar loudly.
Damn it!
Kill the three of them for me, and double your salary this month. As Liang Tianping's words came out, the remaining couriers behind him all brightened up at the same time.
Doubling their salary for a month, this was a very attractive offer.
Just as they were about to take action, Zhang Dania spoke up.
Are you sure you want to do anything to Brother Fan? Have you ever thought that Brother Fan drove a Rolls-Royce Phantom worth tens of millions of yuan today? If you do something, he.
Zhang Dania did not continue, but the meaning was already self-evident.
Chapter 7, What's wrong with eating some stinky tofu?
The couriers who had originally wanted to take action against Lin Fan instantly stopped in their tracks. It would be a very bad thing to offend a mysterious rich man for a month's salary. In this society, it would be effortless for a rich man to tease a commoner. Liang Tianping saw that everyone was stunned by Zhang Dania's words, and he couldn't help but scold loudly.
Are you all stupid?
Lin Fan is an orphan.
What background does he have?
His luxury car must be rented.
He rents it to show off.
Zhang Dania took a step forward, a smile appearing on his face.
Rented? I don't think so.
Everyone might as well take a look at this Rolls-Royce Phantom. The shape on it, as well as the materials, were made using the latest titanium. This is a limited edition Rolls-Royce Phantom, and its market value is no less than 30 million.
With a market value of 30 million, would the owner of such a luxury car be short of money? Do you think such a wealthy person would rent out his car for such a small amount of money? If you don't believe me, you can search online.
Zhang Dania looks fat and portly, but he is a car enthusiast. If not, he would not be able to tell at a glance the value of Lin Fan's Rolls-Royce Phantom.
My goodness, it really is a luxury car. This is a limited edition custom Rolls-Royce Phantom, the car of the president of the UXIN Group, the richest man in China.
It has extraordinary defensive capabilities, and its market value is no less than 100 million yuan. After being guided by the search engine, there was a series of exclamations from the crowd. And the way they looked at Lin Fan's gaze had completely changed. Because what Zhang Dania said was not wrong at all. Who would rent a luxury car worth 100 million yuan? And this is the car of Ye Yuxin, the richest person in China. Just what is the relationship between Lin Fan and Ye Yuxin? Many people even began to speculate that Lin Fan is so handsome, it is unlikely that Ye Yuxin is interested in him. If this is true, then isn't Lin Fan even more successful than Brother Fa? Even Liang Tianping's two loyal subordinates subconsciously took a few steps back. In their hearts, Lin Fan has Ye Yuxin as his towering tree. If they take action, will they still have a way out? This car belongs to President Yi? You must have stolen her car. I knew it. Why does this car feel so familiar? You're a car thief. That's right, you're a car thief. Liang Tianping said, and in the end, he fell into a state of madness. In Liang Tianping's heart, he absolutely did not believe that the orphan Lin Fan would have any kind of relationship with Ye Yuxin. Rumbling. At the same time, the sound of an exploding luxury car came. Then a BMW drove up from afar and stopped in front of Lin Fan and the others. When he saw the BMW appear, Liang Tianping's face suddenly changed. Because for this BMW, Liang Tianping knew that it was his sister Liang Yunfang's ride. The reason why Liang Tianping could become the person in charge of this delivery site was entirely due to his sister's merit. It was also because of his sister that he was so arrogant. Just as Liang Tianping was in a daze, two pretty figures got out of the BMW. The owners of these two figures were both wearing office uniforms, and they looked like a beautiful sight.
Liang Tianping confirmed that one of them was his sister, Liang Yunfang. Liang Tianping quickly got up from the ground and walked towards her.
"Sister, you're here,"
Liang Tianping said with a flattering expression after walking up to Liang Yunfang.
Liang Yunfang couldn't help but frown when she heard Liang Tianping call out to her.
"Liang Zhuzhu, this is the Secretary General of the Yuxin Group, Shang Wanroqing."
As Liang Yunfang said this, she subconsciously glanced at the woman beside her. When she saw that the woman's expression was normal, she couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief.
"You have to know that the Yuxin Group has now acquired the entire Zhongtong Express in Qingmu City. And Shangguan Rongru is Ye Yuxin's favorite person."
It is no exaggeration to say that if Shangguan Rongru says a word, the two of them will be kicked out of Zhongtong Express. After receiving Liang Yunfang's hint, Liang Tianping walked up with a smile on his face and held out his hand.
"Hello, Secretary General Shangguan.
I have heard of Miss Shangguan's name for a long time, and it is truly an honor to meet you today." Shangguan tenderly glanced at Liang Tianping, and just as she was about to extend her hand to shake hands with Liang Tianping, Liang Tianping let out a strong stench from his mouth, which made her frown and say,
"Stay away from me, I hate the smell of stinky tofu." As soon as Shangguan tenderly said this, Liang Yunfang couldn't help but glare at Liang Tianping fiercely. In her heart, she couldn't help but curse, "You horse, don't you know what day it is? You even ate stinky tofu. I'll see how I fix you later." Liang Tianping couldn't help but glare fiercely in the direction where Ho Xiaoliang was.
In Liang Tianping's heart, he had finally had the opportunity to shake hands with the goddess.
But it was just ruined by Ho Xiaoliang.
What's the deal with that? Seeing Liang Tianping lose face in front of Shangguan Roqing, Lin Fan's mouth curled up into a smile as he said, "Director Liang, I did remind you that there would be VIPs coming today.
You said it was fine, just eat some stinky tofu, so what?"
"So what?" Lin Fan emphasized the last three words as he spoke. In his heart, he already knew that there was no chance for him to work here anymore.
Now that there was a chance to get revenge, how could he possibly miss it? Ha 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 ha. As Lin Fan's words came out, Zhang Daniu and Ho Xiaoliang couldn't help but burst out laughing. Shangguan Roqing's eyebrows furrowed even more, and she looked at Liang Yunfang and said coldly,
"Liang Yunfang, I want Liang Tianping to be transferred to Zhongtong Express headquarters as the deputy manager, and this matter must be put on hold. This person must pass the personnel assessment before he can do so." When Shangguan Rongru's tender words came out, Liang Yunfang's face changed. Liang Yunfang knew that Shangguan Rongru's words meant that Liang Tianping would not get the promotion. Although Liang Yunfang really wanted to fight for Liang Tianping, she still agreed. "Okay, I'll do whatever the Secretary General says." If Liang Tianping hadn't called her sister, then she would definitely have said good things for Liang Tianping. But at this time, she must avoid suspicion. If she is not careful, it could lead to a fire. Liang Tianping's face changed, and he pointed at Lin Fan and shouted, "Lin Fan, you're talking nonsense, I haven't even eaten stinky tofu. You're no longer an employee of Zhongtong Express, so get the hell out of here." When Shangguan Roqing heard the two words Lin Fan, her heart couldn't help but tremble, and her gaze instantly fell on Lin Fan. Chapter 8, The Awesome Big Sister. "Liang Tianping, you can be fired. Pay me my wages and I'll leave immediately." Lin Fan glanced at Liang Tianping and said very calmly. He really didn't lack money at the moment, but he had worked hard to earn his wages, so how could he not get them back? Shangguan Roqing's gaze fell on Lin Fan, and a smile appeared on her face as she sighed. "Lin Fan, you are Lin Fan. You are even more handsome than in the photos." Shangguan's tender smile instantly melted the hearts of many of the boys present. Beauty is indeed a rare thing. You have to understand that Shangguan has been around for a long time, and she has always had a stern face, and she even showed Liang Tianping disgust. But now, Shangguan is smiling at Lin Fan. What is going on? Secretary General, this Lin Fan is a penniless man. By the way, do you see that Rolls-Royce Phantom is President Ye's car? This Lin Fan stole President Ye's luxury car to show off, and the police arrested him. We must definitely call the police and have him arrested. Liang Tianping shouted, pointing at Lin Fan. As he spoke, a look of smugness appeared in his eyes. In Liang Tianping's heart, he was the hero who had recovered Ye Yuxin's luxury car. In that case, how would Ye Yuxin treat him badly? If the opportunity arose, he could also get to know Ye Yuxin, have a sweet date, and show off his own great abilities.
Finally, he would marry Ye Yuxin and reach the pinnacle of life. If Liang Tianping's girlfriend knew what he was thinking, she would definitely slap him without hesitation. What are you thinking? A toothpick, 1 second of combat effectiveness, is that considered powerful? Screw you. Just as Liang Tianping was fantasizing like this, Shangguan Rongtou took a step forward, lifted her foot and kicked Liang Tianping directly in the face. Liang Tianping's entire body instantly flew backwards, and then he fell heavily to the ground.
Shangguan Rongtou appeared to be quiet and gentle, but in reality, she was a special forces soldier.
She has no issue fighting one person against 10 ordinary people. Pop. Liang Tianping was kicked by Shangguan Rongtou and fell heavily to the ground.
He only felt a sweet taste in his throat, and a mouthful of blood directly spurted out.
Brother, how do you feel?
Liang Yunfang saw this and hurriedly ran to Liang Tianping's side and asked with concern.
I feel so much pain. Sister, you must take charge for me.
These two people splashed people, kill them. Liang Tianping covered his chest, his face pale as white paper, he said in a trembling voice. As he spoke, he deliberately pointed at Lin Fan and Shangguan Rongru. Liang Yunfang supported Liang Tianping, her face full of anger as she glared at Shangguan Rongru and cursed.
Shangguan Rongru, even though you are the Secretary General, you cannot just hit people at will. I will report this matter, and I don't believe President Yi will let you do whatever you want. Shangguan Wanqing didn't even glance at Liang Yunfang.
She just walked quickly over to Lin Fan and said with a concerned expression.
Lin Xiao, are you hurt? As Shangguan Wanqing shouted Lin Xiao, many people present were dumbfounded. Who is Shangguan Wanqing?
She is the Secretary General of Yuxin Group and the current favorite of the richest man, Ye Yuxin. But she actually called Lin Fan Lin Xiao.
In that case, can Lin Fan's identity be simple? No, thank you.
Lin Fan shook his head and replied. The tall, slender figure of the current Shangguan Roqing, with her pretty face and long, slender thighs encased in black stockings, was a 90-point-plus beauty.
However, Shangguan Roqing did not strike Lin Fan as being very impressive.
Shangguan Rongtou is a beautiful woman, but in terms of temperament, she is far inferior to his eldest sister Ye Yuxin.
After confirming that Lin Fan was unharmed, Shangguan Rongtou couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief.
And the look she gave Lin Fan was a little more tender.
Handsome, gentle, and well-read and polite. Such a man would definitely be the best choice for a boyfriend.
After repeatedly confirming that Lin Fan was not in any danger, Shangguan Rongtou glanced along at everyone present and then said loudly. This Rolls-Royce Phantom was indeed President Ye's, but not long ago, the president had given it to her younger brother, Lin Xiao. I announce that from today onwards, the person in charge here is Lin Xiao.
In addition, Liang Yunfang and Liang Tianping are to be fired immediately. Shangguan Rongru's words were forceful.
In the heart of Shangguan Rongru, Liang Tianping dared to falsely accuse Lin Fan of being a car thief. Does he still have the qualifications to stay at Zhongtong Express?
As for Liang Yunfang, fire her too.
Who let her have such a pitiful brother?
After Shangguan Rongru's words came out, Liang Yunfang was dumbfounded.
You have to know that she paid a lot of price in order to become the manager of Zhongtong Express headquarters. Especially to deal with the previous perverted boss. In the toilet, in the woods, on the bus, in the fields, Liang Yunfang has paid a lot of hard work. But this time, with one sentence from Shangguan Rongru, she was fired. Clap, 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 clap. Zhang Dainio and Ho Xiaoliang had originally thought that they would be forced to leave. Although they had indeed suffered a lot of abuse from Liang Tianping in the past, the advantage was the high salary. Now that Lin Fan had become the new supervisor of this site, they naturally did not have to leave. Lin Fan looked up at Shangguan Tenderness and asked. Secretary General, what's going on? My eldest sister bought the entire Zhongtong Express? Shangguan Tenderness nodded heavily and said. Well, the president said that she will let you practice here first, and once the time is ripe, she will let you take care of the entire Zhongtong Express group in Aoki City. When Shangguan Ren said this, a hint of envy appeared on her face. Having a sister who is the richest person in the world, something that others dream of having, is not a problem at all. Zhang Dainio, Ho Xiaoliang, and the others also had a hint of envy on their faces.
Some even growled in their hearts, why does Lin Fan have such a powerful sister, but they don't? However, the faces of the two couriers Huang Wentian and Li Wenlong turned as sour as dried bitter melons. They were all loyal lackeys of Liang Tianpeng. They obeyed Liang Tianpeng's orders and stood up to prepare to take action against Lin Fan. Now that Liang Tianpeng is completely finished, can they still work here?
Lin Xiao, it was my fault for not recognizing your talent.
Please forgive me. Liang Tianpeng fell to his knees before Lin Fan and begged for mercy. Chapter 9, If you have something to do, ask your secretary to do it.
Lin Xiao, I have an old man and a young child, please don't fire me.
I will be your slave in the future. Liang Tianpeng shouted as he knelt on the ground. If you lose your job, you can always find another one.
But for someone like Liang Tianpeng, who has neither the skills nor the ability, where would he find a job that pays over 10,000 yuan a month? Hearing Liang Tianpeng's plea for mercy, Lin Fan did not even look at him and said directly,
"Get out. You guys get rid of him and that woman. If they dare to come over, beat them to death."
As soon as Lin Fan spoke, Zhang Wentian and Li Wenlong stood up at once.
They quickly ran up to Liang Tianpeng and Liang Yunfang and said, "Please leave."
In the hearts of Huang Wentian and Li Wenlong, they understood that this was a good opportunity for them to redeem themselves. If they missed it, they would never have such an opportunity again. Seeing the two of them stand up, Liang Tianpeng couldn't help but scold.
"Huang Wentian, Li Wenlong, what do you mean by this? How have I treated you in the past?
I have increased your monthly salary by 20%.
Do you still have a conscience for doing this?"
Li Wenlong glanced at Liang Tianpeng and a sneer appeared on his face as he said,
"Liang Tianpeng, you talk a good talk.
It's true that you have increased our wages by 20%, but you have taken away 10%. As soon as Li Wenlong's words came out, Huang Wentian gave him a sharp look.
Li Wenlong understood immediately and hurriedly waved his hand and said,
"No, Liang Tianpeng is spewing nonsense. We all worked hard to earn our wages." Lin Fan heard every word Li Wenlong said, and he spoke directly.
"Huang Wentian, Li Wenlong, just get out of here.
If you dare to come back, I will hire a professional to audit your past wages." In Lin Fan's heart, black sheep like these simply cannot be allowed to stay. In no time at all, Huang Wentian and Li Wenlong left, each carrying Liang Yunfang and Liang Tianpeng.
Shangguan Roqing greatly appreciated Lin Fan's actions.
If she were Lin Fan, she would have done the same. After Shangguan Roqing and Lin Fan had added each other on WeChat, she waved at Lin Fan and said, "Lin Xiao, I'll leave the whole thing in your hands.
If there is anything, you can give me a call, and I will help you solve it."
After saying this, Shangguan Roqing subconsciously glanced at the location where Liang Yunfang had previously parked the BMW. However, Liang Yunfang and the others had already left in disgrace, and the BMW had naturally been driven away.
"Secretary General, can you drive?"
Lin Fan saw this and said with a smile.
Although Shangguan Roqing didn't understand why Lin Fan was asking this way, she still answered truthfully.
After hearing Shangguan Roqing's reply, Lin Fan handed the keys to the Rolls-Royce Phantom to Shangguan Roqing and said, "Then you drive it first, and drive it back to my eldest sister's house later." In Lin Fan's heart, Shangguan Roqing had helped him.
Moreover, Shangguan Roqing was someone that Ye Yuxin trusted, so there would naturally be no issues with giving her the Rolls-Royce Phantom to drive for a while.
"Okay, thank you." Shangguan Roqing was not being coy, she directly took the keys Lin Fan handed her and said.
Shangguan Ruyan had to hurry back to the headquarters to report this matter. After Shangguan Ruyan left in the Rolls-Royce Phantom, many couriers surrounded Lin Fan.
"Brother Fan, you have hidden it well enough. You are actually the brother of the richest man, which is really a rich man among the rich. Yes, Brother Fan, I have offended you in the past, but you must not hold it against me." In response to the compliments of the crowd, Lin Fan simply waved his hand and said, "I announce that starting today, the price of all orders will be increased by 10% of the original price.
The more you work, the more you earn.
Good, get to work immediately.
Making money is the way to go."
After Lin Fan said this, everyone present expressed their excitement. A 10% increase in the price of the order is directly equivalent to a 10% increase in their wages. Lin Fan did this after careful calculation. On the surface, this improves the welfare of the couriers and the profits of this delivery point are damaged. But in reality, as long as the couriers deliver more packages, the money can be easily earned back. After the many couriers cheered, they began their new day's work. As a courier, it is their scope of responsibility to safely deliver the package to the customer. Zhang Dainio and Ho Xiaoliang both wanted to leave, but were stopped by Lin Fan. Dainio and Xiaoliang, remember after work tonight, Dynasty Restaurant, my treat. In Lin Fan's heart, since he had said it, he would definitely do it. Zhang Dainio readily agreed. However, Monkey Xiaoliang was slightly stunned, but finally nodded and said, Brother Fan, your identity is too awesome. We. Lin Fan saw Monkey Xiaoliang's expression of reluctance, and he reached out his hand and patted Monkey Xiaoliang on the shoulder and said, Xiaoliang, I know what you're thinking. Even if I'm the brother of the richest man, we're still brothers. Just now, in that situation, you guys still had the courage to stand up. I will remember this. Monkey Xiaoliang nodded and didn't say anything else. Instead, Zhang Dainio laughed and said, Brother Fan, why don't you recruit a pretty secretary? Then, when you have things to do, you can let the secretary do them, and when you're not busy, you can do the secretary. What are you thinking? Things that are not above board are not good. Lin Fan reached out and gave Zhang Dainio a light tap on the head. And being the secretary, something that sounds like it's not a very good thing. But if it really is the case, it must be a really good thing. Zhang Dainio let out a lewd smile, and he didn't say anything. Lin Fan saw this and said, Dainio, you post a job ad and recruit a girl. This inventory work should be done by a girl. In Lin Fan's mind, this trivial inventory work should be left to a girl. When Zhang Dainio heard Lin Fan's words, a smile appeared on his face, and he quickly patted his chest and said, Brother Fan, don't worry, I promise you, I will definitely recruit a beautiful woman. At that time, you can. Zhang Dainio's words did not continue, but the meaning was already self-evident. Meanwhile, in a nearby off-road vehicle, Su Shirao's gaze fixedly stared at Lin Fan's location. Under Ye Yuxin's strong suppression, the Su family went bankrupt overnight, and Su Shirao immediately fell to the brink of madness. Chapter 10, Third Sister, Give me a full body check. Su Shirao's eyes were filled with blazing flames, and his hand gripping the steering wheel kept shaking. Su Shirao did not act immediately, but was looking for the right opportunity. He knew very well that if he drove and killed Lin Fan in broad daylight, then he would be unable to escape as well. Time passed by minute, and night began to fall. Since Zhang Dainio and Ho Xiaoliang were out delivering packages, Lin Fan told them to hurry directly to the Dynasty restaurant. He, on the other hand, walked to the Dynasty restaurant. It took no more than 5 minutes to walk from the Zhongtong Express delivery station to the Dynasty restaurant. However, in these 5 short minutes, Su Shirao found an excellent opportunity. I'll run you over, I'll run you over. Su Shirao shouted as he saw Lin Fan enter an unfrequented street. He slammed on the accelerator. With a crisp sound, Lin Fan was sent flying backwards, his body instantly covered in blood. After knocking Lin Fan flying, Su Shirao did not dare to check if Lin Fan was already dead, but instead drove off at high speed. Soon after he left, a pale green light from the jade pendant in the shape of a dragon seeped into Lin Fan's body. 4 hours later, outside the emergency room of the First People's Hospital of Aoki City, Ye Yuxin, the eldest sister, Zhao Qing'er, the second sister, and Shangguan Roqing, the secretary general, were anxiously waiting. The door to the operating room opened, and a young girl in a white lab coat walked out. This young girl was Lin Fan's third sister, Ling Xiangyue. Ling Xiangyue, the vice president of the First People's Hospital of Qingmu City, has the title of Divine Doctor in Beauty. Ye Yuxin approached and asked, Third sister, how is Fan? Ling Xiangyue shook her head and replied, The situation is not good, I'm afraid. Ling Xiangyue did not continue, but the meaning was already self-evident. Ye Yuxin gritted her teeth and a ferocious look appeared on her face as she said, Damn it, Su Shirao, I must kill him. Kill him. Ye Yuxin said, finally, her eyes revealed a strong murderous intent, and her shoulders kept trembling with anger. Zhao Qing'er patted Ye Yuxin on the shoulder and said with a determined look on her face, Big sister, let me handle the killing. I will slowly torture him to death. For now, let's go in and see how Xiaofan is doing. Ling Xiangyue lowered her head and didn't say anything, because after Zhao Qing'er said those words, Su Shirao was already in a situation where he could not escape and was doomed to die. Because in this world, there is no one that Zhao Qing'er cannot kill. However, the most important thing right now is still Lin Fan's condition. In the operating room, Lin Fan lay on the hospital bed, and an ancient and mysterious voice rang in his head. Heaven and earth are merciless, treating all things as straw dogs. I never thought that the descendants of this emperor would fall to such a state. Lin Fan, starting today, I will bestow upon you the path of cultivation and the Qing Emperor's immortal technique. I hope you will cultivate diligently to restore the glory of the Qing Emperor. As this voice resounded, Lin Fan's injuries began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye, while in his mind appeared the cultivation method for the Qing Emperor's immortal technique. The Qing Emperor's immortal technique is a divine-level cultivation method created by the Qing Emperor, the strongest being in the chaos immortal realm. After practicing it to a small extent, the body becomes as strong as steel. After practicing it to a medium extent, one can use the Emperor's Qi to heal and save lives. After practicing it to a large extent, one can move mountains and fill seas. After practicing it to perfection, one can live forever. Half an hour later, Lin Fan slowly opened his eyes. He felt full of strength all over his body, and the pain in his body had long since disappeared without a trace. He woke up. As Lin Fan just opened his eyes, an excited voice came over. With the sound of the nurse's voice, Ye Yuxin, Zhao Qing'er, Ling Xiangyue, and Shangguan Rongru rushed in. Among them, Zhao Qing'er rushed to Lin Fan and then hugged her tightly in her arms, asking with concern, "Lin Fan, how do you feel?" Lin Fan was embraced by Zhao Qing'er, and he could only feel a sense of tenderness and fullness coming from his face. This was the first time he had come into contact with a woman's pair of great pandas. Just as Lin Fan was enjoying it, the voice of his third sister, Ling Xiangyue, came over. "Second sister, you let go, you're holding down Xiaofan, you'll smother her alive. You know very well how big you are there. I'm a doctor, let me give him a full body checkup," Ling Xiangyue said as she pulled Zhao Qing'er away. Ling Xiangyue was full of curiosity about her younger brother in front of her. Although she and Lin Fan were only meeting for the first time, she felt a sense of familiarity from Lin Fan. "A full body checkup, this is unnecessary." Lin Fan subconsciously covered the important parts of his body and said. In Lin Fan's heart, in front of so many beautiful women, it seems inappropriate to do a full body checkup. "Lin Fan, I forgot to tell you, I am your third sister, Ling Xiangyue. It is only natural for a sister to examine her brother's body, not to mention the fact that I am a doctor. In order to find out your physical condition, I must examine you." Ling Xiangyue looked up with a righteous expression on her face and said. Lin Fan subconsciously glanced at Ye Yuxin, Zhao Qing'er and Shangguan Roqing and said, "But what about them? I am the eldest, second, sister, we are family, and it is our duty to care about your physical condition." Ye Yuxin and Zhao Qing'er said in unison. In the hearts of Ye Yuxin and Zhao Qing'er, they were really curious about Lin Fan's physical condition. In their hearts, Lin Fan was their only younger brother, and naturally they wanted to spoil him rotten. Lin Fan couldn't help but reach out his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead, while the power within his body seemed to be erupting. "Mommy mommy hong." In the end, Lin Fan could only silently recite the Great Compassion mantra a few times to suppress the power within his body. Lin Fan's gaze fell on Shangguan Roqing, and he pointed at her and said, "What about her?" Ye Yuxin, Zhao Qing'er, and Ling Xiangyue are his sisters, and it is understandable that they want to conduct a full body check on themselves. But what is the deal with Shangguan Roqing? You have to understand that Shangguan Rongru is only Ye Yuxin's secretary, is there a need for her to stay here? Ye Yuxin, Zhao Qing'er and Ling Xiangyue quickly looked at Shangguan Rongru, as if they were asking her the same thing. Cough. Shangguan Rongru coughed softly and said, "Lin Xiao lent me the Rolls-Royce Phantom, and only then did he get into trouble. This matter started with me, and I will take responsibility. If Lin Xiao loses some ability, I can take care of him for the rest of my life." Chapter 11, A Secretary with Nothing to Do. I can take care of him for the rest of his life, Shangguan Tenderness said. At the end, she lowered her head, but her face was flaming, just like a ripe red apple. Ye Yuxin couldn't help but freeze for a moment when she heard Shangguan Tenderness say this. Shangguan Tenderness was ostensibly her secretary general, but her true identity was one that could not be touched in general. Ye Yuxin couldn't help but think in her mind, if Xiaofan marries Shangguan Tenderness, this will be a great event. Pa, what am I thinking? Why would I think that Xiaofan would lose his ability in some way? Lin Fan simply lay down on the bed and closed his eyes. Okay. You win. Lin Fan asked himself, with his strong capital, he naturally would not be timid. 1 minute later, Lin Fan appeared in front of the women, completely naked. So big. Ling Xiangyue couldn't help exclaiming. In fact, not only did Ling Xiangyue think this, Ye Yuxin, Zhao Qing'er and Shangguan Roqing also thought the same. Lin Fan looked up and said with his head held high. Third sister, you are a doctor, you have to help me check properly. Since it has already been seen, there is naturally nothing to be shy about. Ling Xiangyue nodded heavily, then extended her slender hand and gently ran it over Lin Fan's skin. After 3 minutes, Ling Xiangyue said with a very sure look. Well, you're healthy and everything is normal. You can leave the hospital tomorrow. Lin Fan saw this and waved his hand, saying, I told you, I'm fine. Zhao Qing'er's gaze fell on Lin Fan's bulge and said, Xiao Fan, the person who hit you has been found out. It was Su Shurao who did it. Do you want me to kill him? Lin Fan waved his hand and said, Do you know where he is? I will deal with him myself. Lin Fan felt an incredibly mysterious power within his body. In the past, he did need his sisters to protect him, but from this moment on, he would constantly improve his own strength. Only in this way could he protect his 7 beautiful sisters like heavenly beings. And personally killing Su Shurao was the beginning of him becoming stronger. Zhao Qing'er nodded lightly in reply when she heard Lin Fan say this. It's not clear yet, but I'll let you know as soon as I hear anything. In a short while, Ling Xiangyue was pulled out of the ward by Ye Yuxin. Ye Yuxin looked around and then whispered. Third sister, you never lie. You know best about Fan's condition before. How come he's so energetic now? Ling Xiangyue nodded heavily and replied. I don't know the details. Maybe he had a unique encounter like Sixth Sister. But, Big Sister, you should still send someone to protect him. Maybe Su Shurao will find an opportunity to do something to him. Speaking of Sixth Sister Huang Zihai, Ye Yuxin couldn't help but show a trace of envy on her face. Sixth Sister's opportunities are indeed good. Alas, I haven't seen her in a long time. I wonder when she'll be back. Ling Xiangyue gave a faint smile, and she reached out her hand to brush her hair back. Big Sister, you don't need to worry. Sixth Sister is very clever. When she returns, she might already be a high-ranking immortal. Ye Yuxin nodded and did not continue. The next morning, Ling Xiangyue personally helped Lin Fan with the hospital discharge procedures. Big Sister Ye Yuxin did not come to pick him up because of work at the company. As for second sister Zhao Qing'er, she went to investigate Su Shurao's hiding place. Third sister Ling Xiangyue needed to be at the hospital for a consultation, so naturally she couldn't leave. As a result, Lin Fan was the only one to leave the hospital alone. Click. Just as Lin Fan had left the hospital, a Rolls-Royce Phantom pulled up in front of him. The window rolled down, and a pretty face appeared in Lin Fan's eyes. Secretary General, you've come to pick me up. Seeing the person coming, Lin Fan greeted him with a big smile. Well, Shangguan Ren nodded, and her face suddenly turned red. Although Shangguan Ren had once lived on the edge for a period of time, she had never seen that special part of a man before. And she had never seen such a big dragon before. Lin Fan opened the car door and then sat in the passenger seat with a big smile. Seeing this, Shangguan Ren bit her silver teeth and said, President Yi knows that you are looking to hire a secretary, so she asked me to be your secretary. And I will be responsible for protecting your safety. Protecting me? You? Lin Fan looked at Shangguan Rongru with incomprehension. If it was Ye Yuxin, Lin Fan's elder sister, who asked Shangguan Rongru to be his secretary, then it would be understandable. Ye Yuxin did this because she wanted to be able to rely on her secretary in times of trouble, and to be able to rely on her secretary when there was no trouble. However, what did it mean to have Shangguan Rongru, a charming and beautiful secretary, protect her? I used to be a special forces mercenary, and I can fight 10 people without issue. If you weren't in trouble because you lent me your car, I wouldn't protect you. Shangguan Roching gave Lin Fan a cold stare before speaking. Lin Fan nodded. He never would have guessed that the seemingly weak and feeble Shangguan Roching was actually a special forces mercenary. And if he let Shangguan Roching stay by his side, wouldn't that be like having a secretary do things when there was nothing to do? Shangguan Rongru was stared at by Lin Fan, and when she thought about the huge creature she saw last night, her little heart started pounding. She coughed softly and said, Cough cough, let's go back to the headquarters of the Yuxin group first, as there is still work there that needs to be handed over. In addition, the president still has something important to tell you. Upon hearing Shangguan Rongru say this, Lin Fan nodded lightly. Although he was eager to find Su Shurao and get rid of him, this matter could not be rushed. The Rolls-Royce Phantom drove quickly, and Lin Fan and Shangguan Roching arrived at the headquarters of the Yuxin group in no time. After learning that Ye Yuxin was in a meeting, Shangguan Roching asked Lin Fan to wait in the president's office. She, on the other hand, went to hand over the work at hand. Sitting in the exclusive boss chair of his eldest sister Ye Yuxin, Lin Fan could still smell the unique fragrance on Ye Yuxin's body. This made Lin Fan can't help but exclaim in his heart, the richest man in Shenlong country, the president of the Yuxin group, and the youngest entrepreneur. His younger sister is really something. If it were before, Lin Fan would still feel inferior in his heart, but after obtaining the inheritance of the Green Emperor, his state of mind has undergone earth-shattering changes. In the past, he was unable to protect his 7 sisters, but now it's completely different. Starting today, he will work hard to become stronger and protect his loved ones. Bang 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 bang. Just as Lin Fan was marveling in his heart, a series of knocks on the door sounded. Chapter 12, You're a Thief. Come in. Lin Fan said. As the office door opened, a middle-aged man and a young man walked in. It's you? Lin Fan, why are you here? Is this the kind of place you can come to? After the young man walked in, his gaze immediately fell on Lin Fan, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. The person who was now in the president's office was no one else but Xia Yingxi and his father Xia Tianlong. You know him? Xia Tianlong glanced at Lin Fan and then at Xia Yingxi and asked. Xia Tianlong was very curious as to how Lin Fan was here. You have to know that this is Ye Yuxin's exclusive office, and it is basically impossible for ordinary people to come in. The reason why he was able to come here was because he owned 1% of the shares of Yuxin Group. Don't underestimate this 1% of the shares. It is precisely because of this 1% of the shares that Xia Tianlong has a wealth of tens of billions. Zai Shenlong came to see Ye Yuxin this time to report on his work. As for bringing Xia Yingxi along, the purpose was to let them get to know each other. Zai Shenlong knew that Ye Yuxin was still single, so if Xia Yingxi could win her heart, wouldn't that be a great piece of good news? Right now, a man appeared in Ye Yuxin's exclusive office, and he was also a handsome man who was explosive. This made Zai Shenlong feel an unprecedented threat. When Xia Yingxi heard Xia Tianlong's question, a look of disdain appeared on his face as he said, Dad, this is Lin Fan, a penniless man. He now delivers packages, and I guess he is delivering it up here, sneaking up to see if there are any valuable items to steal. You have no idea, when we were in school, there were frequent thefts at our school. When Xia Tianlong heard that Lin Fan was a delivery man, he couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. A delivery man? What kind of person is qualified to compete with his son for a woman? Xia Tianlong looked at Lin Fan and said with a laugh. Ha ha. So it turns out that you are a thief. I will have the security guard come up here and arrest you and throw you in jail for a few days. In Xia Tianlong's mind, as long as Lin Fan was proven to be a thief, then Ye Yuxin would be even less likely to be interested in Lin Fan. Thinking about this, Xia Tianlong could not help but feel proud of his own wisdom. Xia Yingxi, you've gone too far. Lin Fan took a step forward and raised his hand without hesitation. Pop. With a crisp slap, Xia Yingxi was instantly sent flying several meters away. Lin Fan was about to test out his current strength. Since Xia Yingxi had come up to him, he could not help but satisfy him. Zai Shenlong looked at his son Xia Yingxi, who had been knocked into the air by Lin Fan and fell heavily to the ground, with a clearly visible 5-fingered mark on his face. He couldn't help but point at Lin Fan and roar, "What a heartless person! You thief, not only do you steal things, you also hit people. Today, I'll see how you leave Yuxin Group." While Zai Shenlong was talking, he took out his phone and dialed a number. Lin Fan did not stop Xia Tianlong's actions. With his current skills, he could have easily snatched Xia Tianlong's phone away. However, he did not do so. The entire Yuxin group belonged to Ye Yuxin, and Xia Tianlong could mobilize them, so they must be his trusted people. In that case, they should all be eliminated to prevent them from doing harm to Ye Yuxin in the future. Of course, there was also one more thing, and that was that he was very curious about how good his current skills were. According to the legacy of the Green Emperor, his combat effectiveness now means that he has no issue taking down 8 or 10 special combat soldiers by himself. However, he still needs to put this into practice to get the answer he wants. As soon as the phone connected, a slightly fawning voice came over the line. "Manager Xia, this is Security Captain Huang." Xia Tianlong cleared his throat and said with a righteous expression. "Huang, gather the men here immediately. There is a thief in the president's office." Captain Huang's voice quickly came through the receiver. "Manager Xia, please rest assured, I will bring my brothers over right away." After putting down the phone, Xia Tianlong's face revealed a trace of smugness as he looked at Lin Fan and said, "Ha ha. Damn thief, just wait until you clean your ass and spend the rest of your life in jail." As Xia Tianlong said this, he already started imagining good things in his head. As long as he catches Lin Fan, he can take credit in front of Ye Yuxin. In this way, won't he be able to win the heart of Ye Yuxin? As long as he wins the heart of Ye Yuxin, won't he be able to become the husband of the richest man? Just think about it, this kind of wonderful life, that really is a cool existence. As for the matter of introducing Xia Yingxi to Ye Yuxin, which he had previously thought about, Zai Shenlong had long since forgotten about it. You don't know when you're dead. You think you're an old man, I won't beat you. Looking for a beating? Lin Fan said while raising his hand and kicking Xia Tianlong without hesitation. In his mind, for such scum, keeping his two balls would only be a scourge for 1,000 years. Ah! Lin Fan's kick instantly made Xia Tianlong fall to the ground, covering the injured area and letting out a sound of wailing. Lin Fan, you! Xia Yingxi looked at Lin Fan with terrified eyes. Was the Lin Fan in front of him really the poor boy he knew before? In less than 3 minutes, the security team leader Huang Xiaowan led dozens of security guards armed with iron bars and rushed in. Under normal circumstances, Captain Huang and the others would not dare to go to the CEO's office. However, there was now an opportunity to show off, so how could they miss it? When Captain Huang and the others rushed in, the scene in front of them shocked them. Xia Tianlong was covering the area of his testicles, and there was a large pool of blood, which meant that he was completely ruined for life. Xia Yingxi, on the other hand, was lying on the ground, not daring to move at all, and there was a bright red handprint on his face. When Xia Yingxi saw Captain Huang and the many security guards appear, he scrambled to his feet and then pointed his finger at Lin Fan and shouted, "Xiao Wan, this is the delivery man." He took the opportunity of delivering the package to sneak in here and commit a burglary. When we caught him, he not only injured me, but also crippled my father's balls. You guys catch him and send him to jail. Yes, that's right, send him to jail. As Xia Yingxi spoke, he subconsciously hid behind Captain Huang and the others. In Xia Yingxi's heart, he was really worried about whether Lin Fan would continue to attack him. Chapter 13 Big Sisters Protecting Her Child. Kid, you're pretty ruthless. Security team leader Huang Yuanhu's gaze fell on Lin Fan, and a serious expression appeared on his face. If Zai Shenlong had stood in front of him unscathed, Huang Yuanhu might have acted immediately. However, the situation had changed. Zai Shenlong had become a waste. For a waste like this, the issue of whether he could remain in the Yuxin group was already a big issue. Even if he stays in the Jade Heart group, is he still qualified to be the manager of the security department? The security department is not only responsible for the safety of the Jade Heart group, but also an external face. If other groups find out that the number one group in Shenlong country has allowed an impotent person to be the manager of the security department, it will definitely be a laughingstock. Right now, this is his chance to show off. If Xia Tianlong is removed from his position and fired, and he just catches the thief in front of him, he will have accomplished a great feat. In that case, won't he be able to become the new security manager? Lin Fan glanced at Huang Yuanhu and a smile appeared on his face as he said, I advise you to find out who I am before you take action. Otherwise, you will only suffer. While Lin Fan was talking, he deliberately moved his body a bit. This would be the first time in his life that he would fight more than 10 people by himself. It made him feel a passionate excitement in his heart. Xiao Huan, don't listen to his nonsense. This guy named Lin Fan is my college classmate. He is an orphan and a pauper. Hurry up and catch him. Xia Yingxi shouted, pointing at Lin Fan. In Xia Yingxi's heart, he couldn't wait to see Lin Fan being severely punished by the many security guards. Huang Yuanhu gave Xia Yingxi a cold stare and said directly, Humph, when the captain is doing his job, where do you get off telling him what to do? If you say another word, don't blame me for being rude to you. After Huang Yuanhu said this, the father and son, Xia Tianlong and Xia Yingxi, were instantly dumbfounded. Xia Tianlong in particular. Not long ago, Huang Yuanhu had been fawning over him like a lapdog. But at this moment, Huang Yuanhu was directly rebuking Xia Yingxi. Seeing Xia Yingxi lose face in front of him, Huang Yuanhu looked at Lin Fan with a smug look and asked, Oh, kid, tell me who you are. Ye Yuxin is my eldest sister. Lin Fan said very calmly. Although he doesn't like to bully people with his status, this is the truth. Ye Yuxin is indeed his eldest sister, and he has a total of 7 stunningly beautiful sisters. Huang Yuanhu waved his hand and said, Call me. How dare you impersonate President Ye's younger brother, you don't know when to die. As soon as Huang Yuanhu gave the order, dozens of security guards armed with iron bars rushed towards Lin Fan without hesitation. Overlord's fist. Facing a large number of armed security guards, Lin Fan did not flinch. He charged up without hesitation. Bang 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 bang. 3 minutes later, all the security guards collapsed to the ground. While the security guards charged forward, Huang Yuanhu hid directly behind them. In Huang Yuanhu's heart, the matter of the front line being trapped, it is better to leave it to the younger brothers to do it. Seeing that many security guards were eliminated, Huang Yuanhu's face turned pale, his body trembled violently, and he mumbled incoherently. "Kid, what do you want?" "This is the Yuxin group, I've already called the police. As soon as the police arrive, you will definitely be sent to jail." Lin Fan gave Huang Yuanhu a cold look and shook his head. "Ha ha. I don't want anything. Some people deliberately framed me. I was just teaching them how to behave." Lin Fan didn't care about the police report. Ye Yuxin was the president of the Yuxin group, and she would definitely protect herself. Of course, an even more important point was that he had done nothing wrong from beginning to end. Just as Lin Fan's voice had just fallen, a cold and slightly angry voice came over. "What's going on? Why is there so much noise in my office?" As the voice came, Ye Yuxin, the eldest sister in an office uniform, walked in. Ouch! Ouch! As soon as they heard Ye Yuxin's voice, the many security guards on the ground instantly let out a series of painful cries. The reason why these security guards did this was just to keep their jobs. You have to know that the salary for being a security guard at the Yuxin group is more than half the market rate. Naturally, these people don't want to lose this job. Seeing so many security guards on the ground, Ye Yuxin's brows tightened at once. Huang Yuanhu saw Ye Yuxin appear and hurriedly came forward and said, "President Yi, you've finally returned. This person is Lin Fan, he is a thief. Not only did he steal things, he also injured many of our brothers." Xiaoyingxi, who was by Huang Yuanhu's side, couldn't help but freeze when he looked at Ye Yuxin. Although Xia Tianlong had told him that Ye Yuxin was a peerless beauty, after seeing Ye Yuxin in person, Xiaoyingxi was still shocked by her beauty. Lin Fan? A thief? An expression of anger appeared on Ye Yuxin's face as she looked at Huang Yuanhu and asked. However, before Huang Yuanhu could speak, Xiaoyingxi rushed in and said, "President Yi, this Lin Fan is a classmate of mine, and he is a penniless man. He came here to steal, and was discovered by my father. He was so angry that he crippled my father's testicles. Please, Mr. Yi, do something for my father." As Xiaoyingxi said this, he was already excitedly imagining a bright future. In the hearts of Xiaoyingxi, Xia Tianlong, and Huang Yuanhu, the reason Ye Yuxin was so angry was definitely because she was very dissatisfied with Lin Fan. But how could Xiaoyingxi and the other two know that Ye Yuxin was indeed very angry at this moment? However, Ye Yuxin's anger was not directed at Lin Fan. Instead, she was very dissatisfied with Xiaoyingxi, Tianlong, and Huang Yuanhu. What happened next was unforgettable for Xiaoyingxi, Tianlong, and Huang Yuanhu. Ye Yuxin quickly walked over to Lin Fan, grabbed him, and looked him up and down before saying, "Lin Fan, are you okay?" Lin Fan reached out his hand and lightly tapped Ye Yuxin's nose, saying, "I'm fine, look at me, I'm full of life. These people, I beat them up." Seeing Lin Fan and Ye Yuxin's intimate actions, everyone present was momentarily dumbfounded. Even the security guards, who had been wailing in pain, shut up and looked at Lin Fan and Ye Yuxin. Oh, heaven! Oh, earth! What on earth is going on? Why are they so intimate? They can't be a couple. Chapter 14, Big Sister's Protecting Her Child, Part 2. Fine, you can even see that I can beat up a cow now. Lin Fan is quite satisfied with Ye Yuxin, his older sister. If it were in the past, he would have been taken away to jail for crippling someone's lower body. Having a domineering CEO as a sister really makes a difference. Ye Yuxin smiled slightly when she heard Lin Fan's words. "Fan, don't worry, Xia Tianlong will be in jail for the rest of his life. Let him hand over the shares first, and it's not too late for me to get him. Dare to frame my brother as a thief, I'll get him for that." Lin Fan heard what Ye Yuxin said, and subconsciously touched his nose. Ye Yuxin is worthy of being the eldest sister. He loves her protective nature. Ye Yuxin glanced around and then whispered, "By the way, Fan, I'll tell you something. Ro, she's still single. You have to seize the opportunity. You're the only man in our family, and it's not right to stay single forever. She is your secretary now, you can't bully her.
After Ye Yuxin said this, Lin Fan couldn't help but freeze slightly.
Ye Yuxin told him that since Shang Wanroching was single, didn't that mean that he was allowed to pursue Shang Wanroching? But he couldn't bully Shang Wanroching, so what was going on? Yes, bullying with a certain huge object, then it's not bullying. It's called grace.
Chapter 15, An Invitation from Shang Wanroching.
President, I have already completed the handover procedures.
As Lin Fan and Ye Yuxin were talking, Shang Wanroching walked in from outside.
Well, I'll leave my brother in your care.
Go!
I still have some things to take care of here, so I won't keep you.
When Ye Yuxin said this, she deliberately winked at Lin Fan.
Big sister, look, you have sweat on your forehead, let me wipe it off for you. Before leaving, Lin Fan reached out his hand and wiped the sweat from Ye Yuxin's forehead. Rascal, I have the air conditioner on, and you're taking advantage of me.
You're asking for a beating.
As she said this, Ye Yuxin pretended to raise her hand and strike Lin Fan.
However, she soon saw that Lin Fan had already grabbed Shang Wanroching's delicate hand and fled.
Looking at the backs of Lin Fan and Shang Wanrongru as they left, Ye Yuxin froze for a moment, and then a smile appeared on her face as she sighed. I can't believe it, this kid is actually a master of love. It's interesting that they managed to hold hands so quickly.
3 minutes later, in the luxurious Rolls-Royce Phantom, Shang Wanrongru couldn't help but express a hint of doubt on her face.
Lin Xiao, I really can't tell if you're good at fighting. You said that President Ji asked me to protect you, but is there really a need for that? Of course there is, Lin Fan blurted out. In Lin Fan's heart, having such a pretty secretary stay in the company to help him was something he would be happy to do. More importantly, there were quite a few things that needed to be taken care of at the Zhongtong Express site.
Having Shang Wanroching help him was a good choice.
More importantly, Lin Fan was considering whether to carry out his plan to make his secretary. Ruru, in the future, don't call me Lin Xiao, just call me Xiao Fan. That way, it will seem like we're on familiar terms. Lin Fan said as he started the Rolls-Royce Phantom's engine. Shang Wanruru raised her eyebrows, and a smile appeared on her face.
Okay, but are you and I really that familiar? Lin Fan looked up and his gaze fell on the snow-white face of Shang Wanronto, and said. Of course I know you well. We are family. Family? Who is your family? Shang Wanronto looked at Lin Fan with a puzzled expression.
Shang Wanronto said in the end, her face suddenly turning red. Lin Fan said that they were family, which meant that Lin Fan was courting her. Shang Wanroching, who has been single for 20 years, has experienced countless storms and even several times, but she has never experienced the taste of love. There is indeed no shortage of outstanding suitors around Shang Wanroching, but no one has ever been able to make her so moved. At the moment, hearing Lin Fan say that he wants to pursue her, it naturally made Shang Wanroching's heart beat wildly.
Lin Fan took Shang Wanroching's shoulders in one hand and said softly. Of course we are family.
My eldest sister and I are family, and you and my eldest sister are like sisters, so of course we are family. As soon as Lin Fan said this, Shang Wanroching couldn't help but extend her slender, delicate hand and lightly smack him, saying, Screw you, who says you're family? In Shang Wanroching's heart, she couldn't help but think, it can't be that I'm overthinking this. He just treats me like an older sister. No, it's not easy to meet someone who can make my heart flutter. How could I possibly be his sister? Shang Wanren quickly thought in her mind, and a smile quickly appeared on her face as she said, Xiao Fan, you will accompany me to Rose Western Restaurant for dinner tonight and tomorrow. Hearing the words Rose Western Restaurant, Lin Fan couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Rose Western Restaurant is the most luxurious Western restaurant in Aoki City. Of course, that's not the point, the most important thing is that Rose Western Restaurant is a restaurant for couples. People who go to Rose Western Restaurant for dinner will only be couples or married couples. In front of him, Shang Wanren took the initiative to invite him to Rose Western Restaurant, so how could Lin Fan's heart not be activated? Shang Wanren blinked her watery eyes, and a smile appeared on her face as she said, Xiao Fan, didn't you just say that we are family? What do you say, you don't even want to help with this little favor? As soon as Shang Wanren's words came out, Lin Fan instantly understood what was going on. Lin Fan reached out his hand and wrapped it around Shang Wanronto's soft, bowless waist. Help? You mean let me pretend to be your boyfriend? Then shouldn't we practice now, so that we don't show any flaws later? You're so bad, Shang Wanronto pushed Lin Fan away. Lin Fan didn't continue to hug Shang Wanronto, he just teased. Men aren't bad, women don't love.
If I'm not bad, how could you love me? In the First People's Hospital, Xia Tianlong was lying in the hospital bed. Although his life was saved, his happiness in the next life was completely lost. Xia Yingxi sat in front of the hospital bed, and he said in a near-mad tone, "Dad, are you willing to swallow this silent loss? Lin Fan has ruined your abilities, and Ye Yuxin is going to take away all your shares. We must avenge this." Xia Yingxi said, finally, with a blazing flame in his eyes. In Xia Yingxi's heart, today was supposed to be the day he would show Ye Yuxin off. Now, however, it was Lin Fan who had ruined it. This was an unprecedented humiliation for Xia Yingxi. Xia Tianlong gave Xia Yingxi a cold stare and said disdainfully, "Avenge ourselves? Do we have the ability to do that? Don't forget who Ye Yuxin is. Can we touch her? If we really do something to Lin Fan, then our Xia family will be destroyed in an instant." Xia Tianlong said at the end, and he let out a long sigh. In Xia Tianlong's heart, he really didn't want to kill Lin Fan. However, if he really did that, he would probably spend the rest of his life in prison. He might even die in an accident without going to prison. Xia Yingxi quickly thought in his mind, and a smile quickly appeared on his face as he said, "What do you think if we hire someone to severely fix him up?" Xia Tianlong shook his head repeatedly and said, "No, if Ye Yuxin finds out about this, you won't know how you'll die. Ye Yuxin is even more ruthless than we thought. If Lin Fan gets into trouble, she won't let go of the first one, and that's us." Hearing Xia Tianlong's denial again, Xia Yingxi's face could not help but reveal a ferocious look. Xia Yingxi sneered in his heart, "Humph, you coward. I don't believe there is no way to deal with Lin Fan. I will let Brother Scar do it. I will definitely make Lin Fan pay the price." Chapter 16 Tonight, Mr. Zhao will pay the bill. Rose Western Restaurant, the most famous Western restaurant in Aoki City. Rose Western Restaurant is famous, not because of its high consumption, but because it is a sacred place for couples on dates. Rose Western Restaurant, beautiful love songs playing melodiously. Lin Fan sat across from Shangguan Ro, a smile appeared on his face as he said, Ro, don't laugh at me, this is the first time I've been to a place like this. How do you use these knives and forks?" In the past, Lin Fan was just an ordinary deliveryman, and naturally, he ate the most ordinary fast food. Facing the knife and fork in front of him, he felt a little overwhelmed. "It's okay, I'll feed you." Shangguan Rongrua smiled, and she used the fork to take a small piece of the chopped black pepper beef tenderloin in front of her and carefully fed it into Lin Fan's mouth. Tonight, Shangguan Rongrua was wearing a set of snow-white long skirt, which, coupled with her devilish figure, was really so beautiful that it could not be described in words. And when Shangguan Roqing leaned forward, Lin Fan could clearly see the pair of snow-white, round pandas. Looking at the pair of 36-inch pandas, Lin Fan felt his mouth go dry, and the power within him seemed to be about to explode. The Shangguan Roqing in front of him was definitely a demon, and a nagging little demon at that. Handsome Lin Fan and beautiful Shangguan Roqing, the combination of these two was naturally attracting a lot of attention. When Shangguan Roqing made such intimate gestures to Lin Fan, it made many men jealous. They hated Lin Fan so much that they wanted to kick him away and take his place. Just as Lin Fan and Shangguan Roqing were enjoying their time together, dozens of black-clad bodyguards walked in from outside. The dozens of bodyguards formed a line, clearly welcoming the arrival of someone important. Seeing such a big show, many people turned their attention to the door of the restaurant. They only saw a young man in his 20s with a bouquet of flowers walking out like a spring breeze. When she saw the young man appear, Shangguan Roqing's body trembled slightly. However, before Shangguan Roqing could say anything, Lin Fan already reached out his hand and tightly embraced her in his arms, saying softly, "It's okay, I'll take care of everything." Lin Fan knew that he could make Shangguan Roqing, who had experienced countless life and death struggles, feel afraid. The young man who had appeared was definitely not simple. However, just because that young man had the identity of defying the heavens, he would not be intimidated. Because he, Lin Fan, was a man. As a man, the word intimidated had never appeared in his dictionary. Zhao Fengyun, who was holding a bouquet of flowers, walked into the Rose Western restaurant with an unrecognizable pace. Because tonight was the first time his goddess, Shangguan Ro, had taken the initiative to ask him out to dinner. As the heir to the Zhao family, one of the 4 families in Qingmu City, Zhao Fengyun naturally had his own arrogance. Ever since he laid eyes on Shangguan Ro, he had been completely captivated. Zhao Fengyun vowed in his heart that he would use whatever means necessary to get Shangguan Ro into bed. However, all along, Shangguan Ro had never even given him a second glance.
This had hurt Zhao Fengyun deeply, very deeply. This time, however, when Shangguan Roqing took the initiative to ask him to come to Rose Western Restaurant, it filled Zhao Fengyun's heart with excitement. However, when Zhao Fengyun walked into Rose Western Restaurant, he instantly froze in place. Because Zhao Fengyun saw his goddess, she was hugging a handsome and dashing man. Shangguan Roqing was embraced by Lin Fan, and she couldn't help but feel a burst of sweetness in her heart. She silently thought, is this the taste of being in love? I feel so happy. In fact, after learning that Zhao Fengyun had appeared, Shangguan Roqing did not feel any fear. The reason she acted scared was that she wanted to see how Lin Fan would behave. If Lin Fan was scared shitless, then what kind of man was he that she would entrust her life to? And at the moment, Lin Fan's performance made Shangguan Roqing very satisfied, very satisfied. Shangguan Roqing even had the illusion that she would marry no one but him. Zhao Fengyun, the future heir of the Zhao family, one of the 4 major families in Qingmu City, quickly suppressed the anger in his heart. He thought that although Lin Fan in front of him looked more handsome than him, when it came to wealth and power, how could Lin Fan compare to him? Zhao Fengyun glanced around at the people present and then said loudly, everyone, all the expenses tonight will be paid by me, Zhao Fengyun. Zhao Fengyun said this with a pang of pain in his heart. You have to know that there are hundreds of people in Rose Western Restaurant, and if each person spends an average of a few $100s, that's a lot of money. However, Zhao Fengyun understands that he has to spend this money. Because this is used to buy the mouths of those people who are just eating the melon. As soon as Zhao Fengyun finished speaking, there was a thunderous applause in the room. Zhao Gongzi is so heroic. He is worthy of being from one of the 4 great families. I admire his spirit. Zhao Gongzi, you are so handsome. If you don't mind, I will warm your bed for you tonight. Go away, you're a man. If you want to warm the bed, that's my business as a beautiful woman. Hearing the compliments of the many melon-eating crowds, Zhao Fengyun's face showed a hint of smugness, and he said loudly again. Everyone, since we are so destined, why don't we all bear witness together? Today is the day I propose to my girlfriend, and I hope to get everyone's blessings. After Zhao Fengyun finished speaking, he walked directly in the direction where Shangguan Roqing was. Wow, Mr. Zhao is so romantic. If he proposed to me, I would definitely say yes. Ahem, pay attention to your status, you are my girlfriend. Go away, look at Mr. Zhao, he is handsome and rich, why don't you pay for the whole bill, and I will immediately say yes to your proposal. Zhao Fengyun quickly walked up to Shangguan Roqing, then knelt down on one knee and placed the flowers in front of Shangguan Roqing and said, Xiao, I like you, marry me. As Zhao Fengyun made this move, the many bodyguards who had entered before hurriedly shouted in unison. Marry him. Marry him. Following the lead of someone, the many onlookers naturally did not want to lag behind and also shouted out in unison. Marry him. Hearing the words marry him like a tide, Zhao Fengyun knew that the money spent tonight had definitely not been in vain. If the whole audience didn't pay the bill, someone would definitely say that he was stealing someone else's girlfriend. But now, those who had received favors from him would not dare say anything even if they really thought that way. After all, it was easy to give favors but hard to take them back. That was human nature. Chapter 17, The Feeling of Being Electrocuted. Rolling. Lin Fan glanced at Zhao Fengyun and let out a word. In Lin Fan's heart, although he was not Shangguan Roqing's real boyfriend, how could he let Zhao Fengyun steal Shangguan Roqing in public? Zhao Fengyun did not look at Lin Fan, his gaze fell on Shangguan Roqing and he asked. Who is he? Before Shangguan Roqing could speak, Lin Fan had already pulled Shangguan Roqing behind him and his gaze fell on Zhao Fengyun and said. I am her boyfriend, you are proposing to my girlfriend now, do you have any face? As soon as Lin Fan said this, the many noisy onlookers instantly fell silent. Lin Fan was right. On the surface, it did appear that Shangguan Ro was his girlfriend. Zhao Fengyun was now proposing to someone else's girlfriend, which was really too much to bear. Zhao Fengyun stood up from the ground in a flash, and he pointed his finger at Lin Fan and yelled. Boyfriend? Do you know who I am? You're just a delivery guy, what makes you think you can compete with me for a woman? Only a man as outstanding as me is worthy of Ruo. You, ha ha. Zhao Fengyun didn't continue with his words, he just waved his hand. As Zhao Fengyun made the gesture, a bodyguard hurriedly carried a black safe and walked over. When the safe was opened, it contained stacks of red bills. Zhao Fengyun pointed at the stacks of red bills and said in a very satisfied tone.
Kid, here's 100,000 yuan, take the money and get out of here.
In Zhao Fingyun's heart, Lin Fan could never be the man of Shangguan Roqing.
After all, how could Shangguan Roqing, in her position, find a delivery boy as her boyfriend?
As soon as he showed the 100,000 yuan, Lin Fan would definitely take the money and run. After all, he was paid to do a job, and as long as the money was in place, he would naturally escape.
Lin Fan glanced at the money in the box and a smile appeared on his face as he said, 100,000 yuan, that's quite a lot. How about this, I'll transfer you 1 million yuan and you can get lost.
Do you know that your actions have already affected my date with my girlfriend? After Lin Fan said this, he directly kissed the tender and snow-white face of Shangguan.
That's quite sweet, worthy of being my girlfriend.
After kissing Shangguan, Lin Fan said with a look of unfulfilled expression. As soon as Lin Fan made this move, Zhao Fingyun's eyes suddenly turned red, and a raging flame shone in his eyes. His body was trembling with anger. The goddess in his heart had actually been kissed, and she was kissed by a delivery man. Although it was only a kiss on the cheek, Zhao Fingyun still felt endless shame.
Zhao Fingyun roared at Lin Fan again. Damn it, you delivery guy? Do you know who I am?
Lin Fan said casually in response to Zhao Fingyun's rant.
I don't know who you are, but I do know that I did deliver something for you.
I remember, you bought Vigor Viagra at the beginning. Since your kidneys are not good, then don't jerk off so much.
Jerking off a lot will hurt your body.
If you're not feeling well, just stay at home and don't come here to embarrass yourself.
When she was kissed by Lin Fan, Shangguan's face turned red like a ripe red apple.
You have to know that this was the first time she had been kissed by a man since she could remember. Although she was only kissed on the cheek, the touch made her heart flutter.
Could this feeling be the feeling of being in love? After hearing Lin Fan's indifferent words to Zhao Fingyun, a faint smile appeared on Shangguan Rongto's face.
Shangguan Rongto was already stunningly beautiful, and when she let out a smile, it was even more mesmerizing. This moment made many people directly stare in awe. Zhao Fingyun, on the other hand, was deeply attracted by Shangguan Rongto's smile, but he understood that Shangguan Rongto's smile was not for him. This made Zhao Fingyun feel a deep anger in his heart. He wanted to kick Lin Fan away, and then embrace Shangguan Tiaoying in his arms and have a stormy encounter. After a short moment of anger, Zhao Fingyun pointed at Lin Fan and shouted,
You are slandering me, I have never bought those items.
Lin Fan glanced at Zhao Fingyun and said softly,
Oh, if you haven't bought those Viagra, how would you know that I am a delivery man?
You not only bought Viagra, but also a real doll, the Louis Fei model.
As Lin Fan's words came out, many of the melon-eating people present burst out laughing.
Ha 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 ha. I really didn't expect Zhao Xiao's tastes to be so heavy. It's not that his tastes are heavy, he must be impotent. He bought a real doll, it must be used to exercise his big dragon.
Big dragon, I think it already needs to take Viagra, I guess it's not even as good as a little worm.
Although these onlookers did receive benefits from Zhao Fingyun, compared to these benefits, they were able to dig up the big news that Zhao Fingyun was taking Viagra. This is dozens, if not hundreds, of times more powerful than those benefits. Zhao Fingyun heard the ridicule from the crowd, and he was so angry that he gnashed his teeth. He shouted at Feng Weidao, who was not far away and was laughing so hard that he could hardly catch his breath. Manager, come here.
Feng Weidao couldn't help but change his expression when he heard Zhao Fingyun shout.
You know, Zhao Fingyun is now a powder keg that could explode at any time, and he is afraid that he will take out his anger on himself. However, Zhao Fingyun has already spoken, so the restaurant manager Feng Weidao had no choice but to grit his teeth and walk up to him.
Feng Weidao walked up to Zhao Fingyun and then bowed respectfully. Hello, Zhao Xiao.
Zhao Fingyun nodded very satisfactorily when he saw Feng Weidao's attitude.
Very good, I am a gold member of your Rose Western restaurant. Now this courier is interfering with my meal, I think you know what to do.
Zhao Fingyun said, while taking out a golden card from his trouser pocket.
In Zhao Fingyun's mind, although he could let the many bodyguards behind him do it, wouldn't it be more appropriate to let Feng Weidao come out?
He wanted to tell Lin Fan that in this world, having money does not mean you can do whatever you want, but having money can make others work for you. Feng Weidao glanced at the golden card in Zhao Fingyun's hand and said,
Okay, don't worry about this matter, I will handle it.
After Feng Weidao said this, he walked quickly up to Lin Fan and said, Sir, please leave. Chapter 18. With it, picking up girls is very simple.
Let me leave? On what basis?
Lin Fan looked at Feng Weidao and said. In Lin Fan's heart, he was a normal consumer, and naturally would not leave at will. As for the current Feng Weitao, Lin Fan did not care. After all, a fool who was used as a gun, why should he care? When Feng Weitao heard Lin Fan's words, his eyebrows suddenly tightened. He coughed softly and said, "You have offended our restaurant's golden member. According to the rules of the restaurant, we have the right to ask you to leave. If you insist on not leaving, I can only notify the security to ask you to leave." When Feng Weitao said the word please, he deliberately emphasized it quite a bit. Because this please includes the use of violence. After Feng Weitao's words, many onlookers shook their heads and sighed. Although many of them felt indignant for Lin Fan, how would they dare offend Zhao Fengyun? Zhao Fengyun looked at Lin Fan with disdain and thought to himself, "Ha, you dare to compete with me for a woman? I'll show you how I'll get you. A delivery person, what makes you think you can compete with me? If a gold member is so arrogant, what about a diamond member?" Lin Fan glanced at Feng Weitao and said, his face still calm as water, "Diamond member? If you are a diamond member, you will be the supreme VIP of our restaurant, and then all your consumption tonight will be free." Feng Weitao frowned and said. In his heart, he naturally did not believe that Lin Fan in front of him would be a diamond member. You have to know that in the entire Aoki city, there is only one diamond member, and that is Ye Yuxin, the richest man in Shenlong country. As for Lin Fan in front of him, he is just a delivery person, so how could he be a diamond member of Rose Western Restaurant? Lin Fan was not surprised by Feng Weitao's performance. He casually took out a sparkling card from his pocket and waved it around, saying, "Look at this." "What do you think it is?" After Feng Weitao looked closely at the card, he said in a shocked tone, "This is really a diamond card." In Feng Weitao's mind, he really couldn't understand why Lin Fan, as a delivery person, could get his hands on a diamond card. "What's going on? Does it matter? Do you still want me to leave?" Lin Fan said directly, giving Feng Weitao a cold stare. This diamond card was specially given to him by Ye Yuxin this morning. Ye Yuxin's exact words were, "Make good use of this card, with it, wooing girls will be a very simple matter." "Dear sir, this is all a misunderstanding. You are our restaurant's most valued VIP. Don't worry, I'll help you get the bill waived," Feng Weitao said with a subservient expression. Although Feng Weitao didn't know where Lin Fan got this diamond card, it didn't matter anymore. Because the rule of the restaurant was whoever brought the main card was the VIP of the corresponding level. Lin Fan saw this and waved his hand directly, signaling for him to leave. Seeing this, Feng Weitao hurriedly walked away. In his heart, neither Lin Fan in front of him nor Zhao Fengyun were people he could offend. Facing such bigwigs, he still decided to slip away. However, before Feng Weitao could take a step, Zhao Fengyun stopped him and said, "Manager, you can't be unaware that the only diamond member in our Qingmu city is President Yi of the Yuxin Group. That kid is just a delivery boy, and the diamond card in his hand must have been stolen." Feng Weitao couldn't help rolling his eyes at Zhao Fengyun, and he couldn't help cursing in his heart. "Zhao Fengyun, are you an idiot? Steal President Ye's diamond card. If you're capable, go steal it yourself. That handsome guy is with the Secretary General of the Jade Heart Group, Shangguan Roqing. If he were really an ordinary person, would Shangguan Roqing look at him?" Feng Weitao cursed in his heart, but he still managed to force a smile on his face and said, "Zhao Xiao, the rule in the restaurant is whoever brings the card over is the VIP. I can only follow the rules. I have things to do in the kitchen, so I need to get back to work." After saying this, Feng Weitao ignored Zhao Fengyun's reaction and left in a hurry. Zhao Fengyun watched Feng Weitao's departing back and couldn't help but curse in his heart. "Humph, if you don't want to drink toasts, you'll have to drink penalties. This little manager actually doesn't give me face. I'll see how I can get you later. However, for the time being, let's just solve this matter ourselves." Zhao Fengyun quickly thought in his head, and a sly expression quickly appeared on his face. He walked quickly up to Lin Fan and then said with a laugh, "Little brother, I can see that you are the type of ruthless person who will do anything to get a girl. You have now stolen Ye Yuxin's diamond card, and once she finds out, you will definitely die a miserable death." Lin Fan glanced at Zhao Fengyun, and he didn't say a word. Ye Yuxin was his older sister, and it was only natural for his older sister to give him a gift. As for the word steal, what does it have to do with him? Shangguan Roqing, on the other hand, snuggled up to Lin Fan, and she gave Zhao Fengyun a look that made him look like an idiot. In Shangguan Roqing's heart, she couldn't help but think, why is there such a big difference between men? In this world, where can you find a man as handsome and responsible as Lin Fan? Am I falling in love with him? Zhao Fengyun couldn't help but feel a little happy when he saw that Lin Fan didn't answer him. In Zhao Fengyun's mind, since Lin Fan was silent, it meant that he agreed with what he said. Just add a little fuel to the fire, and Lin Fan will definitely be scared off. Thinking about this, Zhao Fengyun spoke. Little brother, to be honest, my relationship with Ye Yuxin is still quite good. If you give me the diamond card and I hand it back to Ye Yuxin, she definitely won't make things difficult for you. Don't worry, I won't let you give it to me for nothing. How about I give you an extra 1 million? Zhao Fengyun couldn't help but think smugly in his heart, hey, this really deserves to be called killing two birds with one stone. After receiving the benefits I give him, this delivery boy will definitely roll away. At that time, won't I be able to have a candlelight dinner with Shangguan Ruyan? After the candlelight dinner, we can have a stormy encounter. During the stormy encounter, I will film the process in a wonderful little movie. With the existence of the little movie, Shangguan Ruyan will be at my mercy. Just think, what a happy thing it is to have such a superb beauty kneeling on the ground to serve me. Chapter 19, A Man Cannot Say No. Zhao Fengyun thought to himself, after I control Shangguan Ruoqing, I will take the diamond card and find Ye Yuxin. In this way, Ye Yuxin will definitely be convinced by my abilities. As long as I repeat the same trick, in the end, won't Shangguan Ruoqing and Ye Yuxin serve me together? Zhao Fengyun thought about this until the end, and he almost couldn't help laughing. Just as Zhao Fengyun was imagining all these wonderful things happening in his mind, Lin Fan directly gave him a glare and said, "Get lost." Zhao Fengyun couldn't help but freeze for a moment when he heard Lin Fan curse out a word of "get lost" from his mouth, and then he cursed out, "Get the hell out of my way." Bang, however, before Zhao Fengyun could continue speaking, Lin Fan directly raised his hand and slapped Zhao Fengyun. With the sound of a crisp slap, Zhao Fengyun was instantly sent flying. After such a scene, many of the onlookers present were dumbfounded. After a moment of silence, there was a burst of noisy sounds. Oh my god! This courier must be crazy. He actually laid hands on Zhao Xiao. Zhao Xiao is the future head of the Zhao family. He's looking for death. Looking for death? I don't think so. That courier is a diamond member of Rose Western Restaurant. I don't think his identity is simple. So what if he's not simple? Can he compete with the four great clans? In the hearts of many boys, they unanimously believe that Lin Fan's actions were really too impulsive. However, there were quite a few beautiful women who were impressed by Lin Fan's actions. In their hearts, Lin Fan's slap was not only handsome, but also had to be manly. This is the real man. After Zhao Fengyun was slapped by Lin Fan, he could clearly feel the burning pain on his face. Why are you still standing there? Go and beat him up. Zhao Fengyun shouted at the many bodyguards standing next to him. As soon as Zhao Fengyun gave the order, the many bodyguards rushed towards Lin Fan without hesitation. Seeing the many bodyguards come to the rescue, Zhao Fengyun cursed. How dare you hit me, I'll show you how I'll kill you later. Seeing the many bodyguards come to the rescue, the many onlookers at the scene hid to one side. After all, eating melons is about eating melons, and getting yourself hurt while eating is a very hurtful thing. Seeing the many menacing bodyguards rushing up, Shangguan Rongru leaned over to Lin Fan's ear and whispered, "Are you okay? Do you need my help?" Lin Fan gave Shangguan Rongru soft but a gentle pat, then leaned in to whisper in her ear, "Don't worry, leave it to me." How can a man say he can't do it? After Lin Fan said this, his body charged towards the many bodyguards. Bang 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 bang. In an instant, Lin Fan was engaged in battle with the many bodyguards. The bodyguards Zhao Fengyun brought were all highly trained fighters, and their combat effectiveness was naturally much higher than those of the security guards of the Yuxin group. For a while, Lin Fan did not have a significant advantage in fighting so many people. Fighting is the fastest way to improve one's strength. Lin Fan fought with these bodyguards, constantly drawing on their combat experience. Kill him. Zhao Fengyun muttered as he watched Lin Fan engage in battle with the many bodyguards. You have to understand that every single bodyguard Zhao Fengyun brought was hired by the Zhao family at a high price. Zhao Fengyun believed that with their skills, it would naturally be the easiest thing in the world to eliminate Lin Fan. Outside the battle, Shangguan Rongru stared at the battle situation. Shangguan Rongru asked herself if she wanted to repel these bodyguards with her skills, she would have to spend a lot of energy. Right now, Lin Fan was fighting these bodyguards and was not losing. And more importantly, Lin Fan was getting stronger with each fight. His punches were getting stronger and his kicks were getting faster. This was obviously an improvement in combat skills. Looking at Lin Fan's figure, Shangwan Roaching couldn't help but think, it's really strange. It doesn't look like he's learned any combat skills, but why can he suddenly unleash such amazing power? And if he had this kind of power in the first place, how could Su Shigao possibly have hit him? Could it be that after being hit, he had some kind of strange encounter? As Shangwan Roaching thought about it, her face suddenly turned red. Because she remembered the huge thing on Lin Fan's body, which made her heart tremble. Bang 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 bang. As time passed, Lin Fan became more and more familiar with the control of his strength. Under his strong attack, dozens of bodyguards fell to the ground without exception. Seeing so many bodyguards being beaten, Zhao Fengyun and the many spectators all expressed disbelief. Especially Zhao Fengyun. Zhao Fengyun had personally signed for the express delivery Lin Fan had sent him. An ordinary deliveryman can actually defeat dozens of battle-hardened bodyguards. What's going on? Do all deliverymen like to play the part of the pig in front of the tiger? Before Zhao Fengyun could figure out what was going on, Lin Fan had already walked up quickly. He punched Zhao Fengyun to the ground and then stomped on his face with his foot. You little brat, I'm the eldest son of the Zhao family, You're doing this to me, and the Zhao family will definitely not let you go. Although Zhao Fengyun was being stepped on by Lin Fan, he still shouted loudly from his mouth. In response to Zhao Fengyun's threat, Lin Fan just sneered and said, "Ha ha. Do you know that not long ago someone framed me as a thief? I had to kick his two balls off and make him a eunuch for the rest of his life. Do you think I should do the same to you?" Lin Fan's words scared Zhao Fengyun so much that he immediately pissed himself, and a lot of urine with a fishy smell came out of his pants. Zhao Fengyun shouted in a loud voice, "No, don't do this to me. My godfather is Kunshin Dragon Master, and he is the #1 person in the underground world of Aoki City. If you waste me, he will definitely not let you go. If you let me go now, I will pretend that nothing has happened. Really, I promise you, I will never cause you trouble in the future." Although Zhao Fengyun's combat effectiveness did not even last 10 seconds, he definitely did not want to become a eunuch in his next life. Unexpectedly, you actually have such a status. However, if I let you go after you say that, will you let me go? Lin Fan raised his eyebrows, a smile appeared on his face, and he said. Lin Fan naturally knew exactly what Zhao Fengyun was thinking. However, this Zhao Fengyun seemed quite arrogant, so let's just play with him a little. Chapter 20, Master Long of Kunshin. Of course, brother, you are so strong, how would I dare to be your enemy? Zhao Fengyun nodded like a chicken pecking at rice and replied. Although Zhao Fengyun said this, he silently swore in his heart. You little brat, just you wait. I will definitely tell my godfather about this, and when that time comes, I will see how you die. How dare you steal my woman? I will cut you into 1,000 pieces, so that you would rather be dead than alive. Lin Fan didn't even believe in the punctuation marks in Zhao Fengyun's words. Just as Lin Fan was about to turn Zhao Fengyun into a eunuch, dozens of burly men armed with axes suddenly rushed into the restaurant. These men had broad shoulders and strong backs, and they were each holding a large axe in their hands, with a large golden dragon tattooed on their arms. Stop! Let him go! As these men appeared, a domineering voice came over the sound. As the voice came over, a middle-aged man wearing a yellow jacket and showing off his explosive muscles walked in from the outside. As this middle-aged man appeared, the onlookers, who were eating melons, slipped even further away, discussing among themselves. Oh my god! It's Kunshin Dragon Master arriving. It seems that this time, that young man will be in trouble. There is definitely trouble. Who is Kunshin Dragon Master? The king of the underworld in Aoki City, who doesn't give him a little face. Last time someone didn't give Dragon Master face, but they were dismembered. Zhao Fengyun saw Huang Dalong appear and he shouted out loudly. Godfather, save me. This delivery guy not only stole my girl, he also wants to cripple me. You must save me. Seeing Zhao Fengyun being stepped on the ground severely by Lin Fan, Huang Dalong's brows couldn't help but furrow. On the surface, Zhao Fengyun was his adopted son, but in actuality, he was his biological son. However, in order for Zhao Fengyun to become the head of the Zhao family, Huang Dalong naturally concealed all of this. At the moment, Huang Dalong saw his own biological son being trampled underfoot, so how could he not be furious? Although Huang Dalong was furious, he eventually forced his anger down. Huang Dalong's gaze fell on Lin Fan, and then he said in a stern voice. Little brother, I don't know how to address you. I am Huang Dalong of Kunshin. Everyone who knows me calls me Kunshin Dragon Lord. I don't know what my insignificant adopted son has done to offend you, so please forgive him.
Huang Dalong understood that if he used a strong approach, Lin Fan would definitely hurt Zhao Fengyun.
In this situation, the most appropriate approach was to use diplomacy first. Lin Fan glanced at Huang Dalong and a smile appeared on his face as he said,
Lin Fan.
However, I see that Zhao Fengyun is somewhat similar to you.
Is he your biological son or godson? Judging from his arrogant way of doing things, it doesn't seem like the seed you planted. As for your son, if he has offended me in any way, you'd better ask him yourself. I'm sure he'll give you the answer you want.
Lin Fan didn't take the world's #1 person in the underground world of Qingmu City seriously. No matter how powerful Huang Dalong is, it's only in the underground world, and it can never compare to the power of national justice. Lin Fan's eldest sister is the richest person in Shunlong country, and he himself is also a descendant of the Green Emperor. If he bows before the king of the underworld in a mere city, what's the difference between that and being a coward? Huang Dalong couldn't help but freeze for a moment when Lin Fan spoke. As the #1 person in the underworld of Aoki City, Huang Dalong intimidated many people who stood in front of him. However, since he appeared, Lin Fan has always appeared calm as water.
It's as if he were facing an ordinary person.
At this time, Shang Wanren has already walked over to Lin Fan, extended her hand to hold Lin Fan, and said with a gaze fixed on Huang Dalong, Master Long, before you take action, I advise you to think carefully. Lin Xiao is President Ye's younger brother. If he gets hurt because of you, I don't think your axe gang will have a reason to continue existing.
Although Lin Fan's skills had really impressed Shangguan Roqing before, Huang Dalong was no ordinary person.
Huang Dalong was surrounded by many experts, and if they fought again, Lin Fan would be the one to suffer.
As soon as Shangguan Roqing's words came out, Huang Dalong's body couldn't help but tremble. He was very wary of Ye Yuxin.
The richest man in Shunlong country, such a heavyweight presence, is really someone he cannot afford to offend.
Huang Dalong's gaze fell on Shangguan Roqing and asked, Are you Shangguan Roqing, the Secretary General of Yuxin Group? Shangguan Roqing nodded, then shook her head and replied,
I am indeed Shangguan Roqing, but I am not the Secretary General of Yuxin Group right now. Lin Xiao is my current boss, and of course, he is also my boyfriend. As Shangguan Roqing spoke, her body leaned against Lin Fan of its own accord. In Shangguan Roqing's heart, if a fight broke out next, she would rush forward without hesitation. As soon as Shangguan Roqing's words came out, Huang Dalong's face could not help but change. If Lin Fan was just someone who was relatively good at fighting, then Huang Dalong naturally had various ways to deal with him. But Lin Fan was related to Ye Yuxin, so this matter had become difficult.
Zhao Fengyun saw Huang Dalong's expression of difficulty, and he quickly shouted, Godfather, don't listen to her nonsense. This Lin Fan is just a delivery person, how could he be Ye Yuxin's brother? You have been in charge of Qingmu City for many years, have you ever heard of Ye Yuxin having a brother? Godfather, this Lin Fan is the actor that Shangguan Roqing temporarily hired.
She just wants to use this actor to insult me.
Hearing Zhao Fengyun say this, Huang
Dalong let out a long sigh of relief.
Huang Dalong really knew Ye Yuxin's family situation very well.
In Huang Dalong's impression, Ye Yuxin had 6 younger sisters, but no younger brother.
Moreover, Lin Fan's surname was Lin and Ye Yuxin's surname was Yi, so how could they be siblings?
The only explanation was that Shangguan Roqing was afraid that Lin Fan would be hurt, so she told such a lie. After sorting things out, Huang Dalong's gaze fell on Lin Fan, and he said in a firm voice, Lin Fan, I order you now to immediately let go of my adopted son. This matter will be forgotten, otherwise don't blame me for being unkind to you.
Lin Fan didn't care about Huang Dalong's threat, and he just asked in return, What if I don't let go?
While speaking, Lin Fan pressed Zhao Fengyun's leg and suddenly exerted force.
Ouch, ouch, ouch. Godfather, save me.
Lin Fan exerted force, and Zhao Fengyun instantly let out a miserable scream.
Chapter 21 Fourth Sister, Queen Liufang, go.
And take them down.
Huang Dalong waved his hand at the many large men with axes at his side and said,
In Huang Dalong's heart, since words could not solve this matter, then force would be used. Just as the many members of the Axe Gang were about to take action, a clear shout came over.
Who dares to take action, I will kill him. With this clear shout, a woman wearing a black robe walked in from the outside.
This woman was about 20 years old, with delicate light makeup on her face, while her hair was dyed a fiery red. Behind her were 4 stunning women of similar age.
After the red-haired woman appeared, everyone present felt an invisible pressure. Huang Dalong saw the red-haired woman, and his body kept trembling, but he still walked quickly up to her and bowed respectfully. "Your Majesty, why have you come here?" "I am Huang Dalong. I did not know that your Majesty was here, and I apologize for not welcoming you." As soon as Huang Dalong spoke, a woman behind the red-haired woman snapped at him. "Kneel down. Do you have the qualifications to stand and speak to the queen?" As soon as that woman spoke, Zhao Fengyun was instantly dumbfounded. Who is Huang Dalong? Huang Dalong is the leader of the Axe Gang and the #1 person in the underground world of Aoki City. However, he does not even have the qualifications to speak to the red-haired woman in front of him on equal terms? Who exactly is that red-haired woman?
Although Zhao Fengyun was full of doubts, he did not dare to speak. Because from beginning to end, Huang Dalong had been respectful towards the red-haired woman. Zhao Fengyun has known Huang Dalong for a long time, and he has never seen Huang Dalong be so respectful to anyone else. From this, it can be deduced that the red-haired woman is definitely no ordinary person.
Plop. In the shocked gazes of the crowd, Huang Dalong's legs went weak, and he fell to his knees and said, "Please forgive me, Your Majesty. It was I who was rude," Huang Dalong said, while reaching out his hand to smack his own mouth. After such a scene, many of the spectators present were dumbfounded. In their hearts, Huang Dalong was the famous Kunshin Dragon Lord, the boss of the Axe Gang, and the #1 person in the underground world of Aoki City. However, right now, Huang Dalong was kneeling like a dog in front of a red-haired woman. What on earth was going on? Although many people were filled with shock, they did not dare to speak. They don't know if they will attract death if they speak. Huang Dalong has no time to care about the reactions of the people present. Huang Dalong knows that the red-haired woman in front of him is the world's #1 underground person in Shenlong country, the Queen of Lufang. If Wen Liufang is the dragon in the sky, then he is not even as good as an ant on the ground. In Huang Dalong's heart, he really can't understand why Wen Liufang would appear in this small city of Aoki. Wen Liufang's gaze fell on Huang Dalong, and a hint of confusion appeared on his domineering face as he said, "You have indeed offended me, but do you know what you have offended me about?" As soon as Wen Liufang's words came out, the sweat on Huang Dalong's forehead kept flowing down like rain. Huang Dalong couldn't understand no matter how hard he tried, or he had offended Wen Liufang. After all, a big shot like this, Huang Dalong can't wait to fawn over him, so how could he dare offend him? Huang Dalong racked his brains and couldn't think of anything he had done to offend Wen Liufang, so he gritted his teeth and said, "Your Majesty, I was not able to discipline my subordinates well, so please punish me." Wen Liufang didn't even look at Huang Dalong as she snorted and said, "Humph, Lin Fan is my younger brother, so you figure out what to do about this matter." As Wen Liufang spoke, she quickly walked up to Lin Fan and looked him over carefully. "Not bad, worthy of being my younger brother, he's quite handsome." "Lin Fan, I'm your fourth sister Wen Liufang, are you hurt?" Wen Liufang said as she reached out and touched Lin Fan's face. Lin Fan had already identified Wen Liufang after seeing her appear. Ye Yuxin had shown him pictures of all the other 6 sisters to make it easier for him to identify her. Although Lin Fan had heard from Ye Yuxin that the identity of his 4th sister, Wen Liufang, was not simple, he never imagined that she was so powerful. Having such a sister to look up to really felt great. Lin Fan kicked Zhao Fengyun away with one kick and then said to Wen Liufang, "4th sister, you are awesome." Wen Liufang gave him a glare and said, "What's so great about it? I heard from my eldest sister that you were ambushed and had to rush back from the imperial capital. You little brat was actually flirting with girls, causing me to make a wasted trip. In any case, you have to make it up to me tonight." As Wen Liufang spoke, she walked up to him and gave him a gentle hug. Lin Fan was embraced by Wen Liufang, and he could clearly feel the impact of the pair of giant pandas. Seeing such a scene, Huang Dalong was dumbfounded. Rumor has it that Wen Liufang is cold-hearted by nature and a ruthless demon who kills indiscriminately. But at this moment, she is actively hugging Lin Fan. Is their relationship simple? Are they really brother and sister? Wen Liufang hugged Lin Fan and whispered in his ear, "Lin Fan, I rushed back from the imperial capital, and my legs are numb. As punishment, you must give me a good massage tonight." As soon as Wen Liufang said this, Lin Fan almost had the urge to bleed from his nose. Wen Liufang was wearing leggings, which brought out the perfection of her long, slender legs. If he massaged her thighs, he might not be able to control himself. You have to understand that although they are nominally brother and sister, in reality they are not related in the slightest.
Even if something really did happen, it wouldn't be a problem. What do you say? You won't agree? You won't even agree to a little request from your fourth sister. When Liufang saw that Lin Fan didn't say anything, and her big, watery eyes blinked at Lin Fan. Lin Fan heard Wen Liufang's inquiry and quickly replied, "Yes, it would be my honor to do something for my fourth sister." Hearing Lin Fan's reply, Wen Liufang nodded with great satisfaction and said, "You are worthy of being my good younger brother. Leave the matter here to me." After Wen Liufang finished speaking, her gaze fell on Huang Dalong and Zhao Fengyun. Upon being looked at in this way by Wen Liufang, Huang Dalong was scared and fell to his knees again. "Huang Dalong, your adopted son actually dared to openly confess his love to my younger brother's girlfriend. How should this matter be handled?" Wen Liufang's gaze fell on Huang Dalong, and she asked in a single sentence. Chapter 22 Fourth Sister, Queen Liufang. "I dare offend even Lin Xiao, I don't know if I'm going to die." Huang Dalong pressed Zhao Fengyun to the ground and cursed while stepping on his legs. Crack! With two crisp sounds, Zhao Fengyun's legs were instantly crushed. In Huang Dalong's heart, Zhao Fengyun was his biological son, there was no mistake about it, but offending Wen Liufang was a one-way ticket to death. If he hadn't pushed Zhao Fengyun out, then he might also die here today. Under these circumstances, crushing Zhao Fengyun's legs would give him a chance to survive. Ah! Zhao Fengyun's legs were crushed by Huang Dalong, and he instantly let out a piercing scream of pain. In Zhao Fengyun's heart, he couldn't help but curse, "Huang Dalong, you animal. I even recognized you as my godfather, and you actually crippled me because of a woman. I've marked this grudge." Huang Dalong said with his head bowed after crippling Zhao Fengyun's legs. "Your Majesty, I have crippled his legs, and beg your Majesty to spare his life." Wen Liufang didn't even look at Huang Dalong, and she spoke directly. "The third leg must also be disabled. How is it useful to keep the third leg if you dare to ruin my brother's date?" After Wen Liufang said this, Huang Dalong's brows could not help but frown. In fact, when he struck just now, Huang Dalong had deliberately held back. As long as he escaped this disaster, then he could hire the best doctor and there was still a chance to heal Zhao Fengyun. However, if he attacked Zhao Fengyun's third leg, then Zhao Fengyun would be completely disabled. What do you say? Do you have any objections? If you don't do it, I'll do it myself. When Liufang saw that Huang Dalong did not do it, and her eyebrows shot up as she said. When Liufang's words scared Zhao Fengyun so much that he shouted out, "No, don't. I can't lose it, if I lose it, I won't be able to become a man." Lin Fan watched quietly from the side, and he couldn't help but praise Wen Liufang in his heart. Overbearing, ruthless towards her enemies, she is worthy of being the queen of the underworld, a formidable presence. However, none of this is important. What is important is that she is my own fourth sister, and she has been very good to me. That is enough. As soon as Wen Liufang's words came out, Huang Dalong was shocked. If Wen Liufang personally intervened, could Zhao Fengyun's life be spared? Huang Dalong gritted his teeth, and he finally stepped down on Zhao Fengyun's testicles. Ah! Zhao Fengyun's scream was shocking and heartbreaking. Looking at the blood-red scene under Zhao Fengyun, Wen Liufang waved his hand and said, "Get out." When Liufang shouted "Get out" and Huang Dalong obeyed like he heard an imperial decree. Huang Dalong picked Zhao Fengyun up and quickly ran out the door. Huang Dalong was worried that Wen Liufang would change her mind, and if that happened, his life might not be spared. As Huang Dalong and the others left, the way the crowd looked at Lin Fan completely changed. Before this, in the minds of many people, they thought Lin Fan had charmed Shangguan Roaching with his good looks. Now they realized that he had such a domineering sister, so why would they worry about not having beautiful women come to him? "Lin Fan, I won't disturb you on your date. But don't go back on your promise. If you don't come back tonight, then tomorrow, or the next night. I'll be waiting for you." After Wen Liufang said this to Lin Fan, she glanced at Shangguan Rongru and left directly. After Wen Liufang's figure had completely disappeared, Shangguan Rongru looked apologetically at Lin Fan and said, "Lin Fan, thank you tonight. I didn't expect Zhao Fengyun to have such a status, and I almost let you suffer. Fortunately, your fourth sister arrived in time, otherwise, I'm afraid this matter would not be so easy to resolve." Lin Fan reached out his hand and stroked Shangguan Rongru's long, beautiful hair, a smile appearing on his face as he said, "You are my girlfriend, and it is what I should do to solve difficulties for my girlfriend." "Who is your girlfriend?" Shangguan Rongru gave Lin Fan a white look and said, "You. Who else?" Lin Fan said as he embraced Shangguan Roqing.
Shangguan Roqing gently pushed Lin Fan away and said, I'm ignoring you, I'm going home. Then I'll walk you home.
Lin Fan quickly replied. Subsequently, Lin Fan drove Shangguan Roqing home in his Rolls-Royce Phantom.
At Shangguan Roqing's front door, Shangguan Roqing suddenly stopped Lin Fan, who was about to leave. Stop. Hearing Shangguan Roqing shout, Lin Fan stopped. Boo.
As Lin Fan stopped, Shangguan Roqing suddenly kissed him on the cheek and ran up the stairs.
Lin Fan couldn't help but freeze for a moment as he watched Shangguan Roqing's departing back.
You have to understand, this was the first time a girl had kissed him in his entire life. And she was such a pretty girl, too. Lin Fan could smell the faint fragrance still lingering in the air, and this moment gave him a feeling of contentment. After a short while, Lin Fan's face regained its calm expression, and he thought to himself silently.
Eldest Sister Ye Yuxin is the richest person in Shenlong country, second Sister Zhao Qing'er is the flying thief, third Sister Ling Xiangyue is the beautiful doctor, and fourth Sister Wen Liufang is the queen of the underworld.
Although the identities of the other three sisters are unknown, they are definitely not ordinary people. If it were before, he could have just become a salted fish and let them take care of him for the rest of his life. However, now that he has inherited the Green Emperor's legacy, he naturally needs to practice diligently. Only by becoming stronger can he protect his 7 stunning sisters. With this in mind, Lin Fan drove the Rolls-Royce Phantom towards Feisher Lake. According to the Green Emperor's legacy records, places with abundant aura are more suitable for cultivation. Feisher Lake is the largest lake in Qingmu City, and the aura there is more concentrated than in other places. Half an hour later, in a rather secluded corner of Feisher Lake, Lin Fan sat cross-legged, practicing by circulating the Qing Emperor's longevity technique. Time passed quickly during cultivation, and before he knew it, 4 hours had passed. Lin Fan could clearly feel the qi in his body continuously coalescing. At his current rate of cultivation, he believed that it would not be long before he could break through to the early stage of the innate. The inheritance of the Qing Emperor allowed him to directly break through to the 9th level of refining qi. The cultivation path is divided into refining qi, innate, foundation building, golden elixir, and primordial spirit, and each stage is subdivided into 9 levels. Refining qi is the beginning for cultivators, mainly to continuously improve the power of their own bodies. Ordinary refining qi level 1, the power of a punch is enough to blast 100 caddies. For every level of cultivation, the power can be increased by 100 caddies. Chapter 23 I will repay you, both physically and. Lin Fan himself has reached the 9th level of refining qi, and he has the strength of 2,000 pounds in a single punch. The reason why Lin Fan has such terrifying power is all thanks to the horror of the Qing Emperor's immortal body. Cultivators who break through to the first level of innate talent can fly with swords and thus proudly roam the world. Just as Lin Fan was cultivating, a woman wearing a long white dress hurriedly ran over from afar. Help! Please help me! The woman shouted when she saw Lin Fan. At this moment, Ling Wanshan was like a drowning person who had encountered the only straw that could save her life. In Ling Wanshan's heart, she didn't know if Lin Fan would save her, but at this point, she had to take a chance. Lin Fan heard Ling Wanshan's cry for help, but his face remained expressionless. He was a good person, but definitely not a good-for-nothing. The woman in front of him was covered in bruises and cuts, and must have suffered a lot. However, her sudden appearance made Lin Fan have to be suspicious. Seeing that Lin Fan was unmoved, Ling Wanshan bit her lip and stood behind Lin Fan. It wasn't that she didn't want to continue running, but her physical strength was almost completely depleted. Even if she continued to run, she would still be unable to escape being caught. Instead, she might as well take a chance. Bitch, you just run. A woman like this, I'll catch you tonight. You said you're following Master Long to eat and drink luxuriously, isn't that good? Why do you have to escape? I'll beat you to death. A scolding voice came over, followed by 3 burly men rushing over. The one scolding was a young man with dyed yellow hair. Lin Fan heard Huang Mao's words, his eyebrows raised, and he looked at Ling Wanshan and said, Master Long? You've offended Master Long of Kunshan? Ling Wanshan shook her head repeatedly when she heard Lin Fan's question. I didn't offend him, he killed my whole family. He was going to bully me too, but I managed to escape. Please, save me, I'll repay you. To be honest, I haven't had my first time yet. Ling Wanshan said, finally, her hands wrapped around a pair of firm pandas. Upon hearing Ling Wanshan's words, Huang Mao looked at Lin Fan and snorted. You brat, I advise you to stay out of this.
Dare to interfere in Lord Long's affairs, you will definitely die. If you get the hell out of here now, I can let you go.
As Huang Mao spoke, he waved his hand, and the three of them had already formed a siege against Lin Fan and Ling Wanshan. Although Huang Mao and the other two surrounded Lin Fan and Ling Wanshan, he did not rush to attack.
Because Lin Fan gave Huang Mao the impression of a peerless strongman, deep down Huang Mao did not want to offend Lin Fan.
If Lin Fan left right away, that would naturally be the best thing.
You said you would repay me, including physically?
Lin Fan did not pay any attention to the three of them, and his gaze fell directly on Ling Wanshan. In the bright moonlight, Lin Fan could clearly see that Ling Wanshan had many purple and black wounds.
Although Ling Wanshan had many wounds, she still couldn't hide her devilish figure. Ling Wanshan lowered her head and said with a pout, "If you avenge me and kill Huang Dalong, I can do whatever you want."
Ling Wanshan said, and at the end, her face suddenly turned red.
Facing the handsome Lin Fan, Ling Wanshan's little heart was uncontrollably pounding wildly.
"Deal." Lin Fan answered without thinking. In Lin Fan's mind, although Huang Dalong was afraid of the existence of the fourth sister Wen Liufang, keeping him around was still a scourge. As for Ling Wanshan repaying him with her body in front of him, such a thing, let's talk about it later. Ling Wanshan heard Lin Fan's promise, and her face turned even redder. She clenched her fists and gritted her teeth.
Beat him.
How dare he offend Master Long, he doesn't know when to die. Seeing this, Huang Mao shouted at his two subordinates. As soon as Huang Mao gave the order, the two subordinates charged towards Lin Fan.
Tiger punch.
Lin Fan's figure charged towards the three of them, and his fists blasted out. With a punch, he pounced on the three of them like a tiger. Lin Fan's cultivation has reached the 9th level of refining energy, and with one punch, he has the strength of 2,000 kilograms. It is no exaggeration to say that if Lin Fan uses his full strength, the three of them could be killed by him with one punch.
Bang 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 bang.
Fist collided with fist, and in less than 10 seconds, the three of them were directly blown away by Lin Fan. The three of them fell to the ground, their faces as pale as white paper. Someone who could blow them away with a single punch was definitely a master. Ling Wanshan looked at Lin Fan's back, and hope shone in her eyes.
In fact, before this, Ling Wanshan did not know that Lin Fan could defeat Huang Dalong.
But from the moment Lin Fan started to fight, there was a sea change in Ling Wanshan's heart.
Ling Wanshan thought to herself, if he really killed Huang Dalong, then I would have to devote myself to him, wouldn't I? This is too embarrassing. But what if I devote myself to a man as handsome and manly as him? Get lost. Lin Fan glanced at the three yellow-haired men and then spoke.
Hearing Lin Fan's words, the three yellow-haired men hurriedly got up from the ground and ran away. In their hearts, this matter was already beyond their ability. If they continue to fight, then I'm afraid they will only lose their lives in vain.
Thank you for saving me.
Ling Wanshan walked over to Lin Fan and bowed to him to thank him. At the moment Ling Wanshan bowed, Lin Fan could clearly see Ling Wanshan's pair of snow white and round giant pandas. After a short moment of distraction, Lin Fan waved his hand and said, "It was a small favor."
What's more, you said you would repay me, you can't have forgotten so quickly.
As Lin Fan spoke, a harmless smile hung on his face.
As soon as Lin Fan's words came out, Ling Wanshan was taken aback.
She subconsciously took a few steps backwards and said in a trembling voice,
"I will repay you, but..."
In Ling Wanshan's heart, she felt like she had just escaped from the jaws of a wolf and walked right into the jaws of a tiger.
Seeing Ling Wanshan's reaction, Lin Fan smiled and said, "You're overthinking it. My family is lacking a nanny, so please be the nanny."
In Lin Fan's heart, he was currently a small billionaire with assets of over 100 million, and also a cultivator.
What's wrong with finding a beautiful woman to be the nanny? What's wrong with it? Chapter 24 Brother, what bad deed did you do last night? Okay, I promise. Ling Wanshan nodded her head heavily and replied.
Ling Wanshan was full of gratitude in her heart for Lin Fan hiring her as a nanny. Because Ling Wanshan believed that this was Lin Fan knowing that she had no home and giving her away that would not hurt her pride and still be able to help her. In Ling Wanshan's heart, she had another opinion of Lin Fan, which was that he was caring.
Follow me, I'll take you back. Lin Fan nodded to Ling Wanshan and replied. In a moment, Ling Wanshan and Lin Fan walked up to the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Get in,
Lin Fan said as he opened the passenger door.
Ling Wanshan looked at Lin Fan skillfully opening the door, and she said in shock.
This luxury car is yours, it's worth tens of millions at least. Although Lin Fan is extraordinary, his clothes are very ordinary, and it is impossible to tell that he is a wealthy person. But this Rolls-Royce Phantom is worth tens of millions of dollars, so how could Lin Fan be an ordinary person? My eldest sister gave it to me, Lin Fan answered truthfully. This Rolls-Royce Phantom was indeed a gift from Ye Yuxin. There was naturally no need to hide anything. Ling Wanshan sat on the passenger seat of the Rolls-Royce Phantom half believing, and she was very curious about the identity of Lin Fan's eldest sister. After all, she had given away a luxury car worth tens of millions of dollars, so could her identity be simple? Lin Fan did not go back to Ye Yuxin's mansion, but returned to the place where he was renting a room. If he took Ling Wanshan back to the Yi family, it would be quite troublesome to explain this matter. The next morning, while Lin Fan was still asleep, a fragrance came wafting over. Smelling the fragrance, Lin Fan rubbed his eyes, and then he realized that he had brought a beautiful woman home last night. Although Ling Wanshan was hired as a nanny, Lin Fan didn't know how good her cooking was. Walking in the direction of the fragrance, Lin Fan found Ling Wanshan carefully cooking lean meat porridge. The morning sun shone on Ling Wanshan, reflecting her whole body like an immaculate fairy. Lin Fan looked at Ling Wanshan busily working in the kitchen, and he felt a warm feeling in his heart for some reason. He had been an orphan since childhood, and the family affection he could feel was naturally minimal. And before he met Ye Yuxin and the others, for breakfast, he often ate buns while riding a tricycle to deliver packages. Ling Wanshan saw Lin Fan appear and she smiled slightly and said, "Brother Fan, you're awake. I've made some lean pork congee, you can eat it after you've washed up. I just don't know if it's to your liking." "Well, I quite like it." Lin Fan nodded and replied. 10 minutes later, Lin Fan was drinking the piping hot lean pork congee and eating the shredded pork flat noodles that Ling Wanshan had fried. Lin Fan couldn't help but praise, "It's good, you're not bad in the kitchen. You weren't a chef, were you?" Ling Wanshan's face first beamed with joy, but then she lowered her head, and tears flowed from the corners of her eyes. Seeing Ling Wanshan's tears, Lin Fan couldn't help but pull out a tissue and wipe them away for her, saying, "What's wrong? Did you think of something unhappy?" "No, it's fine." Ling Wanshan shook her head and said. While Ling Wanshan was talking, she simply didn't dare to look at Lin Fan, and tears kept flowing from the corners of her eyes. Lin Fan saw this and asked, "Is this related to Kunshan Dragon? If you don't want to tell me, I won't force you." Ling Wanshan nodded lightly and then told Lin Fan everything. Ling Wanshan's parents were both the dean and attending physician of the First People's Hospital. Because Huang Dalong coveted the Ling family residential area and wanted to transform it into a brothel, he was ruthlessly rejected by Ling's father. Seeing this, Huang Dalong simply had their residence demolished. In order to oppose the demolition, Ling's father and mother stayed at home, and as a result, they were buried alive and died. Although Ling Wanshan escaped, she was spotted by Huang Dalong. With her parents tragically killed at the hands of Huang Dalong, how could Ling Wanshan possibly give in? Huang Dalong had Ling Wanshan arrested, and last night, Ling Wanshan took advantage of the weak guard and escaped. After listening to Ling Wanshan's description, Lin Fan couldn't help but angrily slap the table and curse. Damn, this Huang Dalong is really not even as good as an animal. If I had known, I should have let fourth sister get rid of him last night. The reason Lin Fan didn't get rid of Huang Dalong on the spot was that he regarded him as a sharpening stone. However, Huang Dalong is so devoid of humanity, such scum, how can he be allowed to live in this world? Ling Wanshan heard Lin Fan say this, and she said with a smile on her face, "Your fourth sister can get rid of him?" "I think so." Lin Fan nodded and replied. Although Wen Liufang acted quite domineeringly, Lin Fan did not dare to make any promises in this matter. Hearing Lin Fan say this, Ling Wanshan did not pursue the matter further. Huang Dalong is the mighty Kunshan Dragon Lord, so how could an ordinary person possibly get rid of him? Just as Lin Fan had just put down his chopsticks, his phone rang. Lin Fan glanced at the note on the phone number and quickly answered it. As soon as the call connected, Wen Liufang's lazy voice came through the receiver. "Hey. I love your younger brother, I don't know if I'm disturbing you?" Lin Fan made a quiet gesture to Ling Wanshan before answering, "Fourth sister, I've just finished breakfast. And since it's you who's calling me, how could it be a disturbance?" There was a short silence on the other end of the line before someone spoke. "You sweet-talking little rascal, I'm saying you didn't come home last night. You didn't do something bad with Shangguan Roaching, did you? You know, you were together all night, and if you did something bad, then you're an animal. If nothing happened, then you are even worse than an animal. Brother, are you really worse than an animal? Or are you an animal?" Hearing Wen Liufang's twisted reasoning, Lin Fan almost vomited the porridge he had just eaten. Wen Liufang is worthy of being the queen of the underworld, and this theory is really not something that an ordinary person could think of. Lin Fan thought about it and answered. Fourth sister, don't get me wrong, I'm not with Shangguan Roqing, I went back to the rental place because of something. Have you had breakfast yet? I'll bring you some. As Lin Fan's voice fell, Wen Liufang's voice came through the receiver, no need for breakfast, but don't forget what you promised me. If you don't keep your promise, don't blame me for being rude to you. I hate people who don't keep their promises. Chapter 25, Massaging Fourth Sister. I'm going back now to fulfill what I promised you. Lin Fan replied. As Lin Fan said this, he couldn't help but feel a hot rush inside. Wen Liufang is the queen of the underworld, and massaging her thighs is something that many men dream of. However, Lin Fan quickly suppressed the heat in his heart. In his heart, Wen Liufang is his fourth sister no matter what. How could they? After Lin Fan said goodbye to Ling Wanshan, he drove back to the Yi family in his Rolls-Royce Phantom. Lin Fan looked around the Yi family residence, but did not find the figure of Wen Liufang. He had no choice but to call Wen Liufang to inquire. Fourth sister, didn't you say you were at home? Why did I look all over the house and not find you? As soon as Lin Fan's words came out, the phone receiver transmitted the lazy voice of Wen Liufang. Lin Fan, are you sure you looked all over? If you didn't even come into the room to look, naturally you won't find me. I'm in my room, waiting for you. Wen Liufang said this and hung up the phone. When Lin Fan heard that Wen Liufang was in her room, his heart couldn't help but start pounding. Was this a blatant seduction? If it wasn't a seduction, was it fishing with a hook? 1 minute later, Lin Fan's figure appeared in Wen Liufang's room. At the moment he walked into the room, Lin Fan couldn't help but swallow. Because at this time, Wen Liufang was wearing a silk robe, and her long, snow-white legs were exposed in the air. Combined with her devilish figure and red hair, she was even more enchanting and moving. Xiao Fan, what do you think? Isn't your fourth sister beautiful? Wen Liufang said with a smile when she saw Lin Fan come in. Beautiful, of course she is. Lin Fan subconsciously nodded and replied. Wen Liufang gave Lin Fan a look, extended her slender hand and hooked her finger towards him. Then why don't you come over and give me a massage? You have no idea, I made a special trip back from the imperial capital this time. Flying on a plane made all my muscles ache. Looking at Wen Liufang sleeping on the bed, Lin Fan felt a blankness in his mind. He could clearly feel the surging power within his body. Mommy mommy Kong. Mommy mommy Kong. Lin Fan silently recited the Great Compassion mantra in his mind, and this barely suppressed the surging power within his body. Lin Fan walked over to Wen Liufang and then bent down to start massaging her thighs. The silky, slightly cool feeling made Lin Fan feel a little distracted. However, Lin Fan ultimately maintained a shred of sanity, and he praised her. Fourth sister, you have really well-maintained thighs. Wen Liufang gave Lin Fan a cold stare, and a smile appeared on her face as she said. You have no idea, but I, your fourth sister, have relied on these thighs to win the title of Queen of the Underworld. Wen Liufang said this, and it seemed that she had thought of something, and then added. Don't get me wrong, among men, your fourth sister's thighs have only been touched by you. Other men, they are not so lucky. Lin Fan coughed softly and did not respond. Because he was worried that if he spoke, he would forget to recite the Great Compassion mantra in his mind. Xiao Fan, your gestures are really good, you must not often massage some beautiful woman? Wen Liufang lay on the bed with her beautiful eyes closed, silently enjoying it. Lin Fan shook his head and answered truthfully when he heard Wen Liufang ask. No, this is the first time I've given a massage. It's mainly because you, fourth sister, are so beautiful that I've learned without a teacher. Humph, you smooth talker. Wen Liufang sat up from the bed. She took a token from the side of the bed and handed it to Lin Fan, saying, Lin Fan, fourth sister will give you a company, and second sister will give you a diamond ring. As the fourth sister, I can't treat you badly. This is the Green Dragon Order, which I used to fight my way out of Aoki City. And the Green Dragon Group is now leaderless. Starting today, you are the leader of the Green Dragon Group. Lin Fan looked at the Green Dragon Order in Wen Liufang's hands, and he did not take it. Because Lin Fan understands that once he takes the Green Dragon Order, then he could get involved in the underground group struggle. Lin Fan shook his head and said, Fourth sister, I still prefer to start a company and do business quietly. Wen Liufang directly shoved the Azure Dragon Order into Lin Fan's hands, and a solemn expression appeared on her face as she said, Lin Fan, have you ever thought about the fact that your eldest sister's Jade Heart Group headquarters is in Aoki City? And your third sister is employed at Aoki City's First People's Hospital. Although I am the queen of the underworld in Shenlong country, there are many things that are beyond my reach. If someone in Aoki City does something harmful to your eldest sister and third sister, then there is no way I can keep an eye on them all the time. As soon as Wen Liufang spoke, Lin Fan subconsciously took the Qinglong order. Although Ye Yuxin and Ling Xiangyue both had extraordinary identities, there would always be some inconsiderate people targeting them. Some people were afraid to offend them on the surface, but they would inevitably ensure that they would not be killed behind their backs. And once he became the master of the Qinglong group, he could naturally protect them better. Of course, there was an even more important point, and that was that the cultivation path required a lot of resources. Some of these resources can be purchased with money, while others require some special means. After Lin Fan took over the Green Dragon Order, his gaze fell on Wen Liufang and asked, Fourth sister, now the Axe Group is the #1 underground force in Aoki City, should we get rid of them? Wen Liufang reached out her delicate hand and touched Lin Fan's forehead and said, How you do this is up to you to decide. You are the master of the Qinglong group, and you should know better than me what to do. But if you need any help, I will provide it. Wen Liufang's words were ostensibly asking Lin Fan to decide on this matter, but in reality, her meaning was already self-evident. In Lin Fan's heart, he and Huang Dalong had long since formed an alliance. And Huang Dalong had done such a depraved thing as to eliminate him, which could be considered doing God's work. Wen Liufang saw that Lin Fan did not say a word, and she just smiled indifferently and said, I have sent the exact location of the Qinglong group to your phone, so you can go there later to deal with it. I have to rush back to the imperial capital right now, as there are still very important things waiting for me there. I absolutely will not allow anyone to bully my sixth sister, no one. Wen Liufang's tone increased quite a bit when she mentioned sixth sister. Especially for the sixth sister, apart from knowing her name and what she looks like in the photo, he knows nothing else. Chapter 26, I need to change. Lin Fan, I need to change. Please go out for a while. Wen Liufang saw that Lin Fan had no intention of leaving, so she had to give Lin Fan an order to leave. Fourth sister, we are family, you see I have massaged your legs for you, how about you give me some benefits? Lin Fan said with a harmless smile as he spread his hands. Go to hell. Wen Liufang picked up the slippers on the floor and threw them at Lin Fan. Seeing this, Lin Fan did not hesitate and fled towards the door. Seeing Lin Fan's figure disappear, Wen Liufang could not help but curse in a low voice. Humph, how dare you molest even this queen? I'll come back and deal with you next time. However, this smelly little brother is quite handsome. The old man chose him, and that should be the most correct thing the old man has ever done. Wen Liufang said this while taking off her robe and beginning to change her clothes. If Lin Fan had not run away, he would have noticed that the door to the room was not closed. Yes, the door to the room was not closed. After leaving Wen Liufang's room, Lin Fan touched the Azure Dragon Order in his hand. After Lin Fan received the Azure Dragon Order, he understood that it was a kind of responsibility and also a new beginning. An hour later, in a luxurious office in a 50-meter-high building, 8 senior executives of the Azure Dragon Group were gathered together. Sitting in the chief position was a middle-aged man with a face full of scars. This middle-aged man is the Qinglong Group's #1 expert, Brother Scar. Next to Scar, a bearded man stood up and said loudly, Brother Scar, what does Her Majesty mean? She actually let her younger brother be our boss. I refuse to accept it. As Osa spoke, the other 6 people present stood up and echoed his words. Yes, we refuse to accept it. Scar is the best fighter among us, so why should a little brat be our boss? After all, the Green Dragon Group is the second most powerful force in the underworld of Aoki City. Who does a little brat think he is? Scarface couldn't help but frown when he heard the words of the 7 senior members of the Green Dragon Group in front of him. However, he quickly slammed his hand on the table and shouted, How dare you? This is an order from Her Majesty, do you want to disobey? Scarface's rebuke made the 6 men from the Osuhu clan instantly quiet. Although the Queen of Liufang has not been involved in the affairs of the Qinglong Group for some time, Her Majesty is still there. After a moment of silence, Deshuhu gritted his teeth and looked at Scarface and said, Scarface, what should we do now? Are you really willing to give up the position of boss? As soon as Deshuhu spoke, everyone present turned their attention to Scarface and shouted, Scarface, don't worry, your word is in order, we only listen to you. That's right, Scarface, if you say so, going through fire and water is nothing. Seeing the indignant expressions on the faces of the people present, Scarface bowed to them and said, Brothers, thank you for your love. Lin Fan is indeed a brat, but he is still the boss designated by Her Majesty. If we openly disobey the Queen's orders, I'm afraid the Queen will blame us. However, if Lin Fan can't stay here, that's his own issue. Scar brother said this last, and an inscrutable smile appeared on his face. Since when Lufang left Aoki City, he has been in charge of the Qinglong group. Although when Lufang did not explicitly say that he was the boss of the Qinglong group, Scar brother has always regarded himself as the boss. Now, he heard that Lin Fan was just a young kid, and he was going to become the boss of the Green Dragon group. This naturally made Scar brother very dissatisfied. When they heard Scar brother's words, Desushu and the others all expressed their agreement. In their hearts, they were a group of people over 40, so how could they be led by a young kid? Amidst the chorus of agreement from the crowd, Scar brother's phone rang. How lonely it is to be invincible, how lonely it is to be invincible. Scarface glanced at the number on his phone and said with a sneer. Talk about Chow Chow and Chow Chow arrives. It's that kid Lin Fan coming over. I'll see how you guys perform later. As soon as Scarface finished speaking, Dashu Hu and the others nodded in agreement. In their hearts, they had already formulated a series of plans. After the ringtone had played 3 times, Scarface slowly answered the phone. After the call was connected, Scarface said in a senile voice. Hello. This is Scar from the Green Dragon Group. Who is this? A domineering voice soon came through the receiver. This is Lin Fan. Fourth sister asked me to come here and manage the affairs of the Green Dragon Group. Scar didn't respond right away. He just looked around, then spoke slowly. So it's you, Fan. We're having a meeting in 1801, we don't have time to pick you up, just come up here yourself. After Scarface finished speaking, he did not continue to pay attention to Lin Fan, but hung up the phone directly. The moment he hung up the phone, Scarface directly pressed the power button to turn it off. Naturally, De Shuhu and the others saw Scarface's actions. A senior member of the Green Dragon Group could not help but look at Scarface with a worried tone and asked. Scarface, if we do this, will that kid complain to Her Majesty? Scarface glanced at the middle-aged man and said. Coward mouse, if he really complains to Her Majesty, then Her Majesty will definitely think that he is incompetent. If someone who can't even solve the simplest problem is qualified to be the boss of the Green Dragon Group, then what is he? As soon as Scarface finished speaking, De Shuhu winked at Coward Mouse and said. Coward Mouse, I don't think you can ever wash off this title. Scarface's move was brilliant. If that kid doesn't even have the ability to do that, then what makes him our boss? Upon hearing the words of Scar and Big Beard, Coward Mouse lowered his head and didn't say another word. Just as everyone was about to praise Scar's strategy, the room door suddenly got kicked open. Bang! As the room door was kicked open, a handsome figure walked in from outside. This handsome figure was none other than Lin Fan. Although there were security guards and other members of the Qinglong group stopping him, with Lin Fan's current martial arts skills, how could they possibly stop him? Upon seeing Lin Fan appear, Scar brother frowned and said. You are Lin Fan? In Scar brother's mind, he really did not expect Lin Fan to appear so quickly. This does not make sense. He wouldn't have bribed the security guards and walked in, would he? Chapter 27, You Can't Beat Me. That's right, I'm your boss, Lin Fan. Lin Fan swept the crowd with a glance. After looking clearly at the crowd, Lin Fan was shocked. Because every member present was at least 40 years old. You have to know that at this age, the physical strength of the average person has dropped significantly. In this way, when fighting between underground groups, they won't get the slightest advantage. Scarface did not respond immediately, and he simply gave a wink to Desushu. Desushu instantly understood what Scarface meant, and his gaze fell on Lin Fan, snorting. You want to be our boss? Do you have the qualifications? Even if the Queen has given you the Green Dragon Order, it doesn't mean we will recognize you as our boss. A waste has no qualifications to be our boss. As soon as Desushu spoke, the other 6 people said in unison. A loser is not qualified to be our boss. Hearing the shouts of Daxo Hu and the others, Lin Fan's face remained calm and composed. In fact, before he came to the Qinglong group, he had long since expected this situation. Especially after he was hung up on by Brother Scar, Lin Fan was even more certain that this would be the case. Lin Fan glanced at Scar and said, rubbing his nose. Loser? Even if you all join forces, you will never be my match. Lin Fan said as he casually pulled a chair and sat down. The room fell into a deathly silence. Scarface's eyes were wide open, and he even doubted if he was hearing things. Lin Fan had said that even if the 8 of them teamed up, they would not be Lin Fan's match. You have to understand that each of them has experienced countless battles. But Lin Fan said that even if they teamed up, they would not be his match. This is a slap in the face. Daxu Hu pointed his finger at Lin Fan and shouted. Lin, don't think that just because the queen is backing you up, you can talk nonsense. Don't blame me for beating you up. While saying this, Daxu Hu was moving his body, as if he was ready to fight at any time. In response to Daxu Hu's threat, Lin Fan just smiled indifferently and said, I'm curious to see how you're going to beat me up. As soon as Lin Fan spoke, Daxu Hu's eyes suddenly turned red, and he roared loudly. This is too much. Today, I'll show you the power of Daxu Hu. As Daxu Hu spoke, his body charged towards Lin Fan. However, before Daxu Hu could reach Lin Fan, his feet suddenly stopped, and his mouth hung open as if an egg could be stuck in it. Crack! Lin Fan's hand was pressed against the marble round table, and the round table instantly shattered into pieces. In fact, not only was Scarface surprised, but the others were also left speechless. You have to understand that the marble round table was 5 centimeters thick. Even if the 8 of them used their fists together to smash the round table, it would not suffer any damage. But Lin Fan simply pressed his hand against the marble round table, and the round table instantly shattered into pieces. What kind of strength was this? From this calculation, just how terrifying is Lin Fan's strength? After a short while, Scarface said in a trembling voice. You are a martial artist of the master? In Scarface's mind, he was certain that the Lin Fan in front of him was definitely a martial artist of the master, and was even more powerful than a martial artist of the master. In the Shenlong Kingdom, there is a saying, a martial artist of the master is like a dragon. A martial artist of the master is like a dragon in the sky, with a respected status. How could an ordinary mortal offend him? What do you think? Lin Fan glanced at Scarface and said very calmly. If you follow the cultivation path, Lin Fan is now at the 9th level of cultivation. As for martial arts masters, he really has no idea what that means. After all, the end of martial arts is entering the cultivation path. Only by entering the cultivation path can one achieve immortality. Boss! Scarface shouted loudly and respectfully at Lin Fan. As Scarface shouted, the others present hurriedly shouted out. Boss! They shouted these 2 words, but they were convinced. Among them, the most powerful is Scar Brother. However, Scar Brother's strength is also nothing more than an external strength martial artist, and he is a million miles away from a grandmaster martial artist. It is no exaggeration to say that hundreds of Scar Brothers cannot beat Lin Fan. Hearing the crowd call him boss, Lin Fan nodded very satisfactorily. Since he has promised 4th Sister that he will take over the Green Dragon Group, naturally he wants to make it the biggest force in the underworld of Aoki City. Lin Fan's gaze fell on Scarface and he said, Scarface, you are a veteran of the Green Dragon Group, so tell me about the distribution of power in the underworld of Aoki City right now. If Lin Fan had not spoken to Scarface like that before, Scarface would definitely have taken his sword and left without hesitation. However, after witnessing Lin Fan's terrifying strength, he did not dare to do so. He quickly found a map from a stack of documents behind him and said, Boss, there are 4 major groups of underground forces in our city. The Axe Group has the most people and occupies the most territory. They mainly deal in illegal, drugs, and brothels. In 2nd place is the Sure Win Group, which mainly deals in casinos. In 3rd place is the Hangli Group, which mainly deals in money lending. Scarface said this, and instead of continuing, he lowered his head, ashamed. Seeing Scarface's expression, Lin Fan asked, What's wrong? Our Qinglong Group is only ranked 4th? Don't we have any business? Scarface nodded heavily in response to Lin Fan's inquiry. Her Majesty the Queen once ordered that we could not operate businesses related to prostitution, gambling, drugs, or loan sharking. So, we just run some KTVs and trouble-solving businesses. The income is too low. Lin Fan was slightly stunned when he heard Scarface's reply. Because of the underworld, there will always be something shady. However, his 4th sister, Queen Liufang, is running the most ordinary business. She likes being the queen of the underworld so much, but what is it for?
Is it for his sixth sister, Huang Zihai? Suddenly, Lin Fan seemed to have thought of something, and a solemn expression appeared on his face as he looked at Scarface and asked. Wait, you said that the Axe Group also deals in unique products? Scarface nodded heavily and replied. Well, they also approached us for cooperation, but we refused. One must have a bottom line, and we cannot make that kind of money. Chapter 28, $1 Million Business. Damn it. Lin Fan couldn't help but curse under his breath. This Huang Dalong is really inhumane, he even does the business of unique products. You have to know that every year, Shenlong country solves these harmful things, but it is unknown how many righteous people have died. But Huang Dalong still does this kind of business. He is alive, but he really pollutes the air and the earth. After a short period of anger, Lin Fan's gaze fell on Scarface and asked. What is Huang Dalong's strength? I want to kill him, is there any way? As soon as Lin Fan said this, Scarface and the others all froze for a moment. If Lin Fan had not shown his formidable strength, then Scarface and the others would definitely have laughed at him. Huang Dalong is known as the #1 martial artist in Aoki City, and he is protected by many subordinates. It would be extremely difficult to kill him. Scarface spoke slowly after his shock had worn off. Rumor has it that he is at the early stage of being a master, and there are many experts around him. It is not an easy task to kill him. Upon hearing Scarface's words, Lin Fan's eyebrows twitched upwards. If Huang Dalong was really only at the early stage of being a master, then he would have a good chance of success if he went to assassinate him. However, there were other experts around Huang Dalong. In that case, this matter needs to be discussed at length. Just as Lin Fan was thinking this, Coward Mouse stood up and said, Boss, I know a way, I don't know if it will work. Lin Fan glanced at Coward Mouse and then asked. Brother, what is your name? Coward Mouse said in a flattered expression when he heard Lin Fan's question. Coward Mouse, boss, you can just call me Mouse. Lin Fan walked over to Timid Mouse and patted him on the shoulder as he extended his hand. Timid Mouse, tell me your plan. Tell me whatever you have in mind, I won't blame you. At this time, Scar Brother was furiously giving Timid Mouse signals, obviously not wanting Timid Mouse to tell him the plan. After receiving Scar Brother's hint, Timid Mouse shook his head and replied. No, I haven't thought of any plan. Lin Fan saw Scarface's little move clearly. His gaze fell on Scarface and he said. Scarface, there's no need to wink. If you don't tell me if you have a good plan, are you not taking me as your boss? As soon as Lin Fan's words came out, Scarface waved his hands repeatedly and said. No, no, no. I didn't mean that. Our actions are very dangerous. You are the younger brother of Her Majesty. I worry that you will be in danger. Lin Fan gave Scarface a look, and a playful expression appeared on his face as he said. If even I, a master, can be in danger, then if the 8 of you go, you will not return. As soon as Lin Fan said this, the crowd instantly fell silent. After a short period of silence, Cowardly Rat gritted his teeth and said. Boss, we have already thought about dying for a good cause in this operation. So let the 8 of us go. I, Coward Mouse, have always been afraid of things, but I am definitely not a coward. Lin Fan couldn't help but look up at the 8 men in front of him. He didn't expect that his fourth sister Wen Liufang's men were still iron-boned men. However, for some things, just having a pair of guts is still not enough. Lin Fan snorted and said. To die for a good cause, since you say Huang Dalong is a martial arts master, what makes you think you can kill him? If you go in there like that, you'll just be going in to die. But I'm different, I'm a martial arts master at the perfect stage, just half a step away from becoming a natural-born martial artist. With the right opportunity, I can make the breakthrough. Lin Fan was right in saying this, every acupuncture point in his body had already been opened up. As soon as the time was right, his cultivation naturally and easily broke through to the first level of natural born. After Lin Fan said this, a look of ecstasy appeared on the faces of Scar Brother and the others. A martial artist with innate talent is the same as a legendary immortal, able to fly and escape. If Lin Fan really becomes an innate martial artist, what is the Qinglong group worried about when it comes to growing? Thinking about this, Scar Brother said, 10 days later, Huang Dalong will hold a birthday banquet, and we will strike then. Lin Fan heard what Scar Brother said and said resolutely. Yes, within 10 days, I will break through to the innate level. Lin Fan's words were not groundless. He had clearly sensed that he was getting closer and closer to the innate level. Breaking through within 10 days was naturally not a difficult task. As soon as Lin Fan said this, the 8 men in Scarface's group once again beamed with ecstasy.
Half an hour later, Lin Fan and the others successfully formulated a detailed plan.
Just as Lin Fan was about to leave, Scarface's phone rang. Invincible is so lonely. Invincible is so lonely. Upon hearing the phone ring, Scarface's face flushed with embarrassment.
After all, Lin Fan was here, and it was not right for him to answer the phone, nor was it right for him not to answer it. Just as Scarface was about to hang up, Lin Fan spoke.
Answer it. It might be something important.
When Scarface heard Lin Fan's words, he let out a long sigh of relief and quickly connected the call. As soon as the call connected, a respectful voice came from the receiver.
Scarface, this is Xia Yingxi.
I need your help with something, and I'm willing to pay 1 million after it's done.
Scarface did not respond to Xia Yingxi immediately, but looked at Lin Fan.
Lin Fan was now the boss of the Green Dragon Group, and naturally he did not dare to overstep the line. Lin Fan nodded at Scarface to indicate that he would not interfere in his affairs. Seeing this, Scarface said in a commanding voice. For a business deal worth 1 million, come to the Green Dragon Group headquarters and let's talk. After Scarface said this, he hung up the phone casually.
Although Scarface appeared very strong on the phone, he was overjoyed in his heart.
You have to know that their Qinglong group has not encountered such a big business for a long time. Right now, Lin Fan has just taken office, and he has received a business deal worth 1 million.
Isn't this his chance to show off in front of Lin Fan?
Seeing Scarface's excited expression, Lin Fan's face broke into a smile and he said. Scarface, later you go to the next room to receive Xia Yingxi. I would like to see what business he has. In Lin Fan's heart, he was very curious about what Xia Yingxi wanted with brother Scarface. If Xia Yingxi was preparing to deal with him, then he definitely wouldn't hold back.
Chapter 29, He's Our Boss.
Half an hour later, Xia Yingxi's figure appeared in a meeting room of the Qinglong group. Lin Fan, on the other hand, was sitting in front of a computer, and the computer screen was facing the meeting room. In the meeting room, brother Scarface sat across from Xia Yingxi, while Big Beard and Coward Mouse stood behind him like bodyguards.
Say it. What is it that you want from me? Brother Scarface glanced at Xia Yingxi and took a huazi out of his cigarette case and said.
For Xia Yingxi, a second-generation rich kid, brother Scarface did have some impression. It was because he had helped him solve some trivial matters before. This time, Xia Yingxi spoke of $1 million business, which naturally made Scarface very interested. Seeing this, Xia Yingxi quickly stood up and respectfully helped Scarface light the cigarette. After seeing Scarface take a blissful drag on the cigarette, Xia Yingxi said with a smile. Scarface, you came here this time to ask me to disable a person's third limb. Scarface put down the huazi on his fingertip and a curious look appeared on his face as he said.
Oh. What is this person's identity? And why do you want to disable him?
Upon hearing Scarface's inquiry, Xia Yingxi hurriedly replied.
This person is a delivery man. He disabled my father's third limb and turned him into an eunuch.
I want that person to also become an eunuch. Xia Yingxi said at the end, his teeth clenched. In Xia Ying's mind, Lin Fan was inferior to him in everything, so why could Lin Fan get close to Ye Yuxin, a top beauty?
As long as Lin Fan was made a eunuch, then Ye Yuxin would definitely kick him out.
At that time, he would come to the rescue of the beauty.
At that time, wouldn't he be able to win Ye Yuxin's heart?
After Scarface heard Xia Ying's words, he said decisively.
I see. I'll take the job. Tell me, who is the client?
Upon hearing Scarface's reply, Xia Yingxi quickly took a photo out of his breast pocket and handed it to Scarface. When Scarface looked at the man in the photo, he stood still in his tracks. Huazi, which he had been holding in his mouth, also froze.
Scarface was deeply impressed by the man in the photo. Cough, 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 cough.
After a while, Scar Brother coughed violently, because Huazi was in his mouth the whole time, so of course he coughed. When Big Beard and Coward Mouse saw Scar Brother's reaction, they both froze for a moment. Because in their memories, Scar Brother was the kind of person who could remain calm in the face of danger. But a photo had caused such a big change in Scar Brother.
How could Deshuhu and Zayamushu accept such a big change?
Our Qinglong group is the second most powerful force, and there is no one we cannot offend. While saying this, Deshuhu took the photo from Scar Brother's hands.
In fact, the Qinglong group ranked 4th among the underground forces in Aoki City. However, Deshuhu did not think so. He always firmly believed that the Qinglong group was only slightly weaker than the Axe group.
It was also the case that he had always believed that the Green Dragon Group was the second-ranked underground force. Seeing this, Coward Rat also lowered his gaze to the photo in Osu's hands. When Osu and Coward Rat both looked clearly at the man in the photo, their eyes widened, and disbelief was written all over their faces. Scarface threw away the cigarette but in his hand, and his gaze fell on Xiaoyingzi, and a solemn expression appeared on his face as he said, "Xiaoyingzi, are you sure you want to deal with this person?" Xiaoyingzi could see the changes in the expressions of the three men. However, in his eyes, the only purpose of the changes in the expressions of the men was to ask for more money. Xiaoyingzi gritted his teeth and said, "Scarface, don't worry, after this is done, I'll give you another 100,000. As soon as Xiaoyingzi's words came out, Scarface stood up and cursed. "You son of a bitch, you dare to lay a hand on our boss." While scolding Xiaoyingzi, Scar Brother directly threw the teacup in front of him at Xiaoyingzi. Bang! With a crisp sound of impact, Xiaoyingzi instantly had a bloody head. Xiaoyingzi only felt a dizzy spell in his head. What was going on? He had clearly asked Scar Brother to deal with a penniless deliveryman. But why did Scar Brother hit him? And called Lin Fan the boss? Is this really because there wasn't enough money? What did you say? Brother Scar, you said you wanted to know how much more you wanted, I'll give it to you. Xiaoyingzi touched his head and mumbled. Brother Scar gave Xiaoyingzi a cold stare and said with a sneer, "How much? This is no longer an issue of money. Since you are a dead man, I will tell you the truth, Lin Fan is our boss." Scarface said at the end, his tone deliberately accentuated. Xiaoyingzi's entire body went limp on the ground, and his face turned pale like a piece of white paper. He couldn't figure out what was going on, no matter how hard he tried. He muttered to himself, "Lin Fan is your boss, how can he be your boss? He is just a poor deliveryman who is living off Ye Yuxin." However, before Xiaoyingzi could continue, Xiaoyi had already rushed up to him and put a strong grip on his neck. Snap! Half an hour later, Lin Fan's figure left the Qinglong group. Lin Fan didn't say much about Xiaoyingzi being taken care of by Xiaoyi and the others. The incident with Su Shirao had taught him that mercy towards the enemy was cruelty towards oneself. What's more, it wasn't him who took care of Xiaoyingzi, so what did it have to do with him? Not long after Lin Fan left the Qinglong group, his third sister Ling Xiangyue's phone call came in. "Xiao Fan, this is your third sister. Do you have time tonight?" Ling Xiangyue's voice, like heavenly music, came through the receiver. Lin Fan heard Ling Xiangyue's words and a smile appeared on his face. "No. I'm very busy. However, if it's Ling Xiangyue asking for me, even if the sky were to collapse, I would definitely find the time." Ling Xiangyue's silver bell-like laughter quickly came from the receiver. "Humph, little rascal. How about this, you come pick me up at 6 o'clock tonight? Oh, yes, and remember, bring a broccoli." After Ling Xiangyue said this, she didn't care if Lin Fan agreed or not, she just hung up the phone. Chapter 30, Bringing Cauliflower to Third Sister, Part 1. As the sun set, the tranquility of the First People's Hospital was broken by a handsome man. So handsome. Who is that man? How could there be such a handsome man in this world? Why is there such a big difference between men? Lin Fan's appearance immediately made many people praise him. Lin Fan didn't care about such praise. He had long since become accustomed to it. A beautiful receptionist and nurse walked up to Lin Fan and said, "Handsome guy, who are you looking for?" "I'm here to see Vice President Ling." "Where is she?" Lin Fan smiled slightly at the beautiful nurse and said. When the beautiful nurse saw Lin Fan smile, she instantly froze. Her little heart was pounding wildly. As a receptionist and nurse, she had seen countless handsome guys, but she had never met anyone as handsome as Lin Fan. After the shock, the beautiful nurse made a gesture of invitation to Lin Fan and said, "Vice President Ling's office is a ways from here, I'll show you the way." Lin Fan nodded in reply when he heard the beautiful nurse's words. "Thank you." In Lin Fan's heart, this beautiful nurse was barely passable looking. Of course, that wasn't the point was that she had gone out of her way, how could he refuse? The beautiful nurse led the way, and she glanced at Lin Fan surreptitiously a few times. The more she looked, the more she realized that Lin Fan was really not just any handsome guy. She couldn't help thinking in her heart, such a handsome guy is actually the pursuer of Vice President Ling. If he were my pursuer, that would be great. When Pan Meili thought about this, she couldn't help but introduce herself to Lin Fan. "Handsome guy, I'm Pan Meili,
you can call me Xiaomei, I don't know how to address you? Lin Fan.
Lin Fan casually announced his name. Pan Meili blinked her eyes and her gaze fell on the broccoli in Lin Fan's hands and she asked.
Handsome Lin, you're not holding this broccoli to give to Vice President Ling, are you?
Well, Lin Fan nodded without explaining much.
This is what his third sister, Ling Xiangyue, asked him to buy. I guess she's going to cook broccoli and fried bacon herself tonight. This is indeed a very good dish.
When Pan Meili heard that Lin Fan was going to give a broccoli to Ling Xiangyue, she was stunned. However, she quickly thought to herself, creative, so many people give roses to Vice President Ling. It's just that he's the one who sent the broccoli, and maybe he really can win Vice President Ling's heart.
Under Pan Meili's guidance, Lin Fan soon appeared in Ling Xiangyue's office. When Lin Fan saw Ling Xiangyue, he couldn't help but freeze slightly. Tonight, Ling Xiangyue was wearing a snow-white long dress and delicate light makeup on her face, just like an immaculate fairy. Lin Fan, you're here.
Ling Xiangyue greeted Lin Fan with a smile when she saw him.
I've come to pick you up from work. I'm not late, am I?
Lin Fan replied with a smile.
Of course not.
While saying this, Ling Xiangyue walked over to Lin Fan and whispered in his ear. Lin Fan, wait a minute, you have to help me, I'm in a bit of trouble. Lin Fan naturally did not hesitate to agree to Ling Xiangyue's request.
Don't worry, I'll do a good job.
When Ling Xiangyue asked Lin Fan to buy broccoli, Lin Fan already guessed what she wanted him to do. Ling Xiangyue was his third sister, so naturally he would not refuse such a trivial matter. Just as Ling Xiangyue and Lin Fan were leaning closely together, a middle-aged man walked in from outside and said,
Xiaoyu, haven't you finished work yet?
This middle-aged man was about 40 years old, with a large flat head of hair, and a gold necklace the size of a thumb hanging around his neck.
When the middle-aged man looked at Lin Fan next to Ling Xiangyue, his eyebrows couldn't help but furrow tightly.
When Ling Xiangyue saw Huang Yiqing walk in, she nodded and said, Dean Huang, my boyfriend has come to pick me up from work. Let me introduce you, this is my boyfriend Lin Fan.
Xiao Fan, this is Huang Yiqing, Dean Huang.
As Ling Xiangyue spoke, her slender hands immediately held Lin Fan tightly, while her head naturally rested on Lin Fan's shoulders. Seeing this, Lin Fan simply embraced Ling Xiangyue in his arms and said,
Hello, Dean Huang. Xiangyue and I are going home to cook. She loves broccoli stir-fried with bacon that I make. I'll take my leave now.
As Lin Fan spoke, he deliberately shook the broccoli in his hands, and a smile of triumph appeared on his face.
Huang Yiqing couldn't help but twitch his face when he saw this scene.
However, Huang Yiqing quickly regained his calm expression and said,
The young man is really romantic, but Xiaoya, tonight's reception is very important. It concerns your rank assessment, aren't you going to attend?
As Huang Yiqing said this, Ling Xiangyue's pretty face could not help but show a trace of disgust.
However, Ling Xiangyue quickly shook her head and replied,
No, rank is indeed important, but it is not as important as my boyfriend. While saying this, Ling Xiangyue pulled Lin Fan towards the door. Huang Yiqing looked at Ling Xiangyue and Lin Fan as they left in close proximity to each other, and his eyes suddenly turned red.
Huang Yiqing sneered in his heart, Humph, Ling Xiangyue, you just wait. The woman I, Huang Yiqing, want, how can I let you slip away?
Ling Xiangyue walked out of the office with Lin Fan holding hands. Ling Xiangyue leaned into Lin Fan's ear again and whispered,
Xiao Fan, thank you this time.
If it wasn't for you, I don't know how I would have been able to turn down this old wolf. Ling Xiangyue said, and at the end, a look of helplessness appeared on her face.
Since the accidental death of the previous dean, Huang Yiqing has served as the dean of the First People's Hospital.
After seeing Ling Xiangyue for the first time, Huang Yiqing was shocked and thought she was a fairy. Huang Yiqing, who prided himself on being the dean of the First People's Hospital, began to make crazy hints to Ling Xiangyue.
In fact, Huang Yiqing also wanted to pursue Ling Xiangyue head-on.
However, Huang Yiqing was a family man, and naturally he did not want any scandals. Ling Xiangyue naturally had no interest in Huang Yiqing, a middle-aged man with a wandering heart. After all, at Huang Yiqing's age, he could be her father. It's a piece of cake. If he dares to bully my third sister, I'll waste him. Lin Fan heard Ling Xiangyue's thanks and said with a slight smile.
Ling Xiangyue nodded.
Her face suddenly turned red. She bit her silver teeth and pushed Lin Fan and said,
Chapter 31, Bringing Cauliflower to Third Sister, Part 2. Third sister, you have to do the whole thing. If we show up holding hands like this, I'm sure the whole hospital will hear about it soon. If we part so soon, won't people see through it? As Lin Fan spoke, he hugged Ling Xiangyue even tighter. The faint fragrance coming from Ling Xiangyue's body made Lin Fan feel carefree and happy. Upon hearing Lin Fan say this, Ling Xiangyue did not continue to struggle, and her little face turned red like a ripe red apple. You have to understand, Ling Xiangyue has lived for so long, and this is the first time she has ever been held like this by a man. Although Lin Fan is her younger brother, he is only a nominal younger brother, and they are not related in the slightest. Ling Xiangyue unconsciously looked at Lin Fan's pants, and the image of Lin Fan's huge member appeared in her mind. This made her little heart beat even faster. And Lin Fan and Ling Xiangyue's closeness soon spread throughout the First People's Hospital. Oh my god! Our iceberg beauty, Vice President Ling, is in love. No way! Look, there's a picture to prove it, and they're holding hands. Oh my god! Look at that guy, he's really handsome. You don't know, that handsome guy used a broccoli to profess his love to our Vice President Ling. When many boys learned that Ling Xiangyue was in a relationship with Lin Fan, they felt like the sky was falling. Especially when they learned that Lin Fan had even given Ling Xiangyue a broccoli, they just hated how stupid they had been. Holy shit, no wonder I threw the roses I gave Vice President Ling in the trash before. Don't be silly, take a look in the mirror and you'll see just how big the gap between people really is. Lin Fan didn't care about the gossip. In his heart, Ling Xiangyue was his third sister, and he would never allow anyone to do her harm. When Pan Meili saw Lin Fan and Ling Xiangyue appear holding hands, her mouth instantly opened wide. She had seen many rich young men express their love for Ling Xiangyue with all kinds of luxurious gifts. But without exception, they were all mercilessly rejected by Ling Xiangyue. This time, Lin Fan only held a broccoli and managed to successfully woo the most beautiful woman in the First People's Hospital. Is there still justice in the world? Can a handsome guy really do whatever he wants? Just as Pan Meili was thinking this, a young man wearing an Armani suit walked over from afar. The young man was wearing a luxury Aquaracer watch on his wrist and holding 999 roses in his hands. As soon as Pan Meili saw the young man, she couldn't help but shout out to Lin Fan. Handsome Lin, your rival is here, you have to be careful. The young man with 999 roses in his hands was Huang Xiaoban. Huang Xiaoban is the son of Huang Yiqing. Ever since he saw Ling Xiangyue, he has fallen in love with this stunningly beautiful and talented doctor without hesitation. However, Ling Xiangyue naturally would not accept Huang Xiaoban's crazy pursuit. As the old saying goes, like father, like son. Huang Yiqing is almost 50 years old, and he is still thinking about taking advantage of people. How could his son be any better? Third sister, it seems that this time I can also get rid of your rival. Lin Fan whispered in Ling Xiangyue's ear. In Lin Fan's mind, if Huang Xiaoban pursued Ling Xiangyue normally, then he would not be ruthless to him. If Huang Xiaoban wants to play tricks, then he will let Huang Xiaoban know why flowers are so red. Huang Xiaoban walked closer, his mouth wide open, his eyes fixed on the hands of Lin Fan and Ling Xiangyue, which were clasped in each other's. His goddess is actually clasping hands with someone else, isn't this a green hat on his head? Huang Xiaoban thought quickly in his head. Although he was filled with anger, he eventually suppressed his anger. Huang Xiaoban believed that an outstanding man like him would never lose to Lin Fan. Huang Xiaoban straightened his clothes, adjusted his hair in front of his forehead, made a self-righteous and handsome gesture, and then walked towards Ling Xiangyue and Lin Fan. After Huang Xiaoban walked up to Ling Xiangyue, he handed over the 999 roses in his hands to Ling Xiangyue and said, "Xiaoyu, these 999 roses are for you." As soon as Huang Xiaoban made his move, he instantly attracted the attention of countless onlookers. As for Huang Xiaoban's pursuit of Ling Xiangyue, there were still quite a few people who knew about it in the First People's Hospital. Right now, Ling Xiangyue is already in a relationship, and Huang Xiaoban is still showing up with 999 roses. This is obviously a case of love stealing. Ling Xiangyue didn't even look at the 999 roses in Huang Xiaoban's hands, she just said coldly, "Huang Xiaoban, please don't bother me in the future, I already have a boyfriend. And the flowers he gave me, I like them very much." While saying this, Ling Xiangyue picked up the broccoli in Lin Fan's hands. She gently sniffed at the broccoli, and a happy smile appeared on her fair, rosy face. As soon as Ling Xiangyue made this gesture, Huang Xiaoban was dumbfounded. Huang Xiaoban just couldn't understand it. He had given her 999 roses, but they were no match for a single broccoli. Broccoli is a flower, but it's just cauliflower. It's for stir-frying, not for giving away. Ling Xiangyue didn't want the 999 roses in front of her,
but she chose a broccoli. What's wrong with this world? As Huang Xiaoban was shocked, Lin Fan pulled Ling Xiangyue behind him and said to Huang Xiaoban, "Please stay away from my girlfriend in the future. I don't want you to be entangled with her." Huang Xiaoban was stunned when he heard Lin Fan's words. In Huang Xiaoban's heart, he had already been furious. However, in order to make a good impression on Ling Xiangyue, Huang Xiaoban had been suppressing the anger in his heart. When Huang Xiaoban's gaze fell on the broccoli in Ling Xiangyue's hands, he quickly brightened. He thought silently in his heart, if Ling Xiangyue's boyfriend gave her broccoli, wouldn't that prove that this kid is a pauper? A pauper, what right does he have to compete with me for my girlfriend? No, I have to trample him and make him lose face in front of Xiaoye. When that happens, won't I be able to win Xiaoyu's heart again? Huang Xiaoban thought quickly in his head, and a smile soon appeared on his face as he looked at Lin Fan and said, "Brother, I wonder what you do." "I am Huang Xiaoban, the sales manager of Dahua Pharmaceutical Company. It's a pleasure to meet you." As Huang Xiaoban said this, he also took the initiative to extend his hand to Lin Fan, showing a look of wanting to befriend him. Chapter 32, A Man Needs to Be Domineering. "Lin Fan, I work at Zhongtong Express." Lin Fan glanced at Huang Xiaoban and said, then held out his hand and shook hands with him. Huang Xiaoban couldn't help but feel a little happy when he heard that Lin Fan worked at Zhongtong Express. Because in Huang Xiaoban's mind, he was even more convinced that Lin Fan was a pauper. After all, how could a rich man, or a second-generation rich man, possibly go deliver packages? Huang Xiaoban thought to himself, and the hand he was holding with Lin Fan suddenly squeezed hard. Huang Xiaoban had practiced taekwondo for a few years, and the strength in his wrists was naturally much stronger than average. He believed that Lin Fan would soon let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered. Huang Xiaoban soon discovered that his hand felt like it was gripping steel, and he was unable to use any of his strength. When Huang Xiaoban looked up at Lin Fan, he noticed that Lin Fan was looking at him with an expression of interest. "Ah!" Huang Xiaoban suddenly let out a shocking scream. It turned out that the reason Lin Fan shook Huang Xiaoban's hand was that he had long since expected Huang Xiaoban to cheat. In that case, why not use the same method to get even? The pain in his wrist made Huang Xiaoban forget all about his so-called grace, and he shouted out loud, "Quickly, let go!" As Huang Xiaoban fell to the ground, his 999 roses fell to the ground first. As a result, Huang Xiaoban's buttocks sat on top of the 999 roses. She hated smug people like Huang Xiaoban. She leaned over to Lin Fan's ear and whispered, "Xiaofan, you're so bad." Lin Fan heard her and simply shrugged his shoulders, looking very innocent. "Third sister, you can't say that about me. He fell over by accident, so how can you say I did it on purpose?" Ling Xiangyue smiled. She didn't say anything, because there were some things that it was better not to point out. After shouting for a little while, Huang Xiaoban got up from the ground and pointed his finger at Lin Fan and shouted, "Lin Fan, you've gone too far. I took the initiative to befriend you, and you actually did something to me and pushed me to the ground. Pay for the medical expenses." As Huang Xiaoban said this, it instantly attracted the attention of many onlookers. I didn't realize that Lin Fan looked quite handsome, but he was so ruthless. That's right, Huang Xiao wanted to befriend him, but he was pushed hard to the ground. What's the use of someone who looks handsome? He has no integrity. How could Vice President Ling fall for such a scumbag? I don't think it's Vice President Ling who was attracted to him. He must have used some unscrupulous means against Vice President Ling behind his back. Mouth. Ling Xiangyue, are you really not going to be with me? You have to think about this carefully. My father is Huang Yiqing, you'll be fired. Facing Huang Xiaoban's threat, Ling Xiangyue simply gave him a blank stare and said, "Fire me? I am the vice president of the hospital, does he have the right to fire me?" Ling Xiangyue was right, her position was inferior to Huang Yiqing's. However, the First People's Hospital was a public hospital under the control of the Shenlong Kingdom, and she, the vice president, could not be fired at will by Huang Yiqing. At this time, Huang Yiqing had already walked over from afar. When Huang Xiaoban saw Huang Yiqing appear, he was like a drowning man clutching at a straw for help, and he shouted, "Father, you have to do something for me." Huang Xiaoban's shout made Huang Yiqing's face change. You have to know that the first thing Huang Yiqing did when he took office was to hand over 90% of the business to Dahua Pharmaceutical.
And Huang Xiaoban is the sales manager of Dahua Pharmaceutical.
If their relationship is exposed, it is inevitable that people will associate it with a lot of shady dealings.
Huang Yiqing frowned and shouted at Huang Xiaoban. Manager Huang, what are you shouting about?
The stock market keeps dropping, you can't just shout at people.
Huang Yiqing's shout snapped him out of his anger.
There are some issues that are fine when done behind closed doors, but when they're brought into the open, their nature is different.
Huang Xiaoban thought quickly, his eyes lighting up, and he quickly pointed his finger at Lin Fan and said, Dean, you have to be fair.
You know, our Dahua Pharmaceutical has a lot of cooperation with your hospital. This is not I want to invite the vice president of your hospital to have a meal together and talk about cooperation in detail. But Vice President Ling not only refused to give this face, but also let her boyfriend hit me.
You have to give me an explanation for this matter?
Otherwise, there is no need for us to continue our cooperation. Huang Xiaoban said this with a righteous tone, as if he was not the one who did all this, but Lin Fan and Ling Xiangyue.
As Huang Xiaoban said this, many of the onlookers couldn't help but curse in their hearts. Shameless. This Huang Xiaoban is really shameless.
Obviously, it was him who failed in his pursuit of Ling Xiangyue, but he even used such dirty tricks. Fortunately, the goddess opened her eyes, otherwise her next life would be ruined at the hands of such scum.
Cough cough.
Huang Yiqing coughed softly, and his gaze fell on Lin Fan and Ling Xiangyue, and he said,
Vice President Ling, your boyfriend injured our partner.
If we stop cooperating, our hospital will lose tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of dollars.
What do you think should be done about this?
When Huang Yiqing said this, he spoke in a tone of consultation, but there was no intention of consultation.
When Ling Xiangyue was asked by Huang Yiqing, she couldn't help but freeze slightly.
However, before Ling Xiangyue could speak, Pan Meili spoke first.
President Huang, I can testify that Lin Fan did nothing wrong.
It was Huang Xiaoban who sent the flowers to try to woo someone else's girlfriend, and he deserved to be beaten up. Pan Meili's voice was not loud, but the room was originally silent. In this way, everyone present could hear her words clearly. Soon after Pan Meili's voice fell, a moment of noisy sounds rang out. Yes, I can testify that Huang Xiaoban deserved to be beaten.
Isn't it so? Good job beating him up. He was hitting on someone else's girlfriend in front of everyone, why didn't he go hit the noodles?
Before, the reason why everyone didn't dare to speak was because they were afraid that Huang Yiqing would retaliate against them. But now that Pan Meili was the first to stand up, Huang Yiqing would definitely deal with Pan Meili. In their hearts, a weak woman was so brave, and they, as men with blood, how could they be so cowardly?
Hearing the murmuring of the crowd, Huang Yiqing's brows could not help but frown.
He glared fiercely at Pan Meili and cursed viciously in his heart. Pan Meili, you just wait, I will make sure you get fired when I get the chance. Although he wanted to get his hands on Pan Meili, Huang Yiqing understood that this was not the most opportune moment. Huang Yiqing walked over to Huang Xiaoban and helped him up, saying, Manager Huang, it seems there's been a misunderstanding.
How about this, I'll personally examine you as an apology.
Hearing that his father had gone this far, Huang Xiaoban could only nod heavily. In no time at all, a hospital nurse brought a wheelchair to pull Huang Xiaoban away, while Huang Yiqing followed. However, before leaving, Huang Yiqing deliberately gave Lin Fan a fierce glare. Lin Fan naturally saw Huang Yiqing's performance. It was clear that father and son Huang Yiqing and Huang Xiaoban would definitely try to kill each other behind their backs. This matter still needs to be resolved. Thinking about this, Lin Fan leaned over to Ling Xiangyue's ear and whispered, Third sister, be careful. They can't get you in a fair and square manner, so there's no guarantee they won't resort to dirty tricks.
How about I take the first step and kill the father and son tonight to eliminate the problem?
When Lin Fan said this, Ling Xiangyue was startled. Soon, Ling Xiangyue shook her head and said,
Fan, this is not appropriate. Killing is illegal.
Okay, I'll listen to my third sister.
Lin Fan nodded and replied.
The reason Lin Fan agreed with Ling Xiangyue was just to deal with her superficially. If Huang Yiqing and Huang Xiaoban dared to do anything to Ling Xiangyue, then what harm would it do to kill them?
A dragon has its vulnerable spots, and if you touch them, you will die.
In Lin Fan's heart, his 7 sisters were his vulnerable spots.
Whoever dared to do anything to them was looking for death.
In a VIP ward, Huang Yiqing glared at Huang Xiaoban with anger in her eyes and scolded him.
Do you know that you almost got me killed?
Huang Xiaoban heard Huang Yiqing's scolding and said indifferently, Dad, what are you afraid of? You are the dean, and my uncle is the dragon master of Kunshan. Who would dare offend you? If anyone dares to offend you, just kill them directly. As Huang Xiaoban said this, a blazing flame shone in his eyes. In Huang Xiaoban's heart, since he could not deal with Lin Fan openly, he would kill him behind his back. Chapter 34, A million annual salary is quite a bit. You rebellious son, I warned you that there was no need to say certain things. If you dare to call me father in public again next time, I will break both your legs. Huang Yiqing shouted at Huang Xiaoban. Huang Yiqing was able to become the dean of the First People's Hospital not only because he is the younger brother of Kunshan Dragon Master, but also because of his own deep and profound wisdom. Huang Xiaoban heard Huang Yiqing say this, and he lowered his head and said, Dean, what should we do now? Huang Yiqing heard Huang Xiaoban say this, and his anger subsided considerably. He said, As for the aftermath, Lin Fan naturally knew nothing about the plans of Huang Yiqing and Huang Xiaoban. Lin Fan and his third sister, Ling Xiangyue, walked hand in hand to the parking lot. In the parking lot, a woman in her 20s was taking a selfie in front of the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Seeing this, Lin Fan didn't say anything. Vanity is only natural. As long as the person taking the photo doesn't affect him, there is naturally no need to argue with her. Just as Lin Fan walked up to the woman, before he could say anything, the woman spoke first. Lin Fan. Yuan Junyu. The woman taking the photo in front of the Rolls-Royce Phantom was Yuan Junyu, Lin Fan's high school classmate. I never thought I would run into you here, what a coincidence. Lin Fan said to Yuan Junyu with a big smile. Lin Fan did have some impression of his classmate Yuan Junyu. Back when they were in school, Yuan Junyu had once pursued Lin Fan. However, Lin Fan rejected her on the grounds of studying. Since then, Yuan Junyu had bullied him a lot, and there was a clearly visible scar on Lin Fan's arm. That was still Yuan Junyu's masterpiece. However, after Lin Fan cultivated the Green Emperor's immortal body, that scar disappeared without a trace. After Yuan Junyu recognized Lin Fan, she nodded slightly and said, Yes. I really didn't expect to run into you. Where do you work now? Hearing Yuan Junyu's inquiry, Lin Fan answered truthfully, Zhongtong Express. As Lin Fan said the words Zhongtong Express, a look of disdain appeared on Yuan Junyu's face. In Yuan Junyu's mind, she had originally thought that Lin Fan would have a very respectable job. She never imagined that Lin Fan was just a delivery person. However, a smile soon appeared on Yuan Junyu's face as she said, Oh, delivering packages is actually not bad, the salary is quite high. I heard that those diligent delivery people can earn over 10,000 yuan a month. My boyfriend Feng Weidao is now the manager of Rose Western Restaurant, and with the restaurant's dividends, he can just barely earn 1 million a year. That's pretty little, sighs Yuan Junyu. At the end of her sentence, she let out a long sigh, but there was not a hint of sadness on her face. In Yuan Junyu's heart, she couldn't help but think, fortunately, I didn't become this poor guy's girlfriend back then. If I did, wouldn't I have to suffer through hard times with him? Although he is a handsome guy, looks don't pay the bills. In this day and age, it's all about the wallet. Ling Xiangyue couldn't help but interject as she saw Yuan Junyu strutting around with her head held high. You're Xiao Fan's old classmate, and your boyfriend makes millions a year. I wonder how much you make. As Ling Xiangyue asked, Yuan Junyu's gaze fell on her instantly. When Yuan Junyu looked clearly at Ling Xiangyue's appearance, an inferiority complex rose up in her heart instantly. She's beautiful. How can there be such a beautiful woman in this world? After a short moment of shock, Yuan Junyu quickly smiled and said, Me? My annual salary is the same as my boyfriend's. Because he hands over all his money to me to keep. This beauty, you can't be Lin Fan's girlfriend, can you? Let me tell you, the most important thing to tell if a man loves you or not is to see if he is willing to spend money on you. As Yuan Junyu said this, she deliberately gave Lin Fan a cold stare. After seeing that Lin Fan had found such a beautiful girlfriend, Yuan Junyu couldn't help but feel a sense of loss. However, Yuan Junyu soon decided to forcibly separate Lin Fan from Ling Xiangyue. Oh. I wonder how much your boyfriend is willing to spend on you. Ling Xiangyue took Lin Fan's hand and a smile appeared on her face as she said. In Ling Xiangyue's heart, this Yuan Junyu was obviously pretending in front of Lin Fan. She was curious as to how long Yuan Junyu would continue to pretend. Yuan Junyu heard Ling Xiangyue's words, looked up, and pointed behind her at the Rolls-Royce Phantom. You see this? My boyfriend bought it for me. It's worth tens of millions. You tell me how much he loves me.
After Yuan Junyu said this, Ling Xiangyue couldn't help rolling her eyes.
Although Ling Xiangyue rarely went back to the Yi family, she could see at a glance that this Rolls-Royce Phantom was the car that her eldest sister Ye Yuxin had given to Lin Fan. And now, in order to act like a snob, Yuan Junyu had even said that this car was a gift from her boyfriend. She really is shameless. Just as Ling Xiangyue was about to expose Yuan Junyu, a smile appeared on Lin Fan's face as he said, "Old classmate, you see, we didn't drive here either. Why don't you ask your boyfriend to give us a ride?" In Lin Fan's mind, since Yuan Junyu likes to act like a snob, let's have some fun with her.
As soon as Lin Fan spoke, Yuan Junyu's facial muscles couldn't help but twitch.
The Rolls-Royce Phantom behind her was not hers at all, so how could she possibly invite Lin Fan to get in the car? Yuan Junyu quickly thought in her head, and forced a smile on her face as she said, "Old classmate, I just got my driver's license, and if you get in, it'll be easy to make you throw up and get diarrhea. If you throw up in the car, I can just spend some money to clean it up, but if you get sick, I can't bear to see you get hurt." At the end of what Yuan Junyu said, a look of genuine concern for Lin Fan appeared on her face. If Lin Fan and Ling Xiangyue were not sure that the Rolls-Royce Phantom in front of them was theirs, they really might have been fooled by Yuan Junyu's wonderful performance. Lin Fan said with a smile on his face, "Old classmate, you're wrong. My body and Xiaoya's are in perfect health, and we will definitely not be vomiting and having diarrhea." After Lin Fan said this, he walked over to the door of the passenger seat and pulled it. Pop! With the sound of a crisp door, the passenger door opened with a bang. After the scene, Yuan Junyu stood still in the spot for a moment. She really couldn't understand why Lin Fan could open the passenger seat of the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Isn't this abnormal? Chapter 35, The Mistress You Support. You? How could you possibly open the door of the Rolls-Royce Phantom? You? You're a car thief. Yuan Junyu pointed at Lin Fan and shouted.
Yuan Junyu naturally knew Lin Fan's family background very well.
An ordinary orphan, he wanted to purchase a luxury car worth tens of millions of dollars through his own efforts.
This is absolutely a delusional thing to do.
In Yuan Junyu's mind, Lin Fan was a
delivery boy.
As a delivery boy, Lin Fan was naturally versatile. He could steal a car, which was not a rare thing.
Xiao Fan, it seems that your classmate is an idiot. This Rolls-Royce Phantom is made entirely of titanium, and it has its own state-of-the-art face recognition. Once a thief enters, it will instantly lock and automatically trigger an alarm.
Not to mention stealing, even if the door is wide open, no one dares to walk in. Ling Xiangyue said as she got into the passenger seat. Lin Fan saw this and smiled slightly before getting into the driver's seat.
Since Yuan Junyu treated him with such disdain, why should he care about their former school friendship?
Just as Lin Fan was about to start the engine, the figure of Yuan Junyu suddenly appeared in front of the Rolls-Royce Phantom, shouting,
"Someone's stealing the car." As Yuan Junyu shouted, a figure rushed over from afar. "Baby, what's going on?"
the owner of the figure asked with concern after rushing over to Yuan Junyu. It was her boyfriend, Feng Weitao, manager of the Rose Western restaurant.
Yuan Junyu couldn't help but show a trace of joy on her face when she saw Feng Weitao appear. She quickly snuggled up to Feng Weitao and then spoke. "My old classmate is trying to steal this Rolls-Royce Phantom, and I can't stop him."
"You must stop him, I don't want him to go astray. You don't know, he was an orphan since he was a child, and now he delivers packages. I don't want him to go down a path of no return," Yuan Junyu said at the end, with a righteous look on her face. It seemed that she was really full of a sense of justice.
Feng Weitao heard what Yuan Junyu said, and he couldn't help but light up. Feng Weitao could see that the Rolls-Royce Phantom was a luxury car among luxury cars. If the thief was caught, wouldn't it leave a good impression on the owner of the luxury car?
At that time, it might be possible to climb up the social ladder.
Feng Weitao could become the manager of the Rose Western restaurant, and he knew very well that a good tree provides shade.
As for the car thief, he naturally didn't care.
An orphan, and a delivery person, what kind of background could he have?
"Baby, you're right, we can't let your old classmates go down a path of no return,"
Feng Weitao said as he embraced Yuan Junyu in his arms.
Seeing Yuan Junyu and Feng Weitao standing in front of the car, Ling Xiangyue's face showed a hint of displeasure as she scolded.
"These people really have no brains. This is a top luxury car, who can steal it?"
Lin Fan heard Ling Xiangyue's complaints and said to her, pinching her snow-white face gently,
Xiao Ye, there are a lot of idiots in this world. If you have to argue with every idiot you meet, you will get very tired.
Lin Fan said at the end, and then shouted as he rolled down the window.
Hey, get lost quickly, don't block my way to my date. Feng Weitao heard Lin Fan shout and couldn't help but curse angrily. Damn, you car thief really are arrogant. If I don't teach you a lesson today, my name isn't Feng. Feng Weitao cursed while rolling up his sleeves and walking towards Lin Fan.
When Feng Weitao walked up to the car window, he stood still in place for a moment, and his mouth hung wide open.
It's you.
After a long time, Feng Weitao managed to say these words with difficulty. Feng Weitao only felt a sudden emptiness in his head, and he swayed, but almost fell to the ground. Feng Weitao still remembered vividly the scene of Kunshan Longyan kneeling at the Rose Western restaurant. Although Feng Weitao didn't know what kind of existence Wen Liufang really was, he was a ruthless person who even made Kunshan Longyan kneel.
Is this something a small restaurant manager like him can offend? Honey, what happened? Yuan Junyu has already walked up and asked. She thinks that Feng Weitao's expression of shock must have been captivated by Ling Xiangyue's beauty.
She couldn't help but scold in her heart, "Humph, smelly man, you lose your soul at the sight of a beautiful woman."
Pop. Just as Yuan Junyu walked up, Feng Weitao did not hesitate to slap her.
Feng Weitao gave this slap his full strength, and Yuan Junyu's face, which was full of foundation, instantly revealed a clearly visible five-fingered print.
You hit me? Yuan Junyu roared loudly as she was slapped by Feng Weitao.
You have to know that although Feng Weitao's combat effectiveness in bed is only 3 seconds, he is still quite good to her. As for hitting her, that has never happened before.
However, this time, Feng Weitao actually hit her. Feng Weitao did not pay any attention to Yuan Junyu's surprise, he just shouted at Yuan Junyu.
Kneel down and apologize to Lin Xiao immediately. In Feng Weitao's heart, he could not help but curse, damn it, this time I was killed by this bitch. Even Kunshan Longya, a ruthless man who dares not offend, you actually called him a car thief, you are just looking for death. Yuan Junyu covered her face, which had swollen from the beating, and she roared loudly.
Feng Weitao, what the hell is wrong with you?
Lin Fan is just a delivery person, and now he's stealing a car.
Instead of stopping him, you're attacking me. Are you fucking crazy? Are you even a man? Hearing Yuan Junyu scolding, Feng Weitao was scared out of his wits. Feng Weitao directly fell to his knees in front of Lin Fan and said,
Lin Xiao, I was tricked by this woman. I have no relationship with her at all.
You are a generous person, please forgive me.
I have an 80-year-old mother and a baby who is crying for food. If I die, they will have no one to rely on. Feng Weitao's kneeling like this scared Yuan Junyu a lot. As the manager of the Rose Western restaurant, Feng Weitao is not considered a big shot, but at least he is a well-known person. But this time, Feng Weitao knelt directly in front of Lin Fan and desperately begged for mercy. This was a huge shock to Yuan Junyu. Lin Fan glanced at Feng Weitao and a curious look appeared on his face as he said,
Let me ask you, Yuan Junyu said that you and she are in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship? Isn't she your mistress? Chapter 36, Your Mistress, Part 2.
Lin Xiaomingxia, I have no relationship with her at all. She is just being presumptuous.
Even if you give me the guts, I wouldn't dare offend you. Feng Weitao knelt on the ground and begged for mercy desperately. Yuan Junyu is indeed his mistress, but this matter is true, and Feng Weitao doesn't dare to say it.
Hearing Feng Weitao say this, Lin Fan gave him a dirty look and said,
Get out of here.
In Lin Fan's heart, whether Yuan Junyu was Feng Weitao's mistress was a trivial matter that had nothing to do with him. Then it would be better to go back early and let his third sister Ling Xiangyue make him broccoli stir-fried bacon.
Hearing Lin Fan tell him to get lost, Feng Weitao hurriedly rolled to the side.
In Feng Weitao's heart, he couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. Because he knew that his life was saved.
With a loud rumble, the Rolls-Royce Phantom roared away into the distance. After seeing the Rolls-Royce Phantom go, Feng Weitao's entire body went limp on the ground, and he kept gasping for breath. Yuan Junyu's gaze fell on Feng Weitao, and she said loudly, Feng Weitao, what the hell is going on? That Lin Fan is really a delivery person, why are you so scared? Feng Weitao suddenly stood up from the ground and then kicked her, cursing. Yuan Junyu, from today onwards, you can go to hell.
The Kunshan Dragon Master has to kneel, and you actually called him a car thief.
Are you blind?
After Feng Weitao finished speaking, he simply took off running in the distance. In Feng Weitao's heart, he had already decided that starting from today, he would stay as far away from Yuan Junyu as possible. Perhaps, one day, if Lin Fan wanted to do something to Yuan Junyu, then wouldn't he be implicated as a result? Yuan Junyu stood there in a daze, while disbelief was written all over her face. Yuan Junyu had heard Feng Weidao mention Kunshan Dragon Master before. You have to understand that he is the #1 person in the underground world of Aoki City, the old man of the Axe Group, and has many ruthless people under his command. However, even such a big boss has to kneel before Lin Fan, so what kind of existence is Lin Fan? The more Yuan Junyu thought about it, the more frightened she became, and the sweat on her forehead was flowing down like rain. After a long time, Yuan Junyu finally came out of her panic. She thought to herself, no matter what, Lin Fan is my classmate. He didn't lay a hand on me this time, so he still has feelings for me. As long as I make the first move, he will definitely fall for me. At that time, who was Feng Weidao anyway? The next morning, while Lin Fan was still asleep, a loud ringing sound woke him up. Lin Fan glanced at the note on his phone, and his sleepiness disappeared instantly. Because the person who was calling him was no one else but Monkey Xiaoyan. Waking him up so early in the morning must mean something big had happened. "Hello, Xiaoyan, what's up?" Lin Fan said after answering the phone. As soon as Lin Fan's voice had finished, Monkey Xiaoyan's voice came through the receiver. "Brother Fan, you must hurry and send reinforcements to the express delivery station. Something big has happened." After saying this, Monkey Xiaoyan hung up the phone directly. Seeing this, Lin Fan did not bother to wash up, but just put on some clothes and ran out. Seeing Lin Fan rushing downstairs in a hurry, Ling Xiangyue, who was having breakfast, could not help but ask, "Brother, what's going on? Why don't you eat breakfast first and then go out?" Lin Fan heard Ling Xiangyue's words and waved his hand, saying, "Third sister, I'm not going to see you off to work today. There's a minor issue with Zhongtong Express, but that's something my eldest sister has entrusted me with. I can't let her down. By the way, don't tell my eldest sister about this, I can handle it." Lin Fan said this while picking up a few steamed buns and walking directly out the door. In Lin Fan's heart, Ye Yuxin was the president of Yuxin Group, and she must have a lot of things to do. In this situation, naturally he would not trouble her. Ling Xiangyue watched Lin Fan leave, and she shook her head inside. "Alas, Xiao Fan, you don't even know it yet, you are sick. If this disease of yours is not cured, it will affect your happiness for the rest of your life. It's just that, you said I'm a woman, how should I tell you this?" Ling Xiangyue's words were not loud, and she believed that Lin Fan definitely could not hear them. However, Ling Xiangyue did not know that Lin Fan had cultivated the Green Emperor's immortal secrets, and his hearing had long been extraordinary. Lin Fan heard every word Ling Xiangyue said clearly. Lin Fan couldn't help but freeze for a moment, and he thought silently in his heart. "I have a disease? How is that possible? My body is very strong, so how could I possibly have a disease? It seems that I need to talk to third sister when I have time to find out what kind of disease it is. I guess my sister is just overthinking it." Lin Fan thought to himself and quickened his pace, walking directly towards the parking lot. In front of the Zhongtong Express delivery station, Monkey Xiaoyan, Zhang Danio, and many other delivery men were standing in a row. In front of them, there were more than 10 young people with colorful hair. The leader, a man with a bare chest, dyed yellow hair, and a fierce look on his face, shouted loudly, "Tell your boss to come out immediately and pay the protection fee. Damn, how dare you not pay the protection fee? Do you think our Axe Group is vegetarian? I'm putting this here today. If you don't pay the protection fee, then I'll demolish this place." If Lin Fan were here, he would definitely recognize him. The yellow-haired guy was the punk he taught a lesson to a few nights ago at Feisher Lake. As Huang Maoqiang spoke, many of the couriers shrank back. If they were asked to deliver the parcel, it would naturally be no issue. However, if they were asked to fight, they could in no way compare to these Axe Group members. Monkey Xiaoyan gritted his teeth and took a step forward. "Brother Chang, our boss is the younger brother of President Yi of the Yuxin Group. Could you not charge a fee here for the sake of President Yi?" Huang Maoqiang heard what Monkey Xiaoyan said, and he directly cursed. "Go to hell. Are you looking for death? The entire Qingmu city knows that President Yi only has 6 sisters, where would there be a brother? Dare to deceive me, you are looking for death." As Huang Maoqiang spoke, he slapped Monkey Xiaoyan's face. Pat. With the sound of a crisp slap, Monkey Xiaoyan was instantly sent flying. Seeing that Monkey Xiaoyan was slapped away by Huang Maoqiang, Zhang Dania, and the many couriers were instantly dumbfounded. However, a raging flame soon burned in their hearts. Zhang Dania roared and suddenly charged towards Huang Maoqiang.
Damn it, beat him up. Chapter 37 I am enough.
When the many couriers saw Zhang Dania charging towards Huang Maoqiang, the bloodlust in their hearts was suddenly aroused. In this world, many people do not treat couriers as human beings, but they are still flesh and blood.
Seeing their brothers being beaten, how could they just sit there and do nothing? Damn it, go up and kill them.
Huang Maoqiang saw the scene and a look of disdain appeared on his face as he said,
Beat the hell out of them. Not paying protection money in my territory is just looking for death.
At the sound of Huang Maoqiang's order, his men charged towards the many couriers.
Bang. Bang 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 bang.
In no time at all, the Axe group members and the many couriers were in a melee. The men brought by Huang Maoqiang were battle-hardened, and they had an absolute advantage in numbers. In no time at all, Zhang Dania, Monkey Xiaoliang and the many couriers were all on the ground, letting out a series of painful wails.
Ouch ouch ouch. Ouch ouch ouch.
Looking at the miserable state of Zhang Dania, Monkey Xiaoliang and the others, Huang Maoqiang's face showed a hint of smugness as he said,
Ha ha. It's just sheer arrogance. You know how awesome I am now, don't you? If you don't want to die, then tell your boss to come out. 1 million, that's not a waste of my trip.
If not, I'll show you what it means to die a painful death. Huang Maoqiang said at the end, and he deliberately shook the dagger in his hand, looking smug. In fact, this time he took action against Zhongtong Express because he was entrusted by someone. Of course, an even more important point was that he could take this opportunity to extort a sum of money.
What was there not to like about this? Rumbling.
Just as Huang Maoqiang's voice had fallen, a series of deafening sounds came.
Then, a Rolls-Royce Phantom appeared before everyone's eyes.
When the Rolls-Royce Phantom appeared, Zhang Dania, Monkey Xiaoliang and the others couldn't help but smile. They had already identified that the Rolls-Royce Phantom was Lin Fan's car.
Since Lin Fan had rushed over, doesn't that mean he has already brought reinforcements?
Monkey Xiaoliang glanced at Huang Maoqiang and said loudly, Brother Fan is bringing people over, so you can just wait to be taken care of.
As Monkey Xiaoliang's words came out, Huang Maoqiang couldn't help but frown. Huang Maoqiang could tell at a glance that the Rolls-Royce Phantom was very valuable.
If someone could own such a car, then the owner of the car was probably someone important. This time, they might have hit a brick wall. Although Huang Maoqiang thought this in his heart, he quickly forced himself to calm down. No matter what, he is an elite member of the Axe Group. He can definitely handle this matter beautifully. And things have developed to this point, even if he admits defeat, it won't make any difference. Just as everyone was staring at the Rolls-Royce Phantom, a handsome figure got out of the car.
Is that you? When Huang Maoqiang looked clearly at Lin Fan's figure, his body couldn't help but tremble.
Although he was beaten back by Lin Fan in the dark, he remembered Lin Fan's appearance vividly. When Lin Fan saw that Monkey Xiaoliang, Zhang Dania and the others were lying on the ground, emitting painful wails, his brows could not help but furrow. Monkey Xiaoliang, Zhang Dania and the others were all his employees. They were being bullied, and as their boss, how could he just sit there and do nothing? Lin Fan walked quickly up to them and helped Monkey Xiaoliang and Zhang Dania to their feet.
Brother Fan, you finally come. How many people did you bring? Beat them to death.
Monkey Xiaoliang said with excitement as Lin Fan helped him up. In Monkey Xiaoliang's mind, Lin Fan was the brother of the richest man.
Doesn't that mean he has 100 responses to every call? As long as he speaks, wouldn't countless people be willing to serve him? I am enough.
Lin Fan glanced in the direction where Huang Maoqiang was and said very calmly. Although there were dozens of people on the other side, Lin Fan did not flinch in the slightest. As a cultivator, how could he be afraid of mere mortals? After Lin Fan said this, Monkey Xiaoliang, Zhang Dania and the others were directly dumbfounded. In their memories, Lin Fan was just an ordinary person, so how could he possibly deal with dozens of burly men armed with iron bars? Huang Maoqiang, after a brief moment of shock, his gaze fell on Lin Fan and he sneered.
Ha ha. Kid, I didn't think I'd run into you here. Do you think this is your bad luck? Or is it my particularly good luck?
Although Lin Fan's martial arts skills were indeed good, he was in an absolute numerical advantage. Under these circumstances, Huang Maoqiang naturally had the upper hand.
Lin Fan glanced at Huang Maoqiang and said, You are the one who injured my employees.
Kneel down and apologize to them and pay for their medical expenses.
This matter will be forgotten, otherwise. Although Lin Fan did not continue with his words, the meaning was already self-evident. Huang Maqiang waved the dagger in his hand above his own yellow hair and said disdainfully. Unexpectedly, you are still quite arrogant. Originally, I was thinking of letting you pay a protection fee of 1 million and letting you go. However, that is not possible now. If you obediently hand over Ling Wanshan and pay 5 million, I will consider letting you go.
After Huang Maqiang said this, his many subordinates burst out laughing.
Brother Chang, this kid is really stupid.
He wants to fight us alone, which is just like asking for death.
Isn't that right? Why don't we take his Rolls-Royce Phantom and drive it around? I've never driven a luxury car before.
Brother Chang, look, his face is quite handsome.
We must scar his face up.
After hearing Huang Maqiang and the others' words, Monkey Xiao Liang couldn't help but tug Lin Fan's sleeve and whispered.
Brother Fan, I'll help you stop them. You hurry up and leave, I'm afraid they'll do you harm. You need to get more people over here, that's the only way you can beat them.
Lin Fan naturally knew exactly what Monkey Xiao Liang was worried about.
However, if he just left like that, would he still be human? Moreover, is there a need for him to leave? Lin Fan patted Monkey Xiao Liang's shoulder lightly and said. Don't worry, I can handle it.
You sit down and rest for a while, and watch how I defeat them.
After Lin Fan said this, an expression of disbelief appeared on Monkey Xiao Liang's face.
In his heart, he really couldn't understand why Lin Fan was so confident.
Could it be that he has already called for reinforcements, and those reinforcements are already on their way? Chapter 38 Brotherhood. Let's go, beat him up. Huang Maqiang waved his hand at his many subordinates and said.
Huang Maqiang knew Lin Fan's strength, and naturally he did not dare to personally take on Lin Fan. Under these circumstances, using the human wave tactic was naturally the most appropriate. After hearing his order, Huang Maqiang's many subordinates did not hesitate and charged towards Lin Fan. Seeing so many Axe Group members rushing towards Lin Fan with weapons in hand, people like Monkey Xiao Liang and Zhang Dania were scared out of their wits. Although they wanted to help Lin Fan, they had just been taught a lesson by Huang Maqiang's men. Even if they rushed forward, it would not help at all.
Bang 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 bang.
Lin Fan soon engaged the Axe Group members in combat. In less than a minute, all the subordinates brought by Huang Maqiang fell to the ground, emitting a series of wailing sounds.
Ouch, ouch, ouch.
In fact, if Lin Fan had not deliberately held back, then these people who had fallen to the ground would have already become cold corpses. Seeing that all his subordinates had been dealt with by Lin Fan, Huang Maqiang stood there in a daze. Huang Maqiang knew that Lin Fan was good at fighting, but he never imagined that Lin Fan could fight to such a level. In fact, Huang Maqiang was not the only one who was surprised. Monkey Xiao Liang, Zhang Dania, and many other couriers had their eyes wide open, and disbelief was written on their faces. You have to understand that they thought they knew Lin Fan pretty well. But Lin Fan is not only the brother of the richest man, but also has such terrifying combat power.
Huang Maqiang, after a short period of shock, looked at Lin Fan with a terrified gaze and said. You, don't come over. I am an elite member of the Axe Group. If you dare to touch me, the Axe Group will never let you go. At that time, your delivery station will be closed down. Lin Fan gave Huang Maqiang a cold stare. He walked up quickly and kicked Huang Maqiang. Dare to threaten me, you're looking for death. Dare to hit my brother, compensate for all medical expenses, who slapped him. As Lin Fan said this, he subconsciously glanced at the 5 fingerprints on the face of Monkey Xiao Liang. For this slap mark, Lin Fan had seen it clearly from the moment he got off the car. He would never let this matter go so easily. As soon as Lin Fan's words came out, Monkey Xiao Liang's heart warmed. In fact, Lin Fan and Monkey Xiao Liang were classmates in high school.
When Lin Fan couldn't find a job, it was Monkey Xiao Liang who brought him into Zhongtong Express. And whenever Lin Fan encountered difficulties, Monkey Xiao Liang would do his best to help. When Monkey Xiao Liang found out that Lin Fan was the younger brother of the richest man, he subconsciously thought that Lin Fan and he were ultimately people from 2 different worlds. It was precisely because of this that Monkey Xiao Liang began to distance himself from Lin Fan. However, seeing Lin Fan stand up for him, how could he not be moved? Huang Maqiang was scared out of his wits by Lin Fan's kick. He even suspected that Lin Fan would directly make him disappear from this world the next second. Huang Maqiang fell to his knees and shouted, I'll pay. In Huang Maqiang's heart, a real man doesn't take losses lying down. Right now, he should first save his own life, and then report this matter to the senior management of the Axe Group. At that time, won't he be able to watch Lin Fan being tortured to death? You have to know that in Qingmu City, no one who has offended the Axe group has survived.
Lin Fan didn't care about Huang Maqiang's kneeling and begging for mercy.
He looked at Monkey Xiaoliang and asked, Xiao Liang, tell me, who exactly hit you in the face? Which hand did they use? When Monkey Xiaoliang heard Lin Fan ask him this, he first froze for a moment, and then spoke. It was Huang Maqiang, and he used his left hand. When Monkey Xiaoliang said this, he also gave Huang Maqiang a fierce glare. You have to understand, he only spoke up for Lin Fan, and Huang Maqiang hit him hard.
In the heart of Monkey Xiaoliang, how could he not hate Huang Maqiang?
When Huang Maqiang heard what Monkey Xiaoliang said, flames of rage welled up in his eyes, and he said, holding the dagger tightly in his hand,
Don't you come any closer, I'll kill you.
If you let me go, I'll pretend this never happened. Huang Maqiang said this, and at the end, his body trembled violently. Seeing this scene, Monkey Xiaoliang couldn't help but reach out and pull Lin Fan's sleeve.
Brother Fan, why don't we just let this go?
He has a weapon in his hand, and he is still a tough guy from the Axe group.
Lin Fan naturally knew Monkey Xiaoliang's concerns very well. However, what was the Axe group?
Could it compare to the Brotherhood? Lin Fan's figure flickered, and in an instant, he snatched the dagger from Huang Maqiang's hands. Huang Maqiang only felt a flash in front of his eyes, and his hands went numb. The dagger in his hands disappeared without a trace in an instant. Lin Fan said, shaking the dagger that gleamed with a silvery radiance.
Huang Maqiang, do you want me to cut off your left hand for you, or will you do it yourself?
Don't worry, I'll be quick and make sure you don't feel any pain. Huang Maqiang looked at Lin Fan and shouted.
No, you can't do this to me. My cousin is Li Xiangyue, the second in command of the Axe group.
Confronting Tiger.
My hand is injured, and he will never let you go.
Lin Fan heard Huang Maqiang say this, and his eyebrows shot up, a smile appeared on his face as he said, Oh, I didn't realize you had such a background. While Lin Fan was talking, he had already come up with a very good plan to deal with Huang Dalong. In this world, absolute strength can naturally crush everything. However, a plan can save a lot of trouble and even turn defeat into victory. Huang Maqiang couldn't help but feel a sense of joy in his heart when he heard Lin Fan say this. He quickly looked up, with an air of arrogance, and said, Of course, I have a close relationship with him.
If you cripple one of my hands, he will definitely not let you go.
Lin Fan heard Huang Maqiang say this, and his eyebrows twitched upwards as he said, Since you say that Li Xiangyue is your cousin, tell him to come over right away. I would like to see what kind of existence he is. As soon as Lin Fan said this, a trace of joy could not help but appear on Huang Maqiang's face. In Huang Maqiang's mind, if Lin Fan said such a thing, doesn't that prove that Lin Fan is afraid? Although Confronting Tiger is not as famous as Confronting Dragon, he is still a big shot. As long as he comes over, then Lin Fan will obediently kneel down and beg for mercy.
Chapter 39, I'll beat you up every time I see you. What are you still doing? Hurry up and make the call.
Lin Fan slapped Huang Maqiang in the face and scolded him. In Lin Fan's mind, Huang Maqiang was frozen in place, definitely imagining something unrealistic.
Huang Maqiang was slapped by Lin Fan, and he didn't dare to speak out in rebuttal, let alone fight back.
He just cursed in his heart, then quickly took the phone out of his pocket and finally dialed Li Xianghue's phone. After the phone was connected, Huang Maqiang quickly said in a respectful tone,
Cousin, this is Huang Maqiang.
At this time, Li Xiangyue had not yet woken up, and there were 3 young women in maid costumes sleeping next to him. Although Li Xianghue's fighting ability was only 3 seconds, the 3 times 3 seconds added up
to 9 seconds.
Huang Maqiang was paralyzed in bed, and he said in an unpleasant tone,
Huang Maqiang, what's the matter with you calling me so early?
You haven't collected all the protection fees this month. If this continues, the position of supervisor of the West City District needs to be replaced. Huang Maqiang heard Li Xianghue's dissatisfied voice coming from the receiver, and the sweat on his forehead kept oozing out. Just as Li Xiangyue said, as long as Li Xiangyue said a word, then his position as the head of the Chengxi district would be over. Although Huang Maqiang felt shocked in his heart, he gritted his teeth and said, Cousin, I've hit a brick wall here. I was beaten up, and the person who beat me also called you a son of a bitch. He said he would beat you up every time he saw you. Huang Maqiang knew very well that if he just told Li Xiangyue that he had been beaten up, Li Xiangyue might not stick up for him. However, if he added the latter part of the sentence, Li Xiangyue would definitely help him. Just as Huang Maqiang's voice had just died down, Li Xianghue's angry voice came through the receiver. His horse.
How dare you beat me? Tell me where the exact location is? I'll let him know why flowers are so red.
Huang Maoqiang heard Li Xianghu's angry growl, and his heart rejoiced. He quickly spoke. Cousin, you hurry over to the Zhongtong Express site in the west of the city and fix him. After Huang Maoqiang hung up the phone, he looked around, opened his mouth, but didn't say anything. In Huang Maoqiang's mind, he understood that although Li Xianghu was already rushing over, if he mocked Lin Fan once, he was afraid that he would be beaten up. Instead, it would be better to wait for Li Xianghu to come over. At that time, won't he be able to use all kinds of methods to torture Lin Fan? Monkey Xiaoliang, Zhang Dania, and the others all turned pale when they heard that Kunshan Tiger would be rushing over. They naturally knew exactly what kind of existence Kunshan Tiger was. Monkey Xiaoliang pulled Lin Fan's corner of the clothes and whispered, Brother Fan, do we need to call the police about this? Although Kunshan Tiger is the second person in the underworld of Aoki City, in front of the police, he is not even a fart. No, just watch quietly. I'm sure of Huang Maoqiang's left hand. Even God can't save him, I'm telling you. Lin Fan said at the end, a determined look on his face. Brother Fan, this. Monkey Xiaoliang shook his head. He was originally thinking of continuing to persuade Lin Fan, but was stopped by Lin Fan covering his mouth. Lin Fan covered Monkey Xiaoliang's mouth and said indifferently, Xiaoliang, I know what you're worried about. We are brothers. If he dares to hit you, I naturally dare to cripple his hand. When Monkey Xiaoliang heard the word brother, he felt a warm feeling in his heart. Rumbling. In less than 10 minutes, the sound of a motorcycle engine came over, and then an off-road motorcycle appeared in front of everyone. On the off-road motorcycle was also a tall middle-aged man. Seeing the middle-aged man appear, Huang Maoqiang quickly waved his hand at him and shouted loudly, Cousin, I'm here. Click. The motocross bike quickly stopped in front of Lin Fan and the others, and Li Xianghu jumped off of it. Li Xianghu scanned the area and yelled, Who is it? Who said they wanted to beat me up? As Li Xianghu spoke, he subconsciously glanced around. When he saw that many Axe group members and those couriers were all lying on the ground, emitting a series of wails, he couldn't help but frown. If it was just the couriers wailing, then Li Xianghu might have shouted, Good. However, even many of the Axe group members were on the ground, so what was going on? After Huang Maoqiang heard Li Xianghu's words, he quickly pointed at Lin Fan and said, It's him. Not only did this person refuse to pay protection money, he also injured many of my brothers. Oh yeah, he also called you a wimp and a guy from the 2nd Division. Upon hearing Huang Maoqiang say this, Li Xianghu couldn't help but curse. You want to die? I'll kill him today. If I don't kill him, my name isn't. However, before Li Xianghu could say the word Li, he suddenly froze in place. Because at this time, he had already clearly seen Lin Fan's appearance. Not long ago, Kunshan Dragon Master kneeling in front of Lin Fan, and Li Xianghu still remembered it vividly. In Li Xianghu's heart, he had secretly vowed that he absolutely could not offend Lin Fan. But now, he was saying that he wanted to teach Lin Fan a lesson. If this wasn't an act of seeking death, then what was it? Huang Maoqiang saw Li Xianghu frozen in place, and he couldn't help but shout out. Cousin, that's him, chop him up quickly. In Huang Maoqiang's mind, Li Xianghu was a martial artist at the peak of external strength, and it was naturally a very simple matter for him to teach Lin Fan a lesson. Just as everyone thought Li Xianghu was going to give Lin Fan a good beating, a shocking scene unfolded. Chop your horses. Li Xianghu suddenly lifted his foot and then fiercely kicked Huang Maoqiang, cursing him. Do you know that is Lin Xiao? You are looking for death. After kicking Huang Maoqiang away with one kick, Li Xianghu quickly ran up to Lin Fan and then fell to his knees in front of him, saying, Lin Xiao, please forgive me, I have nothing to do with this. Huang Maoqiang deliberately provoked a rift, but my admiration for you is as endless as the Yellow River. Lin Xiao, if you hit me, that would be my blessing. If you want to hit me, just give me a call anytime, and hit me for as long as you want, I will never fight back. In Li Xianghu's heart, even Kunshan Longyue did not dare offend Lin Fan. Under the current circumstances, it is better to save your own life first. As for dignity, what is it? Chapter 40, The Queen's Younger Brother. Seeing Kunshan Tiger, the second person in the underground world of Aoki City, kneeling like a lapdog in front of Lin Fan, everyone present was dumbfounded. Kunshan Tiger was a major figure who mingled in both the black and white worlds. I don't know how many people want to curry favor with him and attach themselves to this tree. However, at this moment, Kunshan Tiger was kneeling in front of Lin Fan, and he was also reaching out his hand to slap his own mouth. The sound of cracking was the sound of slaps, but it was heard clearly by everyone, and it made everyone's hearts tremble. Huang Maqiang's eyes were wide open, because in his memory, Li Xianghu could remain calm even when facing Kunshan Dragon. But why was Li Xianghu kneeling before Lin Fan, and allowing Lin Fan to take it out on him whenever he wanted? Could it be that Lin Fan's status was even more powerful than Kunshan Dragon? What the hell is going on? Lin Fan glanced at Li Xianghu, who was kneeling on the ground, and said, while rubbing his nose, Li Xianghu, your cousin Huang Maqiang is collecting protection money from me. Do you think it should be collected? As soon as Lin Fan said this, Li Xianghu was scared out of his wits. He hurriedly waved his hands and shook his head, saying, it shouldn't be collected. Lin Xiao is the younger brother of Her Majesty the Queen, and it is we who should respect you. #$. I will transfer 1 million, no, 3 million to you immediately using the wealth treasure. Li Xianghu said as he took out his mobile phone. In Li Xianghu's heart, he had already decided to spend money to ward off evil. After all, with his status and position, it was naturally not difficult for him to make money. Lin Fan was not polite, and he very cheerfully accepted the 2 million that Li Xianghu had transferred to him. Although he really doesn't lack money at the moment, there is no reason to refuse when someone offers to give you money. Lin Fan glanced at the money that had already been deposited and said with a smile to Li Xianghu, Master Li Xianghu, this 2 million yuan is for the lost wages and medical expenses of my employees. Do you have any issues with this? Li Xianghu hurriedly spoke up when he heard Lin Fan's inquiry. No issues. Lin Xiao, you can just call me Ahu. You are a very distinguished person, and I cannot accept it if you call me Kunshan Tiger. After Li Xianghu said this, Huang Maqiang was completely dumbfounded. Because from the beginning to the end, Li Xianghu not only knelt down to pay compensation, but also asked Lin Fan to call him Ahu. You have to understand that this kind of address is only used by elders when they call juniors. In Li Xianghu's heart, it was obvious what kind of person he regarded Lin Fan as. Lin Fan glanced at Li Xianghu and then at Huang Maqiang before speaking. Ahu, the 2 million yuan will be used as medical expenses for my employees. However, your cousin Huang Maqiang slapped my brother with his left hand. How should we settle this score? As Lin Fan said this, he casually handed the dagger in his hand to Li Xianghu. Although Li Xianghu didn't want to take the dagger Lin Fan handed him, Li Xianghu didn't dare refuse. After all, Lin Fan was someone he couldn't afford to offend. Li Xianghu lowered his head, and he finally gritted his teeth and said, Lin Xiao, I'll let him apologize and give him another 100,000. Please spare him. As Li Xianghu said this, he also gave Huang Maqiang a fierce glare. In Li Xianghu's heart, naturally he did not want Huang Maqiang's hand to be chopped off. Under these circumstances, he could only beg Lin Fan to give him a way out. Huang Maqiang was so stared at by Li Xianghu that his legs weakened and he immediately knelt on the ground. He knelt on the ground, stretched out his hand to slap his own mouth, and said loudly, Young Master Lin, I was wrong. Don't worry, I won't dare to do it again in the future. Lin Fan did not pay any attention to Huang Maqiang's pleas, but instead reached out his hand and patted Monkey Xiaoliang on the shoulder and said, Xiaoliang, you are the victim, what do you think should be done about this matter? Don't worry, even if you want Huang Maqiang dead, there won't be any trouble. As soon as Lin Fan said this, Li Xianghu's face could not help but change, but in the end he did not say anything. In Li Xianghu's mind, he believed that he had done what he was supposed to do, and as for whether Huang Maqiang could survive, that would depend on his fortune. When Ho Xiaoliang heard Lin Fan's words, he did not respond immediately, but instead fell into a state of contemplation. Lin Fan saw this and did not say a word. In Lin Fan's mind, since he had given Huang Maqiang the right to choose, then it was up to him to decide. After a short while, Monkey Xiaoliang bit his teeth and said, Let him apologize and then give me 100,000 yuan. As soon as Monkey Xiaoliang said this, a trace of joy appeared on the faces of Li Xianghu and Huang Maqiang. Although 100,000 yuan was not a small sum, being able to save a hand was definitely worth it. Plop. Huang Maqiang directly plopped down to his knees in front of Monkey Xiaoliang and said loudly, Brother Liang, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I have an old man and a young child, you are a generous person, forgive me. Well, Monkey Xiaoliang glanced at Lin Fan, and he finally nodded lightly. Seeing this, Huang Maqiang hurriedly transferred 100,000 yuan to Monkey Xiaoliang's account. Lin Fan saw that this matter had been dealt with, and he said to the many couriers, You go to the hospital for a checkup first, and all the expenses will be paid by me. In addition, the remaining 2 million will be distributed to you all at the appropriate time. As Lin Fan said this, there was an instant burst of cheers from the crowd. In their hearts, they unanimously agreed that Lin Fan was truly a good boss in Shenlong country. After the many couriers had left, Li Xiangyue bowed to Lin Fan and said, Lin Xiao, I still have things to do, so I will take my leave. Li Xiangyue did not dare to continue to stay by Lin Fan's side. In his heart, if he is not careful when staying by Lin Fan's side, he may not even be able to save his life. When Lin Fan heard that Li Xiangyue was leaving, he stopped him directly with a flick of his figure and said, Tiger, come to my office for a moment, I have something important to tell you. When Lin Fan said this, Li Xiangyue couldn't help but freeze for a moment. In Li Xianghu's heart, he really couldn't figure out what Lin Fan wanted with him. Although he couldn't understand this matter, Li Xiangyue didn't dare to refuse Lin Fan. In a short while, they arrived at the Zhengtong site express office. Li Xiangyue stood trembling in front of Lin Fan, while Lin Fan leisurely sat in the boss chair. Li Xiangyue looked around and didn't see anyone else. He gritted his teeth and said, Lin Xiao, if there is anything I can do for you, please feel free to tell me, I will do my best to complete it.